Oh, yeah. Let's go, let's go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, pardon. Pardon. Welcome in, Biznot. I hope you're doing good. Hope everyone's doing good. Kind of jig on this jam. No reason to bet it too much. Too much. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, goodness gracious, mi amigos. I have been checking on my fish for like the last 15 minutes straight. I think. I only know that because there's timers. And I can do math. Basic arithmetic, but math nonetheless. Yes. And I have no intentions of lessening that. There you go. You like this shot? I'm digging it. This is, here, we'll pull back. Or maybe we should play, what is, ooh. That's not a fucking bad idea. Like at the beginning of the stream? Ooh, I'm writing that down. That's such a good idea. Oh shit, where do I write it down? Oh, I gotta write it down on my laptop. So here's the idea. Put a magnified image of something under there, and like in the beginning, like an opening thing, you know? And then chat can just try to guess what it is. You know, people can put in guesses and whatever, and then we can have the big reveal. Ooh, yeah, I'm writing that down. That's so important. I got to write it down on my laptop. Not to be confused with my Faptop. Totally different device. Well, different locations. I wrote magnifying glass instead of microscope. I think I've possibly become stupid. Magnifying glass. All right, let's pull out here. Oh yeah, it's pulling in. If I could match the focus with the, there we go. Oh my God. Hold up. Just a second here. I just saw an email. I'm like, are you kidding me? All right, sorry guys. They closed down my store. So don't go to the website right now. Don't go to the store. I thought I did what they wanted me to do. I guess I didn't. I replied to them and said I thought I literally that. I was like, I thought I did what you wanted me to do. What else am I supposed to do? So hopefully I can get this back on in the next soon. I don't know. I'm leaving that company, that e-commerce company. This is really annoying to deal with. Anyways, I'm sorry. I zoned out there for a second. I'm just like, man, what the heck? That's so annoying. Oh well. For the time being, I'll disable the store banner so I'm not being an idiot. More idioter? Oh, maybe not. There it goes. It's really fucking irritating. Ah, I'm so mad about that. Turn that off for now. Yeah, what are we... It's the stupid toys. I was taking them off too. Because I had a bunch of toys in the... I had a bunch of toys in the store from Loot Crate. And they're just all one-offs. And they're like, oh, you can't sell that. And I'm like, oh, okay. And they listed a specific thing. And so I just took it out. And then they listed another specific thing. And I took it out. And then they closed the store down. So, whatever. It's an inconvenience. If anybody wants anything, you can fucking contact me. The store is simply just a convenient thing for you guys anyways. What's up, Zark? Bite Man. Oh my goodness.
Not seeing pretty visions, seeing monsters,
that pisses me off. Oh well. They approved some, but not all. Right on. Yeah, I put one in over the weekend. I had a chance to put in, but I haven't gotten to everything yet. Man, that really pisses me. That's gonna be sticking in my brain all fucking day now about the stupid store. Urgh, I hate that company. Why am I even? Well. Fucking loser ass pieces of shit. I know about their TOS, but I thought legally you have the right to resell anything you buy. Yeah, and I thought I was arguing that. I just went to an easier platform. In fact, it wasn't. I'm like gonna take all that stuff down. I'm putting it all on eBay. I was like, why don't I just fucking put this in an eBay store? It will get discovered better. You know, I thought you guys might be interested, but the more I think about it, I'm like, that's not the most smartest idea I've had. So I'm like, I'll just put it in an eBay store. It'll get better exposure. I can maybe, and some of the stuff I can get a better price. So, that was a badass guitar I saw on the VOD of your sites. Oh yeah. Did you not make it in last week? What guitar? So that's a Schecter Damien 8. It's an 8-string guitar. Oh, the link, God, I don't know, Damien or Schecter guitars. It's a Damien 8. I think it's still in production. So you can still get one. I bought that thing like 5 or 6 years ago. You know, I'm gonna do this. Well, that's going to take me a long time. Never mind. I'll do it later. Yeah, I'm a big 8-string fan. Before COVID, I was going to buy this other one from Blackheart Guitars, the BTK, and it's a Justin Broderick guitar. I don't know why they didn't call it JKB, but I wanted to get that because it's a solid piece down. This one's a solid piece as well, but this one's a neck through and then two side, like the whatever. It's a solid, but it's not the same. And I wanted to give that a try. Yeah, I don't like bolt-on necks very much. They're okay. They're not. I mean, but if I tend to favor solid neck guitars. I don't know what it is. They just play better. And nowadays they're not too much more expensive, so. You know, the Schecter holds up pretty good. It doesn't have a lock or anything either. It's a really great guitar. I'll tell the same story I've told all last week. But basically, so I wanted to get an 8-string guitar. Here, let me get that fresh food going. Where are we at on fuel level? Ooh. So I wanted to go buy this 8-string guitar, and I live in Phoenix. There's like 3 guitar centers here, or there was. I don't know if there still are, but anyways. And so I got online and I figured out which one had the most 8-string guitars, like different models and stuff. And I went to that guitar center, and the dude hooked me up, and I just almost fucked. And take that out of frame more. There you go. That's more smart. And so I went there and I played the Schecter first, and then I intended to buy an Ibanez. That was my whole point. I was like, oh, I'm just going to go in there. I'm going to buy this Ibanez 8-string. I can't remember the model. I have to look it up again, but because that's what Meshuggah, blah, blah, blah. Big Meshuggah influence on this purchase. So I get there, and I start playing, and start pulling different guitars, everything. Eventually, I figure out how to grab all the guitars from all the different heights. So I'm just helping myself. Dude is really cool. He's just letting me do my thing. They even put me in this room where I'm all by myself, and it's a little jam area. And I was plugged into this gorgeous Laney amp. I really wish I had the budget for that thing. I kept telling the guys, like, dude, I wish my budget included that amp. I can still hear it, kind of. It's so good. But anyways, I was there for over 4 hours, and I just kept playing that same Schecter. And eventually I was like, I think I have to buy this guitar. I like it more than any of the other guitars. It just played better. It felt better. The tone was better. Everything was better on it. And everything else I was gonna sacrifice that better, and so it just made perfect sense. The thing that was weird is that it was like I want to say it was like $200 cheaper than the guitar I had originally planned to go get. So I was saving money too, which felt really stupid too. I'm like, how does this work? But I never had like a high opinion of Schecter guitars because, it's just one of those brands, you don't, they're not really heavily represented, or in anything like that. And fact is, at least the one I have, I can say 100%, that guitar is phenomenal. It's the best guitar I have. I've played several other 8-strings. I have friends that have 8s as well. It wasn't just my experience there. And every time I go, I like mine more. I like my guitar more. Mine's better. Well, for me anyways. I don't know. Maybe yours is better for you. Mine's better for me. So, it's really cool. Blackheart makes great guitars. Yeah. I like I said, I was gonna get one. I was already working out the cost. It was gonna be expensive, but I was like, oh well, I deserve it or something like that. I was trying to work out the reasoning. My CC Clark has a warped Guitar Center bought out Mars Music. Oh really? Art Electronics pedal on. Oh nice. Yeah, I think so too. And I don't know. It's just kind of interesting to me that Schecter, kind of like I said, just this one of those brands that doesn't you don't imagine some. Yeah, I can't even think of. They have some people on their roster. Big named guitarists and whatever. They have some, but all of them are big name guitarists I've never heard of, or I don't really, and like, lead guitarist for blah, 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 and then you're like, oh yeah, I think I remember they opened for this band I was going to go see. They were pretty good. Yeah, those guys were, that guy did shred. So that's the guitar he uses? Oh, okay, makes sense. It just doesn't. You always buy Sweetwater? Yeah, man, I do like the candy they send with it. Yeah, I've been working with Sweetwater a little bit more over the years. Their prices have started to become more competitive, and since they've been able to keep good stock on a lot of Eurorack things, I tend to go to them. But lately, I've been trying to buy from smaller companies like Perfect Circuits and stuff. Like little mom and pop Euro companies, if I can. But what was it? Last time I bought a bunch of stuff from Perfect Circuits, and my credit card got stolen or something like that. I don't know what happened, but like it was this huge debacle, and they called me up in the middle of the day, and I felt so bad. The guy was like, "Hey, so." You what's it called when you reverse a charge on a credit card? Not decline. Chargeback. He's like, hey, so you charged back your purchase a week after you received it, and we're wanting to know what the problem is, because they, I guess when they call the credit card company, they just don't respond. So the only recourse he had was to call the customer, which he did have my information. And I was like, oh my God, dude, I felt really terrible. I was like, oh my gosh, mate, I'm so sorry. I will, you have my number and everything. My credit card got stolen. I told them which charges were bad, which one good. I think they screwed up and put you under the bad column. I'm going to email them right now. If this doesn't get taken, and I even offered them, I said, do you want another credit card number? I said, I can give you my debit card number, and you can keep that. If you don't hear back from me from a week, you can just put the charge on there, or I can give you a different way to so you can, a deposit basically. And he was cool about it. He's like, oh, don't worry about it. I understand. And I think after that, I was like, I don't think I'm going to be able to buy from these guys ever again. And I haven't bought again from them because I feel like they probably are like, no, we're never dealing with this dude again. I've seen live performances of 6-string Ibanez basses. It's not bad out of tone on sound, shallow than some. Yeah, and that's the thing too. I need a new bass more than anything. I need a new bass guitar, but oh yeah, I never did the dab, did I? But man, I can't find any I like. Yeah, I can't find any basses I like. I mean, I haven't done a lot of research. If I do find a bass I like, it's usually outside of my budget. I'm not paying this much for a bass guitar kind of thing. Now that budget may change someday, but most of the time I'm like, yeah, I can't afford that. That's ridiculous. I can't pay that much for a base. Yo, dude. You know the band Death from Above? I know that name, but I don't know any tracks. I never listened to them. I do remember that name, yeah. Biznot, I got my Amscope arm today, and holy hell, that thing, I know, right? I use it as a camera dolly now, or camera jib. Like, here, I'm trying not to, it's so beefy that I have to be careful because it gets really close to my monitors, and I'm like, I can just see myself. Oh wait, which way is this going? Ah, well, whatever. Here, let me twist this around once so it goes. There we go, that's better. So yeah, this thing is enormous. It's bigger than me, for Christ's sakes. And it's super, super beefy. This lock here changes the pressure on this, whatever. This fucking spring-loaded thing that can take a buttload of weight, considering. And then, yeah, it stabilizes the thing you notice, and I've been kind of tinkering with on trying to get this to be easier to work with and so forth, is you notice, like, man, that thing is so heavy and that steel's so rigid. Oh yeah, it takes care of vibrations. So, you know, you can, oh shit. There it is with its center of gravity really, really close to the center, so it's not shaking at all, and I'm hitting the table. Or it is shaking, but it's not that bad. So it's I don't know. It's expensive, that arm, but I mean, you know, you can do really cool camera pans. I think that's where I'm gonna have to go, Fire. I think I'm gonna have to go with a jazz bass, to be honest with you. Everything I look at, I was watching an old video of, I think it's like Dick Cavett show or something. This guy, I think he was explaining that, you know, the bass and he's basically kind of the inventors of the slap pop technique, and he was going through it, and the bass he had was this nice Fender jazz bass. It's not a neck through, but I don't think it was. The desk to match its beefiness. So I attached mine to this, to a desk that's separate from this. Here, let me kind of, oh, no, you're gonna make life really bad. All right, there we go. So here's where mine is attached. It's separate from the table that I'm working on, which helps a great deal, but I think you can get by if you just attach it to the same table. I just did that as kind of an added protection for people's sanity in the stream. Oh, weird. Clear plastic pipe string. Tonight, Dan Armstrong. Check it out. Oh, weird. Oh, I think I've seen this. This looks familiar. Wow. That's neat. So, I'm pretty sure these are going to be damn clean. Not just clean, but damn clean. Oh yeah, let me undo that. I'm going to get a freshie here. This one already looks... I don't know if that's... maybe a testament to what I've touched. Why did I put these here? I need to shut this lid. This concentration of alcohol is a little noxious. As in noxious gas. Coming to a theater near you. Rated R. Okay, so let's continue down. Oh my god, my nose. Damn it. No. No, Grumman. So, I think all that's left on here is to put these caps on, which I know is going to be a fun challenge, and I won't mistakenly wait until later to do it. And then we've got these switches. I'm pretty sure we have all these switches. The button, I still didn't find this button. So we may have an issue there. But I think if we put everything on, the button might turn up. And then these guys, this has a button too, so I need 3 buttons all together. And I cannot find a single fucking one. So weird. But anyways, like I said, I kind of think they're going to turn up. But this is the same thing. It's just some pots and some jacks. And yeah, this thing's ready. Yeah, oh cool. So we'll have we'll put all 3 of these together. And we'll give them a test. I have no idea how long that's going to take today. And it doesn't feel like it would take that long, but I have been way the fuck off about those things. So I'm just going to quit guessing. Just going to roll with it, baby. Oh, you know what? After that, we still have to go through and re-inventory the, the Plague of Demons. And see if there's anything left on that. And we have a couple of other things. So we do have a couple of things we can work on, but all in all. Okay, a little side note about my camper laptop setup. I bought a set of right angle USB adapters to plug in my devices. They allow me to put the laptop on the shelf. I tried out the DVD drive to work okay, but I tried plugging in the Elgato product capture card and the face cam, but the video signal keeps freezing when running it through an adapter. I don't know. Sometimes those, I don't know, you could try just removing those links in between. If you remove the links in between and the problem goes away, then it's those links. And they either don't work or there's something else needs to be added to it. I don't know. I have an unused USB-C port on the other side of the laptop, but I wonder if I can replace the face cam USB-C to USB-A to straight USB-C cable straight for the camera signal. All those cables exist. I have them. I use them. Oh wait, what's R30 on here? That does not have stuff on it. I know there's some you're supposed to skip. Let's see, AR, there we go. And then I'm missing R30 on this board, as I can see, and cannot scroll. No, not supposed to. Oh wait, do not install anything for our, okay. There it is, and I just got this. Just do this. All right. Yeah, I've noticed that too, Chaos, over the time I've been spending it. And video is the worst. Video is absolutely the worst. So. All right, so we're good on this. Let's go ahead and grab our bucket here of stuff we can use. Bucket of stuff we can use, the things and stuff. Still don't see that damn part that I'm missing. Well, I had a bunch of switches. Where'd I put them all? I thought I had them all separated. Maybe not. Maybe that was a dream. Oh, it is. It was. Might be. Nope, that's not it. That's what I'm looking for. Wait a minute. Yep. Nope. Wait a minute. Now, where are the switches I bought? So I bought a bunch of switches for these. Or so I recall. I may have to... I don't even know what this is for, but I separated all these. Oh, wait a minute. This is for... No, I don't know. Oh my god. My nose keeps itching. Ah. Damn. That was a good sneeze. Hey, Skiz, welcome in. Forget. Is the breakdown good? I'm not quite sure how to interpret that. Oh my gosh. No, my nose. Huh. Alright. Let's go searching for components. Oh. This looks favorable. Here are 3. Jackpot. These are the switches I was looking for earlier. Alright, well I think we're on to something here. I'm gonna keep digging in here till I find what I need. These are regular switches, these are buttons. Here is something, what is this? Heat sinks. I don't want no heat sinks. More heat sinks. Why do I have so many heat sinks? I live in the desert. It's always hot. Just get used to it. Alright, let's get rid of this bag of pot. Got a bunch of foam here, a bunch of jacks and crap. Oh, here's some switches. I'm not sure if they'll work, but I'll pull them out and see. Those won't work. So the rest of this is not important to me. Now, there's another box here. But I'm pretty sure this box is complete garbage. It's like, yeah, there's like no switches in here. So it is possible I never ordered the switches. Although I kind of remember having them, so. Oh, here's LEDs. And we don't want this right now. Let's put it over here. No, it's trying to find parts I thought I bought. Man, I really did think... Yeah, I really remember buying switches with little pins. Let's see, I need one. And then I need a... don't understand where those went. Well, let me grab... So I have a place where I put switches, but I'm almost positive I don't have any pin switches. Or, you know, ones with pin headers. The ones I bought aren't even right. Like, all of these need to have pin leads. I don't think I have any switches that do that. So, I may not have ordered it. So we may have to, we may not be able to fully test this. I'll get some switches well, not overnighted, but I'll get them in here by Sunday stream. Huh, that's a real bummer. It's weird though, because I kind of have like this memory of getting these switches. But I have a lot of memories that are fake. A lot. Doctors say my brain no good. They even amazed I talk so well. See, I said well instead of good twice. All right. There it goes again. And that problem's still here. Man. What the hell? Just looking in these bags here. I've got other boxes. But yeah, I don't know where those switches would have gone. No. Yeah, I do not know, said me. Me said. Alright, well, fucking sucks, but lots of things do. We'll just go ahead and put everything else on except that. And maybe I'll run across the switches. I'll do some cleaning, I guess, but I do remember being hesitant on purchasing the switches because they were really expensive. But, well, whatever. We'll do everything else. All my USB-C cables carry. Video came with gold-plated connectors. Do you think? A lot of the time it's insulation. Like you need. We were just talking about this yesterday. We were talking about this show I worked years ago, where they hired a guy to be a video wall engineer, and that's a video wall engineer is not an over trumped up term. It's very, very complicated. The guy was explained how to set it up at the shop. He got to the show, it just dive bombed on and on and on. He blamed all these ridiculous issues. Turned out, he one of the primary things he did that caused it not to work was not using shielded Ethernet, like Cat 6. It wasn't plus, but it was like Cat 6, you know, with the shielding all the way to the head. And that was really important that you have the shielding go all the way into the head, because if there's a gap, then it just acts like a little antenna and picks up garbage. USB, although a different protocol, still suffers from those kind of issues because it's just pulses going down a wire. And if you put too much noise in there and the error correction can't figure it out, it'll I'm not saying that's the case, but it can be. It can be a case. Pot. Looking for pot. Pot. Pie. There we go. Alpha 9. Oh, Lord. I need 2 1 mega ohm logarithmic motherfuckers. What's the other one? There's like a third. There's a third here. Says Joe Rogan. No, I don't. Where's the other pot? Oh, down here. 10K. So, which one is a 10K? R3. So the bottom one is a 10K, and the other 2 are 1 mega ohm. Got it. Got it. Wait, what? What was it all again? I forgot. So these are, I think these are one of them. Let's see, are these the, oh, there's 2 different ones in here. These are B100Ks. We don't want that. We want B10. This is an Alpha 500. I don't want that. Oh my god, it's so weird. I grabbed this bag and every one of them is turned the wrong direction. Oh, there's different ones in here. It's like a mix. It's like a salad of pots. A delicious salad of pots. Oh, good God. Well, here's our 1 meg alpha that we need. Oh no, we need 2 of those, don't we? There's a 500B. Here is a B1 meg. God, this is all over the place. Here's our other alpha 1 meg, B1 meg, B100, B50. Oh yeah, I didn't use that one. I used something different. And then B500. What's this guy? 50. I need a 10K pot. Uh, 25K, that's kind of close. Don't forget to eat your greens. You know, I actually, last night I ate a bunch of kind of good for me food. Well, someone came in, I don't know. So someone in chat asked if I had liposuction, and I kind of took it personally. I was like, "Oh, do I look like a? Am I looking old or something?" Oh, and so I've kind of it kind of like prompted me, like, man, I should probably start working out a little bit better. Yeah, your skin is flabby and pale. Yeah, pretty much. I kind of got that. I was like, oh, okay. Fuck you? I don't know. I mean, I didn't say that. I just was more like kind of taken aback. I was like, wow, you know? Okay. What was weird was the question was so innocuous. It was just like out of nowhere. And either way, it kind of stuck in my craw, and I started like thinking like, all right, man, you're gonna look in the past, and this is either gonna be that hint you got that you ignored, or that thing that you got that you were like, oh shit, I better start doing this. Dude, there's no 100, there's no 10Ks or 20Ks in this whole setup. Closest I have is a 25, which I'm gonna guess is gonna have to work. Does he say? No, he says a 10K, so that's not gonna work at all. I thought it was a 20K. I've been looking for a 10K this whole time. I don't even think I found that. Yeah, maybe it was intended as a compliment, but all I did was like look at myself in the cameras and go, yeah, where is my chin, goddammit? And look at that neck. What's happening there? Come on, man, you're not even that old yet. Look at Wayne Brady or whatever. Look at whoever. Put famous person name here. Who's older than me and looks great. Come on, get your game on. So this is a bit of an issue. Hey! Well, that's good news. I found that. I thought I lost that. Yay. Alright, I may have used the 10K for something. So I may have to reorder one. Because I cannot. They're clean. I don't think I've ever used one before. The client is a huge MFOS fan. Has built a lot of Ray's stuff. I'm gonna see if I can kind of quasi organize these back into a good pile. These are 50s, these are 100s, these are 500s. Huh? B1, so these are all bees buzzing around. Carl Pultanilowski. Just say Carl, it's alright. Don't worry about it. Yeah, yesterday we was doing a Meatwad thing, and the little meat man was turning it up. Bazinga! You know what I'm talking about. This guy over here. Oh, I'm sorry. You person who I have not assigned
or assumed a gender too. I'm hip. I went to classes. Court appointed. 4 months. That judge broad told me, you gotta take sensitivity classes. And I said, I am not painting no pansies. I'm just imagining Carl, like, goes to the judge. And the judge is like, you gotta take sensitivity training classes or something like that. Like, court appointed because he... You know, because I was just being nice to a broad, telling her to show me that ass. And, yeah, then I wound up in jail. Didn't help that I was drunk. Well, that's what my attorney said. Boy, that guy had some problems. Every 4 minutes, he'd look over at me and say, who the hell are you? And I'd say, I'm your client. He said, oh God, I thought this was a nightmare. Funny dude.
Did I just put away all the parts I needed? I did. It's very smart of me. Oh well. I think I'm going to skip this AR right now because we really don't have anything to put on it other than the button and some jacks. Oh wait, this isn't it. This is it. Yeah, I don't have the switches. I can't find the switches. That's more accurate. I cannot locate them. I thought I bought them, but I'm not sure I bought them. So I remember that was something I was like kind of debating because they're stupid expensive right now. I don't, you know, people talk about the chip shortage. Let's talk about the electromechanical shortage. It's rough out there. Oh, you know what? Let's put the caps on here. Let's do that. Let's put caps on all these guys before we go nuts. And that will take care of all the other problems that we have. I told our broad I can pay for no pansy ass classes with some jackass. There you go. Thank you. With some jackass, and plus, you know, that's money. Money for beer. That's important economics. You'll learn that in Econ 101. Know what I mean, Fryman? Yeah, Carl. Hey, Carl, hey, Fryman, can you borrow my Nintendo Switch? Does that help? Oh, no, you can't. You can borrow my... I fucked that up. I went right up to that Judge Broad and I said, what? You can't do that to me! I'm a taxpayer! And then they asked the last year I paid taxes because they didn't have any records. Oh God, things got worse from there. Oh God. I should mime it because I'm miming in my mind. I'm a taxpayer. And then they said, what was the last year you paid taxes? Because we don't have any for the last 12. And then things got really bad. Wait, I put this thing in upside down. Let me tell you, Fryman, you do not want an audit on one of those tight-necked agents. That's great dialogue. And one of those tight-necked agents looking at my finances. And you know, there's a lot of charges for adult entertainment. I'm talking porn, Fryman. Lots of it. Gigs and gigs. Terabytes. Fryman, do you know what a petabyte is? I just found out. A petabyte is... At first I thought it was something you get at like
the falafel place or whatever those weird places are, but no. It's the amount of data I have exceeded this month. My ISP is sparing down my neck, Fry Man. You gotta help me out. Can I, like, aren't you a science person? Can't you do some compression? Don't you like one of those science persons? Don't you have a hard drive or something I can borrow? Oh, my hard drives are full, Carl. Never tried to do Frylock. That's terrible. Oh, my hard drives are full, Carl. Oh, yeah. You think you're fucking... You doesn't swear. You think you're so special. Actually, I guess he does. You with your big house. Carl, your house is bigger than mine. Oh, yeah, let's bring that up, Marxist. I'm going, Carl. All right. Say, you gonna give me that hard drive? No. All right. Watch your back. Oh my God, let's see right. Your laser eyes, don't own a frickin' sweet ride like that, though. That is true, Carl. You're jealous. No, I'm not. You wish you were. Sure. Yeah, I get it. Actually, I don't want to do this. Let's do it this way. All right. Let's thunder down on this one. Damn. Oh, yeah. Got the light coming straight in. Let me angle it. All right. 1, 2, 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. Three, 4, hit the door. 5, 6, have you tried Rix? Web-based services? Rix is an easy and intuitive way to learn about the internet. Oh yeah. I'm trying to remember their names. I should have this memorized by now. I've watched that video so many times. I was thinking earlier, I was like, man, I haven't watched it in like 2 weeks. That's weird. And their names are kind of a joke too. A little note to our viewers, the light of Halley's Comet is so bright that when you try to close your eyes, it doesn't quite work as the light goes completely through your eyelids. Shines completely through your eyelids. Well, that'll be our station sign off. Edgar, it was wonderful working with you. Hold on. It looks like the synthsters are communicating a code, or communicating a plan in synth code. I love those little bends. Little synth bends. Edgar Tangram, that's right. It's Edgar. Edgar Tangram. And so, oh man, it's on the tip of my tongue. This one proves to be a high watermark in the world of synths. These three synth legends have been known to score a film or two, but tonight they'll be filming something greater. A comet! Halley's Comet! It's that 0.42 distance that makes it seem that much bigger. Zed Centauri, thank you so much. Here, Edward Tangram with my host, Ed Centauri. And Ulf. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Zed. That was my favorite joke, too, when they cut to him. And he's like, and let's cut to Ulf. Ulf? Ulf! Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Zed. It looks like President Carter is getting into the spaceship and leaving for a assumed arc. Looks like the canaries in the coal mine. Let's do our station sign off. Hold on, Zed. Captain Zarelli and Captain Zarelli's mandolin. A pure pulsating ball of light. And here we see Zangelix giving a blessing upon Thanos, the Wonder Child. Thanos, the Wonder Child. We might have to. We may have like a little snack time and watch that later. It's been. I thought it would get old, but it hasn't yet. It hasn't yet. And Thanos, I keep saying Thanos. Panos, an acute cosmic sociopath. Syntiopath. Syntiopath? What, yeah. Acute cosmic syntiopath. I can't remember how they phrase that. Acute cosmic symbiopath. I think that's how it was. Symbiopath. Is reeling in an epileptic fit. I know, right? It's just it's just all there's just so many jokes. It's kind of like it's kind of reminiscent of like an airplane movie, or a Zucker Abrams movie. Like, there's just so many jokes that even the ones you're kind of like a little bit tired of hearing, you're like, well, that's okay, because they're nestled between this joke, which is still really funny, and these 19 other jokes that are hilarious too. So I'll get by. There's just too much comedy going on in that whole bit. And it's all weird synth jokes and just weird nonsense jokes too. Ah, don't do that, buddy. This is way harder to do. I may have wanted to do this a different way. Oh well. Let's see if I can get my iron in this little tiny space. And I don't have a good feeling. Yeah, I didn't think this through. Let's take this guy off. So I think I'm gonna have to do gonna have to heat the board up from the underside. I can't get my iron in here. It won't work. I mean, maybe, well, I don't know. And then I melted this thing, which makes me mad. There's no components on the other side. We could do it. We could do it. Oh my God, Mr. X gonna get y'all. X gonna give it to you. Come about surprise when you open up your eyes. It's flies. Those aren't the real lyrics, but they should be. Extra, extra, extra long guile. I don't know if long, man. Extra, extra guile. Extra flavor for that extra long moment. Extra guile for that extra awesome stuff. I don't know. No. That's probably why I got fired from those guys. Probably exciting suit. You're right. You're right. So I think the only way to solder these things on is to heat the board from the underside, which I've seen Northridge do, but I've never tried myself. Let's do it. It'll be a little weird because I'm gonna have to actually take this thing off the edge for it to work. Get some new caps. Yeah, I could do it this way, actually, it looks like. I'll use this one to stabilize it a little bit more. So yeah, I would heat it up from under here. Okay, let's do it. Let's first, actually, I think I need to tin the pads. I took the solder off, but it's dawning on me that I'm gonna have to just put it right back on. So I can't use hot air coming down on it because those caps will pop. They can't take the heat, and there's not really an easy way to do it since we're gonna have to heat it up directly. In fact, I probably, when I do this, I should be careful not to zap myself. So let's get that. Let's put, I think I threw the one I didn't like out. Nope, this is a good one. We'll place it here after we're done. Let me get a fresh one because that other one I was kind of mean to. Well, I melted it. Casing. And I'd like these to look near perfect. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna put these components in their little spots. We're gonna take the board and have it hang just off the table, and I'm gonna aim the hot air station right on the underside of the board. The board will eventually get hot enough to where the solder will liquefy, and then we could just tap the caps into place, remove the heat, wait, because it'll take a while for the board to cool down, and then it'll eventually solidify the solder, and we're done. And I think it's just this one we might have to do it to. Yeah, it's just going to be this one. The other ones won't have to, so. Ooh, a one-off. I've never done this trick, but I watched it on TV. So that sounds safe. Watched it on TV lots of times. I watched a YouTube video on it. There we go. Oh man, can my hot air station make it. There we go. So I'm at 320 and just got the hot air blowing on the underside of this. I don't have the airspeed up. I guess I could crank the airspeed up. I'm gonna take one of my ears out just so I can hear. You can see the flux starting to melt. Or not melt. Yeah, melt actually. It's not there yet. I've got the air up at 320. Should be hot enough. But yeah, I'm not seeing these guys really melt very well. Yeah, they're not melting. I'm gonna take my temperature up to 380. Oops. And that should do it. 380 is usually how I roll, but I don't know. There's the one on the left. Let's get the one on the right. This is so tricky. All right. That looks good to me. We'll let that cool down. It's going to take a little bit. A lot of smoke there. Hopefully nothing pops. You can kind of see it. There we go. Smoke blowing away. It is still liquid on there. Man, it doesn't look like this one, the top left one, got enough solder. I'll tack it because I pushed it this way so it'd be easier, but we'll do a physical, we'll just kind of pull on them after it's cooled down to make sure that it works. Hey, Twambra, how was it terrifying? You worried it's gonna pop? Pop. All right, I think that's, here, let's put some alcohol on it to cool it down a little bit faster. All right, so this one is on there nice and solid. I love it. Let's check out this guy. Same here. Let's make sure, I know we bopped this dude, but he was okay, and this guy's okay. And this guy's okay. All right, that's good. I just want to put a little tiny amount of solder right on this little point here. Okay, that feels better. I know it was sealed underneath, but I needed it to be sealed from above. All right. That was cool. I've never done that technique. There's no damage on the underside of the board.
Look at that, it looks fine. And we hit right here. It's still pretty warm. And yeah, no damage, no nothing. And, oh, these look nice, actually. Oh, they're nice and plumb. All right. Now I know. Yo, Joe. Oh, well, what's this guy? Huh. All right. Oh, my goodness. Let me fix my headphones. I pulled this off. I just wanted to hear the hot air station in case it was making any weird noises. Active blade percussion soldiering. Oh, no. Thanks, Plumber. Yeah, no. So, anybody that just came in, I just tried this technique. It actually works really well. I'm pretty hyped. So I just put the board to hang out on the side of the table, and I hit the hot air from right underneath here. That way there was no direct heat hitting these caps, because these things will pop and if you get them too hot. And so, but if you heat up the board, you know, that's going to be hotter, and that's going to melt first before the heat finally makes it to the caps, and then they pop. But the other way down, with the heat coming down, those get hot first, then the board. So we heated it up, and yeah, it worked like a champion. If it wasn't so crowded and tight, it, You're too nice. You're too nice. So yeah, cool. Well, now I have that in my toolbox, and it wasn't nearly as hard as I thought. Every time I watch someone solder and I see some technique they do, I learned a long time ago, it looks really easy, and then when you try to do it, it's really hard. The thing. Anyways. And so I always expect these things to be really difficult, and they weren't. It wasn't too bad. Could have been worse. Nice demo too. Awesome. Thank you. That's good. That's good to hear. That is good to hear. I like that. So I don't know if we could do that with the rest of these conscionably. Conscionably?
It's a bold strategy. Come on and see if it pays off.
Ed, welcome Zed. Welcome Ned, welcome Zed. We see Mario Zarelli getting quite friendly with East German tennis player. There's so many jokes. Oh, guys, we got a battle royale kicking in. Yeah, dude. Well, it was the you've seen the Lords of the Scents thing, haven't you, Mr. X? So there's it takes place during Halley's Comet, which I think was like 1983 or 84 or something like that. And yeah, we watch it a lot on stream. Well, one of the jokes that's in there, because there's so many and they're all just kind of like, and you don't even feel like they're a punchline at all. But one was East German tennis player, blah, blah, blah. I can't remember her name. It was just like, what? What universe is this? It seems weird. Oh, man. Oh, my God. I totally... Man, we've been an hour and a half, and I forgot to put the heart thing up. All right, it's kicking on. Oh my gosh, we won't have any data. This is like boring. This is like when I forget to put the... Oh, shit. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, I said start. Now it's working. 500 pieces of gold.
Oh, who pulled a boss battle? Hard. Oh, Mr. X turning up the knob. The volume knob, not the... Anyways. It was kind of fun. Maybe we could do it with these other ones. Let's do it. It'll just be an easier way to solder these things on because the leads are so tiny and it's such a butt in the pain to do. Why not do it the easy way? Oh yeah, I took my gloves off because I wanted to take them off. I don't know. They're just getting uncomfortable. Oh my gosh, I apologize. Yes, exclamation point join, guys. Excuse me, exclamation point warrior, priest, or mage will get you into the game. We got a warrior, exclamation warrior, priest, mate, there we go. All right. What do we got? We got 4 people. All right, 4 people, 3 bots. Best of luck, best of luck. I like this jam. Ah, this guy sucks. I'm just gonna put it that way. We will die side by side. What is this, fucking Braveheart? Jesus Christ. You're just beating the douche king. Oops. There we go. The douche king. Nope. Royal Quake. That sounds awful. I wouldn't want a Royal Quake. I just got checked on really quick. I'm sorry, guys. All right, both his feet are on fire. That's a good sign.
Nice, nice, nice. Good job, Wambra. Oh, what's he doing? What's he? Ah, I hate this shit. Hadouken. At least it's a bot. All right, so the bot casted demoralized. No one else needs to cast it. If you're a warrior, I would suggest an attack. What the hell? Damn. That's a lot of hits. Oh, oh, hey, hey. I gotta sound like Andrew Dice Clay. Hey, hey, oh. Well, maybe just more Jersey. Or from Staten Island. All right, you got like a third down on this guy. There we go. We got some pain being brought on there. The firebolt. All right, while you guys are doing that, I'm gonna pull out 2 more caps. Well, 1 more cap, because the Sullivan's not so bad. I thought I beat the crap out of it, but... Oh wait, there's a different size one here. What is that guy? This is the ADSR. Oh, wow. You know, I sometimes wonder if other people are just as moronic as me, or I'm an extra special kind of moronic. You know, like an idiot savant. I think that might be it. Like, but not the savant. Just like savant counteracts to from idiot to. He's all right. He's kind of smart. I think that's where I'm at. My entire life. Oh my god. Yeah. I think I am probably getting stupider as time goes on. Actually, I'm positive of that. Oh my gosh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, no one's cast Demoralize. Ah, Hadouken, Duken. Who's that that's left?
can't. Mr. Ed, oh mate, good luck. Good call, good call. That way, he's not gonna kill you on this hit. Maybe. Oh wait, he's doing the teleported, so you can't physically hit him.
It was at this moment that he knew that he fucked up.
What the hell? Okay, there we go. I was like, where's the... So if you hit Mortal Strike, it may miss him. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. But there's nothing else you can do. I mean, it wouldn't. It was bad luck there, for sure. Man, what's he doing? It's like he's taking off. He's like a little jet engine. Pew pew. Or he's farting at his feet. Is that what the animation is? Feet farts. I experience those daily. That makes me sympathize with the Mad King. Oh, oh. Ouch. Well, I'll tell you what. The deck was way stacked against you guys. First off, it's a hard boss. Those are, I didn't nerf any of that, so those are really difficult. And then 2, not a full team. 3, I probably should have helped out a little bit and coached a little. Although I looked up and I saw that it was like you guys were doing, you know, all the buffs were up, the nerfs were up. So I was like, oh, I don't have to. I'll come in a minute. And so yeah, that was gonna be a tough one to win, especially without a full team. And you know, there was some bad luck there. Like that last move, you know, it was obvious you need to do a demoralize, but he of course made himself teleport, so you know it's just stupid timing. Even if so, though, his next hit would have killed anyway, so there was really no coming back after the priest was lost. But whatever, still GG, still fun. Here, this will make you feel better. So remember those switches I was looking for everywhere? Oh, I put them here. Like an idiot, I put them here. A long time ago, like about a week. I'm probably an idiot who doesn't know it. Who's not quite sure of it. I'm going to make a musical. It's going to be entitled Les Miserables. It's gonna be a hit. Priests can heal themselves. You can always heal yourself. Yeah. Oh no, that happens. That one's the worst. Really? That one's the one where you're just like, God damn it. Oh, I had some fish food. I fell asleep, and it's on these little plastic, you know, wraps. It's very, very sticky. And I guess I moved my laptop onto it, and I got up the next day, and it was just stuck to the bottom of my laptop, and I tried to get as much off as I could, but I really didn't much. It was kind of like a, I fed the fishes with it. I was like, I think it got contaminated. God damn it. Probably gonna throw it away or save it for a rainy day. It wasn't a total loss, but it was a monumentous loss. No, it wasn't that bad, but it wasn't that good. So I'm just now noticing I'm supposed to have a 15 microfarad electrolytic cap. I'm supposed to have 2 of those for this, and I have none of those for this. I don't know if that's good or bad. So I'm going to look it up in the good book. Oh, wait. Right. The big caps I throw in the 1206 box. I needed one. No. What the fuck did I need? I need 15 microfarad? What the fuck does that mean? Jesus Christ. Oh, I don't have it. Why don't I have it? Alright, I guess I got more ordering to do. That's crazy. Why don't I have 15 microfarad? I have a shit ton of these 10s. Let me check one other spot. No. Alright. I don't know. I don't know what happened. Whatever. I guess we'll go back to this one. Oh yeah, but we don't have the 10. Yeah, fuck. Oh well, we'll put. We have all the surface mount stuff on, so we can at least put the through hole stuff on this one. So we'll see. Hey, Stolarex! Welcome in, mate. What kind of fish? I think I threw the wrapper away on this one. Oh, I think it was Chemdog. Use a 4.7 and a 10. Like just tie them together, have them make like a little A-frame. Nah. They need to be electrolytic caps. It's fine. They're probably in one of these fucking containers, and in fact, let me just, for the sake of humility, let me make sure that they're not in one of these containers. One more time. I don't see it here. That was an over. Yeah, I just have these caps, and I don't see the 15s. It's weird that I forgot about that one. But not surprising. Whatever. It is what it is. I'll get over it. We just, honestly, I won't really give a shit. So we could populate the through hole on here, because I'm not going to do this technique for this cap because it really, really doesn't need it. Here, I'll show you. So see how big those footprints are? And then we go over to this guy. And it's quite a bit bigger. The tabs go out further. And there's a ton of room on either side. So I mean, we'll play it by ear, but I think we can get by with putting them on now. Just a little extra, chef's kiss. I bought over $1,500 worth of electronics off Amazon and still don't have what I need. Oh, God. Oh, gosh. That is not fun. Oh wait, I forgot to tend these. God damn it. I knew there was something wrong. All right. Turn the light up. And then this guy. All right. Let's see if we can do 2 for 2. I think it'll work. I think what I'm discovering a lot with solder, like I'm trying to find like good advice, you know, and I think the advice I keep running into is like, oh, you need patience. It really sometimes just takes a long time for something to happen. Those videos, I think they're sped up. And they are actually, because it's so slow and it takes forever. Yeah, shatter, exactly. It was shatter. That's all right. I'll live. All right, so, sorry. We got our hot air here. Should probably not aim it at anything. And then we've got our board hanging off the edge. And I'm just gonna heat it up from underneath. Yeah, I'm gonna kick this over just a little bit more so I don't have to worry about my table starting to smell. We're just gonna do that. Oops, yeah, I should remember that the camera's gonna be here. Just realized these vent holes on the side, I gotta kind of be mindful of. So I'm aiming the hot air more at this guy, and I'm hoping that the heat will just transfer across because I don't want that hot air to come up through here and start heating the edges of this this cap. So we're at 380C right now. As you can see, the board's not even. There we go. Now it's starting to happen. Let me add a little bit more flux. Yeah, everybody's liquefied again. So let's tap everything into place. It still could go a little bit longer. Well, now there's that in there, I can actually kind of see if the air is pushing through at all. Should have got a bigger piece for this. Yeah. Push this back. I kind of put too much pressure. All right. Now let's heat this guy up here.
You can see the state change on the bottom. There we go. There, it's all nice and squishy. I might have to put a little extra solder on the tip, but that is that. And now I'll just let that cool. You can see the delicious smoke coming off. To inhale it is to die by it. Maybe that's why I'm no smart think good. Smoke make brain bad. Brain no good, bad. Smoke problem. Not brain problem. Not old man problem.
Brand new!
Oh my God. Nashido with that follow. Welcome in, yo. Love that I found this. I am taking a low voltage digital electronics course at the moment. Oh, welcome in. I just soldered my grandma's 2019 Ford Edge back together. More rat damage. Dealer wanted 5K, and I got it done in a day. Yeah, and that's why they probably wanted 5K, because they're like, oh my God, it's gonna take me like a whole day. Nice. Nice, mate. Hey, Bayou, welcome in, mate. All right, I think these are dry. Yeah, look at that. That's nice and hard. Let me wiggle this kid. Oh, it ain't going nowhere. Yeah, these guys are on like Megatron at dawn. You understand me, King Kong? There we go. So I still had to put one there, but I think I can just do it with an iron, which is usually what I do. I just want to try this out. And yeah, look at that. No damage to the underside of the board. It's not even discolored. I'm really trying to... Nice. Very nice. Let's give this guy a little alcohol bath to wash those sorrows away. Don't worry. No judgments here. You heading out, mate? No worries, no worries. Yeah, I'm in IT, but this new job I got requires low voltage, so I might as well learn it. Yeah. Well, welcome in. What we do electronics repairs and builds and stuff like that. We don't do a whole lot of designing, but that's just because we got all this other stuff to do. That's honest answer when I think about it. We're just so busy with other crap that when we get rid of that, then we'll do that other stuff. But yeah, we focus on audio electronics. These are Eurorack modules, which is a really popular form of synthesis. It's been gaining a lot of traction over the last 15 years. And it's... Here, I'll show you. Do I have a module? Oh, yeah. Here. Here's a module that needs to get repaired. I still wanted to reach out to the manufacturer and see if they would be nice to me, but no. It's kind of a... Oops. It's kind of a crapshoot. So here's one of the modules. So the height is always the same, and you just have a power connection in the back. All the other connections are made up front. It's a real insane thing. You can have a custom this and a certain that. So you can mix. For example, you can mix like a Moog this and an ARP that and a Roland this and a Korg that, and create these like custom synthesizers, in minutes and seconds. Yeah, I had to learn the voltage working on the cars. Not everything is 12 volts. Most sensors start at 0.5. Huh, that's weird. Seems like asking for trouble. But yeah, anyways, we do repairs and builds here and stuff like that. And then the last week of the month, we hang out in Jamtown.
Now these upcoming months, I'm also a freelance audio engineer. So we stream Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. This upcoming months, I was just looking at it. They're going to be a little wonky. Like next week, I took a couple of days, but on the days that I'm not working, I'll be streaming, and is kind of the plan. And then I have some shows in March. In April, March is in San Antonio, so we'll be in San Antonio. Whenever I'm out of town, we'll do IRL streams. I take my phone, and I have a little rig that I've kind of put together that works all right. It could be better, but for our purposes, I think it's fine. And then we'll go and hang out. It's just hanging out, having dinner and stuff like that. It's sometimes. Well, I haven't yet. I haven't had any shows where really the AV is anything interesting that I'm working with. So, but if we ever do, I will absolutely take you guys on a tour of that. If I can even get like maybe an interview with one of the engineers or anything, you know, just like, hey, you want to answer some questions? Oh, you know, someone wants to know how bright that projector is. Oh, so-and-so wants to know how much that projector costs, or how much a video switcher like that costs, you know. And we could do something like that. That might be fun, but usually it doesn't work out that way. I got, hi, good evening. Hey, good evening, night, day may do. I don't know. Yeah, welcome in, Der Green. You got a lot of family in San Antonio? Let's go. I don't think I've been to San Antonio before. I can't recall being there. I mean, I grew up in Oklahoma, so I was right next to Texas. So, you know, kind of obviously going to happen. But I don't know. Maybe I did, but it was like so long ago as a kid. One of the other things we do here as well is we're goofy. We're really goofy. And to celebrate the goofiness, we have a thing here called Dance Party. Dance Party is basically part of your synth points. You know, you accumulate them as you hang out. You can utilize those synth points in the dance party, or to generate a dance party, to evoke one. And yeah, they basically, I don't know, they kind of just go like this. is how we do a little thing we call the dance party. There's variations. In fact, I think I may have forgotten. Oh, sorry. May have forgotten to evoke all the variations. In fact, I know I didn't. So I was like, oh yeah, you know, whatever. Oh wow. I became a big boy all of a sudden. That was nice. Where's it? What's our numbers at? There, look at that, buck 11. Oh, and I knocked the board out. Hope I didn't put the components on it. Don't think I did. We'll find out in a minute. Thanks, mates. Thank you, Mr. Poopy Butthole. And we polished that off. We've topped that off with it. Polished top. We tint it. We tint it with a dab. There you go. That's a new term. I know some nerds, but well, oh yeah. We gotta keep it up. I gotta keep exercise. Someone said I don't know if they were saying I looked out of shape or something. I don't know. I took it like that though, and so now I'm like really sad inside. No, I'm thinking I should exercise more. I'm getting too old. Let's see, here we go. All right, so I forgot to re-enable air drums. Oh, I never did have jams. Oh, Jesus Christ. And we got the longest note. We've got, you know, we haven't enabled in a while. I don't know if Wamba is in the chat or not, but we haven't done Chug Chug. And I actually had, yeah, you know, I'm gonna enable Chug Chug in there, just for today, just for fun. And we got air drums back in there too. So everyone's happy. I said everyone's happy. And it with the lieutenant. Oh, we need to get a solder wick emote. So yeah, no, I made the soldering iron emote over the weekend, but I'm like realizing I need to make some smoke. I just need to do it. But then, yeah, so there's the idea for solder wick, and I don't know how to do flux. I mean, flux could be mistaken for many other things, you know, and I definitely don't want to be in the middle of that predicament. I just want to avoid that, you know? Like, you know, you could go into that biker bar where those people, they're probably going to give you a hard time, or you can just go to the Applebee's and get drunk there. Which one would you rather do? Come on. No one wants to try to match wits with the bikers from Terminator 2. That's what's going on. I think I'm going a little nuts. That's awesome. Oh yeah, the dab. Right. So I think we're still good on this. You know, like a biker bar, like from Terminator 2, where he goes in and he's like, I want your clothes and your motorcycle. And then he like throws the dude on the grill. You want to go into the biker bar? Start some fights. I don't know. I'm just in my imaginary. Oh. In this hypothetical imaginary situation with the biker bar, they're going to start shit with you. You're going to get into a fight, or you're going to have to leave to avoid a fight, which is almost as bad as an actual getting into a fight, I think. I mean, you know, some people may disagree, but I don't.
The whiskey is cheap. I don't really care for cheap whiskey. That's not fun. And I mean, the biker bar, I'm not really, it's just a metaphor. I'm not literally saying that. I'm just saying, like, in the metaphor, you've got a biker bar where you might get enough, these people are going to give you a hard time, or the Applebee's, where you can just drink there all your own. You're going to listen to, like, some Karens, Todds complain and stuff, but, you know, whatever. It's better than getting in a fight with a guy in the bathroom because you're taking too long to pee. How are you going to explain that to the cops? Well, yeah, I was in the bathroom and they were like, hurry up, and then they just punched me with my pants around my ankles, so I went down, and then they just started kicking the shit out of me. So that was where the shit came from. No, the shit was there earlier. I was just speaking metaphorically. I'm literally talking about the stereotypical, or like whatever. I'm talking about a stereotypical biker bar. I don't mean, man, I picked the wrong metaphor. I picked the wrong example. My bad. Let's see. So you could pick the bar from
Understand the procedure now. Just stop a few of their machines, and radios, telephones, lawnmowers. Throw them into darkness for a few hours, and then sit back and watch the pattern. And this pattern is always the same, with few variations. They pick the most dangerous enemy they can find, and it's themselves.
Good timing. You done fucked up. I guess I did. That delay needs more reverb? Okay. I'll try. Do what I can. Uh-oh, that was the wrong button. I love that the fade to black button is an enormous button and a button you almost never use. It is nice that it lights up like a... Okay, we're gonna heat all this up because this is all gonna reflow from the heat. Because the heat is on. Inside the pipe. In the pipe 5x5. Ooh. Alright, I'm gonna make sure there's a gallon of solder on each one of these pads because I keep feeling like I under soldered these both times, and it troubled me. Maybe the reverb needs. So as far as I know, this is just a tape delay emulator. So
don't think there is a reverb algorithm in play, but I'd have to look on the side of the pedal where I put the sticker that explains everything, and that's not easy to do because the pedal is now buried under cables. All right. The decay sounds like it has a reverb on it. Interesting. I guess so. Yeah, I could hear it. I could see what you mean by that. Pipes. We have all the pipes you could ever need. Pipes for dads and moms and even the kids. Big pipes for big pipe lovers, and little pipes for the little pipe lovers out there, and you. Oh shit. All right, let's do this again. I should, it's such a pain to change this nozzle though. I'm gonna turn that, oh, it is at maximum. All right. This feels so awkward. Here, let me put this right on the edge too. Oops. I'm gonna take my headphone out. It's a lot easier to do this with one ear listening than oh my God. I gotta read that. We're at 380C. It's just a time thing. I think if I had a bigger nozzle on here, I have the smallest one. I think if I would have put a big O nozzle on the end, it would be... Here, let me see if I can get a little bit more room out of this too. There we go.
And if you ain't careful and hold yourself,
Oh, Celeste. Welcome in, Bill Coleman. There we go, there we go. There's our state change. A little bit longer. Yeah, I'm seeing the other guys starting to change. There we go. That one's beautiful. Let's move this guy in and let's do the same here. Oh, yeah, look at that. It's already happening. Little tap. Tap, 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 tap. I think this is the one I kind of melted. This is weird. The other edge is not. The top is not melting. Just gonna leave my tweezers there. Let the hot air blow. Oh, it's gonna take a couple of seconds, isn't it? Please change color. Okay, the top one's solid. The bottom one is still, there it goes. The bottom one is solid. I'm gonna give it a couple extra seconds. Okay. That didn't go as well as the other ones. I don't know what the deal was. I couldn't get the top here to heat up. Right. And I couldn't figure out what the deal was, and I just got annoyed because the lead wasn't getting hot enough on the cap, which just kind of made me think like, oh, it's safe. But then I'm like, well, why not? It's been sitting in that solder for like 2 seconds, or like for like 10 seconds. So it should have, but I don't know. Let's throw a little bit of alcohol in here. Gonna cool this board down. I honestly feel like that one looks a little crooked. Yeah. It is slightly crooked. It's on there, all right? But I don't know what's up. It's like it's floating up a little bit. Oh, you know what? I think since I put all that extra solder on there, he doesn't get 11. Yeah, it's 5,000. This is why I don't have that kind of currency. I know, it's a luxury. I think it's because I put too much I put more solder on it this time, and it like made this big mess. All right. So I'm going to reheat this so I can just press down on the top of it lightly with my tweezers. Oh my God. Yo, Katie. Katie S. Best with the sub. Oh my God, and the follow. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much and welcome in. Oh, hold on here. Stand by. Burp. There you go. Now we play the waiting game. Okay, there goes the top. And I can't really see the bottom, so I'm going to imagine it. Oh my God, look at that bottom. What's up? You're nice and round. a little shiny. I can see my ring light reflecting back in my eye. Oh, yeah, anyways. Okay, I think that guy's on. Let me kill this. Let that adorable smell go over there. I'll wait for this board to cool down. Oh, we did get a chug. See. All right, well, that's gonna be the only one today. I'm gonna take it off now. So I'll sip after that or something, but. And there's like there actually is a built-in really long cooldown time. So I'll tell you what, I'll wait for that really long cooldown time. I'll be a sport. KDS says, just procrastinating, going to sleep, and then I see you solder around. I'm impressed. Hey, thank you very much, KDS. Yeah, welcome in. We do electronics here. We work on audio stuff right now. These are Eurorack modules that we're working on at the moment. That's kind of a lot of what we do, but we do different, just things that pass audio. It's kind of, I like it because makes sense, you got signal path already built into there. And I think a lot of people can relate. We're mostly focused on getting people into soldering. We do surface mount stuff, but we also do through hole and whatnot. And just, try to get people hyped up with soldering. Let them know it's not that hard. It's just one of those things that just takes, it's just like anything, like knitting or sculpting or welding or whatever, it's just one of those things that takes time. Your first few maybe really good, maybe not so good, even then I would say that time's the factor too, because you have to be a lot of it, like with these solder that we just did, the thing that's I fight it is like, okay, but you gotta wait. You have to wait. You just can't move your hand away. You gotta wait until this happens and that happens. But well, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow and the Prime sub. Super hyped about that. Yeah, there we go. That looks way better than it did before. Now it just needs an enormous soaking, because I dumped like 14 gallons of flux on there. Metric gallons. I don't even know what that means, but it sounds like a lot. All right, we got white pipes, black pipes. Wait, I'm not gonna say that. I didn't read the rest of that. That's not cool. We got what? No, I'm not gonna say. Yeah, I get the joke. I'm not gonna say that. That could backfire very badly. We get the humor though. I get what's it. Almost stepped into that one. I feel kind of stupid. Just a little bit stupid. No. House of Pipes. Pipes. And more. Man, this thing is, that was a lot of alcohol, or that was a lot of flux. Like, really bad. Do. Oh my god, yeah, see how bad that is? I may just... send this to the dunker and just be gone with it. Alright. We'll let that... soak for a second. All right, that's significantly better, but not great. Let me see here. All right, there we go. That looks A-OK. All right, let me go get a beverage. Man, I haven't done one of these in a long time. I retired it like a year ago. I think it was, literally. I think it was like a year ago. All right. Be right back. Oh. All right. Let's go to the bookstore. All right. Turn that off for now. Get this out of my way because we're not going to be using this probably for the rest of the night. I don't know. I'd like to do some more surface mount soldering. You know, we have a lot of other projects just off in the wings, so I don't know. We'll see. I'm kind of disappointed. I don't know, since I'm missing that 10K pot, which I didn't know was even a thing. Whatever. So that's why I was so surprised yesterday that we got the LFO work. I was like, oh, really? That's all the parts? Oh, weird. I thought I was gonna forget some things, and then that honor goes to these guys. But I really don't think we're missing too much. We may be able to do the ADSRs. Let's pull that up here. ADSR is a star. So potentiometers, potential of the potentiometers is potentially bad. Oh my God. Let's fucking go. Yo, what's up, Ultra Wide? We got Ampabios raiding in with a party of 5. Let's go. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, Master. Well, hello, Master. 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 Hello, Master. Master. Well, Doctor. 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 How you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the raid. Let me do the shout. The shout. 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 Out. Oh, that could have gone much cooler. How was your stream? That's He-Man. I'm not He-Man. He-Man is, he's a chill bro, though. He-Man is, well, oh wait, actually it was He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, wasn't it? It was like a band name. It's like Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars, and then you had... Let me pull up your stream and see what you guys are up to today. Oh, it doesn't... Okay, it does say mute. Ordenado las Nintendo Switch. Oh, you guys were working on a... Was that from today? Yeah, from you guys were working on a Switch. Still Switch. Oh, cool. Nice. Well, thank you very much for the raid. But hard this time, and tunas are getting harder to fix. You know, that's what I've been hearing. I've been tempted. We don't have. I don't know. I just can't. I've toyed with the idea of repairing, you know, switches and consoles and different, you know, computer electronics. And the problem is it's a bit of a gamble if someone's not bringing it to you to fix. You know, to spend money and buy a broken one on eBay and then maybe flip it later or give it to, you know, your kids or something like that. It's still kind of a hard, because it may not work. I learned a while back it's kind of a 50-50 shot. So you could buy it and it'll work, but you're probably going to need to buy two and smash them together and get a working one out of it. Well, again, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. I hope everyone's cool. I re-enabled an old channel points thing. I'm gonna actually, let me just start it back up, because I immediately, like, all the thoughts of like, oh yeah, this is not a good idea. It's not as bad as canned wine. That was absolutely terrible. But I've got the Joy Bus Wow Wheat. This is from Four Peaks Brewery. This is a beer brewing company here in Tempe, Arizona, here in Phoenix. They got bought by Budweiser, but but the ones that you buy, all the stuff you buy here is still brewed here locally, which is a big impact on how it tastes. But we have a Chug Chug Chug, which is exactly what, oh man, I forgot. These things always shit out. Fucking a mess. Should have opened it elsewhere. Oh well. But yeah, hopefully, if anyone, if anyone has a issue with alcohol or a bad relationship or whatnot with it, I understand. I will get this over quick. If you want to go somewhere else, I understand. I am not hurt. Let's see here. So I'm just gonna. This thing's pretty heady. Guess what? What? You've stopped buying them. See, yeah. I'd like to buy some just to learn, but I don't know if I could, you know, the money's not really there. Although, you know, one thing that's been crazy I haven't looked into is I heard PS4s and, you know, last gen Xboxes are still really popular with people. And so it's plausible to get one of those and possibly broke, but I have a feeling it's every time I go to look for busted things that I know could be repaired and then sell for a good price, everyone else has the same idea, and the busted sell price is overinflated because people know they can get these prices. I found here Amtech 223. Oh, cool. Nice. I'm trying to remember. I know the 223. I can't remember. I've got 213, but I remember the 223 is like it's like water soluble or something like that. That's awesome. Have you gotten a chance to use that flux yet? Have you had a chance to get an opinion on it? You know, let me phrase that a little better too. Have you used it? There we go. That's a much better answer. All right. I'm going to do the chug chug. Who put that in there? It was Cross Solette? All right. Yes, it's very cool. And let me try to explain. No, it's great. I just find it really easy to use. I'd be more than happy to try. I saw some other companies, Flux. I've been looking at supplying stuff in our stores, and which just got shut down by fucking. By the way, they're not replying back. But yeah, I've been looking at stuff to carry, and I've been looking at other brands just out of curiosity to see if any of it's good. Because I mean, Flux is Flux. Freshness is an important, purity, how clean it is, how good the fabrication is. But you know, Chip Quick, that's a name brand, you know, and Kester's a name brand, MG Chemical's a name brand, and I imagine they all make excellent flux as well. So I just got to try it, I guess. I bought a whole bunch of Amtech though, so. All right, Cross all that. I hope you're still in chat. That was 20 minutes ago, I apologize. But let's do this chug chug. Brain freeze. I went too slow. See, I haven't practiced this in a very, very, very long time. That's what I should have done from the get-go. Oh my goodness gracious. Mi amigos. Oh my goodness. All right. No, I'm not doing that one again. I think as a guy, that was actually the wrong beer to choose too. Oh my God. It was like a wheat beer. Yeah, that was a bad choice. Don't forget to groom the stash. I didn't see anybody put one in, but I have been just ad hoc. Excuse me. Ad hoc grooming. And I've been, speaking of video games, I've kind of been toying with the idea of streaming video games just on off days, not on the normal days that we stream, maybe on like a Saturday. I'm like weirdly addicted to Tetris lately. And I on my Xbox, I got Tetris Effect. And because it's part of the Xbox thing. I have a PlayStation and Xbox. I never play never used the Xbox ever, but I have all the shit. It's such a waste of money. But Tetris Effect suddenly became a worthwhile expenditure, and I've been playing that. It's a pretty cool game, and I had to wind down last night. I had to like not work, and so I played Tetris Effect for a while, and I didn't even I didn't hook the music up. I eventually was kind of like, man, I should turn the controller off because it's a real immersive game if you've ever played it before. It's pretty cool, although it gets a little old. At least for me, I got a little tired of like, this was cool like the first few times, but now, But I just like the simplicity of Tetris. And so I can kind of, but oddly, it takes like a lot of my concentration. So it's kind of this weird juxtaposition of like, oh, this is dumb and simple. So I don't know. I may play that if we do any games. Would you ever do electronics repair, broken consoles, etc., direct for customers? Absolutely. I actually have been soliciting a few of my friends on that. I have a friend of mine. I went over to his house. He had a housewarming party. He just moved back here into Phoenix, and he's like showing me his office, and he has like all this solder equipment out, and I'm like, "What the hell are you doing?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm trying to fix my Xbox controller," and I'm like, "Go on," and he's like, "Oh, well, it's these buttons. I need to put new buttons on it or something like that." It was like some contact switches. And I'm like, so I have to take them off and put these replacement ones on. I'm like, have you done it yet? He's like, no, I've just watched a lot of videos on it. And what do they say to do? Well, they say to use a hot, an IR bed and heat it up and take the thing off. And I was like, well, it's basically to heat it up with a hot bed or hot air. And I was like, yeah, you could just use, but I go, yeah, to take it off, though, you could just use low melt solder or leaded solder even. Because it probably would, it's lead-free solder, and I was like, it's probably going to take you forever to get that off. Anyways, I just went into stream mode, basically. I started talking like I normally would on stream. I almost was like, holy shit, man, I'm sorry. Did you have anything you needed to contribute? Because I'm very used to not being interrupted. Because I just realized blah, blah. So I gave him like a bunch of advice on it. And that was like 2-3 weeks ago. And then the last night or the night before, I texted him and I was like, hey man, how did that controller work out? Did you finish it? And he's like, not yet. And I'm like, okay. If you want and you're in the neighborhood, you could bring it by. And as long as I'm streaming at the time, I can fix it. I'll just do it really fast and I'll get it back to you. And you can get it the next day or that day or whatever. And he's like, oh, I might take you up on that. There's a lot of volume for busted consoles. I've been trying to find some, but I can't find any for good prices. Really? So there's one mom and pop video game shop here in the valley here in Phoenix that I really like. They're really cool. You know what? I have a friend who knows the owner, I think, or at least knows somebody in there. I might be able to get my foot in the door there with those guys if they don't already have something set up for retro console repair. I would be more than happy to do retro console repair. I watch shit tons of videos on that. I am not even exaggerating in the slightest. I have watched how to fix SNESs, old Nintendos, fucking Ataris, the retro ones that they put out now, the minis and shit. I watched things on repairing those. I've watched just like tons of videos on it, and all the problems are extremely common, and they're all very simple. And anytime it's a weird problem, usually it's common sense stuff that you would normally do with any type of repair that ends up fixing it. You're like, oh man, this thing just doesn't do anything. Let me clean all these switches because there's a lot of oh, now it works, and you're like, what, a switch? Yeah, it just wasn't totally going to ground it out, and it was creating a mild resistance, so it would never boot up, and it's like all these common sense things. And so I really enjoy the challenge there too. But I've never been able to find a good source. You bring up an extremely good point that a retro game store, they deal with that all the time. They probably already have someone that they work with. They may have a contract set up with them too. I don't know. I don't want to take money out of anybody's wallet. But if they have more work than they can handle, or if we can get the not worth our time repairs, I would be more than happy to work on those, and even work out a deal for. Oh, that's a really good fucking idea. That's a really, really good idea. I like that. I'm gonna contact my buddy this week and ask him about it. Rent a storefront. I may just it just depends. So my knowledge of how a used video game store runs and what they run into and what they deal with and what they don't deal with and stuff comes from the Pink Gorilla stream, which is a video games, and their YouTube channels too, the YouTube stuff they put out. But from that is basically the sum of my knowledge. So I don't know if I assume that's pretty status quo for most game stores like that, but I don't know that for certain. No, I would definitely Twitch. I've been wanting to do. I posted a long time ago in the Discord, hey, would anybody be interested in doing gaming console stuff, where we would repair it. And the idea was, I wanted to kind of, was to expand the channel out. Wait, I think my cat is knocking on my door. Nope. It sounded like a cat knocking on my door. The idea was to expand the channel because I'd love to kind of throw the proverbial olive branch out to the gaming community, because there's a lot of people out there that play video games and would love to solder and do repairs and do focus on retro stuff, but they're terrified of a soldering iron, or they're terrified of breaking this old vintage piece of equipment. And if we were able to break down that barrier and get people hyped and get people into it and let them and show them like, oh, if you do this, you'll be okay. If you do this, you're fine. If you do this, I would love to. I would absolutely love to. There's a couple of streamers that do vintage video game stuff. Is it Zoltar? or Zoltar. Yeah, I haven't seen him lately. He's mostly a YouTuber, but he does stream every now and then. But to be, but the way the stream is and the format, he doesn't really. I've hung out and he doesn't really communicate with chat too much. You know, he kind of treats it like a YouTube video, which is fine. I get that. There's a lot of YouTubers that try to come over to Twitch, I'm not try to come over. There's YouTubers that put content out on Twitch and it just doesn't sync with how streaming and Twitch is. It's kind of, it kind of shoehorns in. But, I'm trying to remember. There's someone else too that does them, and I watch all of these cats religiously because I'm always fascinated with vintage equipment repair because that stuff's really simple, and I don't understand how any of this shit works. So I'm hoping if I get enough simple things, I'll eventually figure it out. DS Koopa. Yeah, that's basically what I'd like to do. Is I like these people's business models, and I feel like I could replicate them and have similar success. Nothing like what they're doing, of course, but I don't need that. In fact, the fact that I'm going at things in kind of the opposite direction kind of makes it a little bit unique. But yeah, I'd love to do repairs. I'm telling you, mate, like, that's old Sid. That's what old Sid wants to do. I'm an audio engineer. I do the fucking audio stuff. I just signed up for some fucking work because it's a shit ton of money and it's really lucrative. But who cares about money if you're always hurt or you know, how can you enjoy it? And I'd rather, and I know that, you know, I'm getting older and it's just not going to be loading a truck, packing trucks and stuff, and doing all this really hardcore manual labor. Yeah, I can do it, and I can even skip out on a little bit of it, but long term, I'm going to push some box. There's going to be some idiot who's hungover, who's behind me. He's not going to see that I stopped. He's going to push his box that weighs over 800, 900 pounds into me, smash my legs, break my ankle, something like that. I'm not going to be able to, I'm going to be out of work doing that for 6 months because I can't walk, or worse, or longer. And then who knows, I may not even be able to ever recover from that injury. And I'm like, yeah, it's just not worth it to me anymore. I don't really want to get hurt and or die even. Like a lot of people don't realize the AV industry. People die. I don't go to funerals. I do not go to funerals. If I did, I'd go to so many. I made a few exceptions in my life, but most of the time I can't because like there's lots of coworkers that just pass away. Sometimes it's just natural, you know, shit. They had a heart attack or whatever, but that's almost indicative of their lifestyle. Because a lot of these people, they're just, you know, they live hard, you know. What's the phrase we always use? Rode hard and put away wet. I'd be interested in a retro game repair stream. Oh, I'd love to do some guitar pedal repairs. But that's like repairing video cards. The trick is to get someone to pay you to fix it, not to pay to get a broken one. They were charging crazy money because it was always cheaper than buying the consoles. That's true. You have the knowledge of tools. Yeah, no, well, that's what I'm thinking. If I could reach out to a couple of repair shops, because there's a lot of repair shops that just don't want to work on something because it's really time consuming. And that's all I hear is content. You know, when someone says, oh, this is a really time consuming repair, or this is a really time consuming fix, I'm like, that sounds like awesome stream content. that would be great. We can kind of chat and talk about all the fucking why we quit doing this and why we do this now. I mean, that sounds awesome. So, yeah, thank you, Biznod. That's a really good idea. Man, we've had I wrote down one of the other ones too. We've had a couple of really brilliant ideas today thrown out there. Yeah, I love repairing. I just love fixing stuff, and that's what I was saying, and that's what I guess I was kind of got sidetracked. But that's the end goal. Is I'm getting older. I would rather just sit in a chair and fix things all day, and that way I can still have everything I love about audio. My favorite thing, and so I know I'm rambling a little bit, but whatever. I'll do some work while I'm rambling. So one of the I don't know if you guys have, I don't know if I mentioned this before. So I'm an audio engineer by trade. Prior to this, I did IT for like 10 years. So in my 20s, I did IT. For my 30s, I did AV. Ooh, I didn't realize that rhymed like that. I could make some sick raps with that. Oh, here, get this out. In my 20s, I did the IT, and then in my 30s, I did the AV. No, all right. It needs a backing track. I'm sorry, that was bad. But I kind of noticed halfway through my AV career, or not halfway through, but 6 years into it, 5 years into it, I was like, oh my God, this is the same fucking thing I was doing before, and it's the same thing I love, which is troubleshooting. I love troubleshooting. And AV kind of encapsulated more of what I enjoy, because when I did IT, all I did was help desk stuff for the most part. So I was usually like, yeah, did you try turning it off and turn it back on? Yeah, try that. Working? All right, take care. And then when I got into AV, you built something. And there's so many moving parts, and there's so much room for error. And then there would be an error, and then you would have to solve it, and you'd have to troubleshoot. I like that. And then I discovered I was doing the exact same fucking thing here. I build something, I fix something, and I try to find the error. And just repairs is just like the IT job, where all I did was, what's wrong? All right, well, let's boom. And I kind of love both of those those experiences, or whatever you want to call it. I really kind of enjoy both of those. So I realized that repairing equipment, doing electronics repair, basically put two of my favorite things together, two of my favorite aspects together as one. Because I'm building things, and if it works, great. If it doesn't, I need to figure out why. And then I'm also fixing things. Oh, this doesn't work at all. It's a mystery. Let's put on our Sherlock Holmes hat and our fucking magnifying glass and go to work. I love that. And so I don't know where I was going with that. I kind of lost my brain, but I kind of just thought, as time went on, I'm like, well, that's what I'm going to be doing when I'm an old man. It's probably electronics builds and repairs. Sounds like safe work. Things break all the time. 1 + 1 = 3. I'm a huge DS Coupa fan. I love that. I learned about DS Coupa. I learned about it through I forget her name. And I know that they're divorced now, which I guess kind of complicates everything. But nonetheless, I learned about her through another YouTuber I really liked, and then I found out about DS Coupa through that way. And then I've always followed that stream. We raided once, but I had learned, that was one of those experiences where I'm like, yeah, a stream of this size really there's no business. I mean, I guess maybe it just seems silly to raid a stream that has like 2,000 people going on. Bald Engineer, oh my God, mate! I swear, I thought I saw you earlier. It was a like a brain. Well, I don't know. I don't know what it was. I kind of transposed some letters around, but I thought I saw your name there, and I got confused. But then I realized, oh, it wasn't him. Good to see you, though. I'm very happy that now you're here. I was wrong earlier. Now I'm not. Troubleshooting is so much fun. Hey, Jay Farini, welcome in. Yeah, exactly. And that's what repair work, that's what I like about doing what we're doing here on the channel, and that's why I want to make that my career. I know streaming it too, and doing the whole streaming thing is a little bit, you know, silly. But I'm like, well, why can't you do all those things at once? I don't understand. And plus, this is a fantastic way for me to learn. I'll give you an example. So when I, like a year ago, I was getting some, I'd met a few repair shops here in the Valley, and I kind of got offers, more or less, to work for them. And the problem I saw immediately from spending time is that I was like, man, I do not want that person teaching me. I do not want that person teaching me. It's not going to work. I do not like how they tell you stuff. I don't know how they present things. I do not like it. It's a trigger. And so I kind of immediately was like, I'm not working at this shop because I am not going to be taught all the things I need to know with this like tone that triggers me. And instead, I'm like, well, I'll hang here. It'll take me 10 times longer to learn everything. But I would rather you guys come in and share some wisdom. And that's why I always try to welcome the people that have been in this business for a long time or just been into electronics, period. But I'd rather learn from you guys than from somebody who keeps condescending to me. I'm like, oh, dude, I'm going to punch you if you ask me one more loaded question. Because I'm the guy that calls out loaded questions all the time. It's kind of why I'm a freelancer. I in the private sector, I'm kind of an ass a lot of the time because they're like, Sid, what do you think is your #1 goal? I don't know. What's your loaded answer for this loaded question? What do you think? I'm an idiot? God, you can't even act. You should go to acting classes. Okay, well, you need to do that. Oh my goodness gracious. Chaffre de? Is that Chaffre? I don't know if I'm oversaturating the accent there. Chaffre _ DE. That makes more sense, actually. Death Priest. Was that Eurorack people are technology addicts? They have forgotten the purity of music and lust after circuits and chips. They have perverted music from emotion into electronic and perfect intervals. Ah, I too love dystopian paperback book summarizations. I mean, I don't know if that was your intent, but that literally sounded like the fucking like back in and like and then like the next paragraph was going to be, but Michelle knew better. She had the ingenuity and the skills and the passion. You have true passion for what you do. Hey, thank you, Fire. Thank you very much, mate. Exactly. Yeah, exactly, Biznot. I just love streaming. It's so much entertaining. You guys are so much fun. I feel incredibly lucky that you cats even find me remotely interesting to hang out with. I'm just like, okay, I'm just gonna keep going until until everybody comes to the senses. My number weakness is I have none, and my greatest strength is I like pie. Why do we always devolve into food talk? Why do we always devolve into food talk? And we know that I'm starving. I'm always hungry. Trying to lose weight. Somebody said I don't know if they said I don't know if they were implying that I'm getting old or something. Or I don't know. I'm hyper focused on an offhanded comment that someone made that I'm looking old or something. I don't know. Anyways, I'm being silly. I really, really dig that idea, Biznot. I am absolutely going to contact my friend who's an old buddy of mine, and he's a big gamer. He actually, it's kind of bummed me out because, around COVID, I was like, he's a video engineer, and he's really great. I love working with him, but he's, as long as I've known him, he always kind of is like, he's always kind of wishy-washy about things. And one of those was, I was like, man, you should stream. I'm streaming. It's a lot of fun, just do it, just play the content and hang out with your buddies and blah, blah, blah. He had friends that did that too. But he's like really big into gaming, and I'm feeling like I could, and there's a local brick and mortar mom and pop, privately owned, used video game shop here, just like the Koopa, just like them. So, I love those kind of businesses personally. I try to go to them first if I can, and yeah, he should be able to put me in touch with who I need to talk to there. Maybe we can do some. I would love to do that. That would be great. I'm just sick of doing AV work. I hate fucking AV work. So stupid. Almost dying all the time so that some asshole can have a show. You want to hear a crazy story? One time, I was doing a show. I'm sorry, this wasn't a show I was on. Let me correct that. So this wasn't a show I was on, but I got called like the second it happened. So there's these things called genie lifts or easy ups or, God, what's the other names? And there are these really incredible feats of engineering. They can go 20 plus feet up in the air, and you can rest usually they put stage truss on it. And the way that it works is that as it's going up, its center of gravity it slowly does this kind of weird curve so that the center of gravity is always pulled back slightly, which makes them kind of tricky. Usually you have to put drape in front, but if you do it right, it's fine. And the nice ones are good. So one of the things they have, though, now this is our overhead view, they have a spider crisscross deal. They have 2 legs that go out this way and 2 legs that go out that way. So there was a show where they did that, and they needed to put the legs that go under this way underneath the deck, the stage. It's called the deck normally. So they had to put it underneath the deck staging. Anyways. So someone wasn't paying attention. I don't know what the story was exactly. I don't know who to blame. Well, I know who got blamed. Anyways, they didn't put the fucking front legs on. Those detach for traveling. So they raised it up. Everything was fine. No one bothered to look at there's all these little levels that are built on the machines to tell you, that everything's level. No one looked at that. And so you have these 2 things coming up, and then they had a truss on it, which is like a staging stick, and then there was all these lighting hardware on it. I don't know how much, but I can guess the truss was probably 100 pounds, and then the lighting fixtures, I heard there were some movers and stuff on there, so maybe another probably a couple 100 pounds, so 300 or 400 pounds, all made out of steel. The client and the person were on this, the client and like the tech, I don't know what the fuck, they were on the fucking stage. And it's upstage or in the back of the stage, it came up and like a fucking silent film kind of thing just went and missed them because they were in the arc area, and that's why they didn't get hit with hundreds of pounds going at, you know, a pretty reasonable amount of kinetic force. Like, I'm pretty sure so actually I do know for sure. So when those things fall, those genie lifts I mentioned, they're all made out of steel. They weigh hundreds and hundreds of pounds, or they're at least a couple hundred pounds. Those are bent, and those bent after it. The force going down bent all this hardened steel. And then all the truss and everything, which is made of aluminum, was also warped and destroyed. All the light fixtures were gone. And so that's hundreds of thousands of dollars that was just destroyed in a second. And luckily, no one was hurt. And oh yeah, the deck got destroyed too. No one was hurt, thankfully. That would have been the worst part. But it would have only taken them like to do this 10 seconds later, or it only would have taken like the person tell the client, oh yeah, so you'll go down stage here, and like give them stage direction, and that's when the thing would have landed on top of them. It only would have taken that. I'm like, yeah, I'm sick of that. I'm sick of that fucking work. I'm sick of being in those life-threatening situations. It makes for a great story, and it's, you know, you're like, whoa. But the reality is, oh my God, I do not want to die. Interview question. Tell me about a time you tried to promote an idea or concept that was not well received, and how did you overcome their objections? Really? No, not scissor lift. They're called genie lifts. There are easy ups, uprights, lifts. They have a cable that tensions it, and they go up, and then the next one telescopes up, and they can go about 20 feet up. A scissor lift is it's a crisscross accordion style type deal where it pushes the force up to raise it with a hydraulic. I have a story where that went bad too. And those guys were 20. One of the dudes is still, I heard something, so that one of the guys, he was in a scissor lift accident, and one of the guys broke his leg, but he broke his fucking femur. And the other guy broke his hip. And someone told me, last I heard, that guy is still he can't walk good and all. And he was like 25 or something. He was like really young. And he was in a scissor lift that was fully extended, which is about 25, 30 feet up. I don't know what that is in meters. Almost 10 meters, actually. So, and they fucked up because they weren't trained properly. And the scissor lift fell over sideways. And they were thrown out of the top basket and landed, but they were still pretty beat up. And the scissor lift landed on the ground. My buddy was there when it happened, and he was sending me pictures in real time. And first he sent me a picture, and I was like, what am I looking at? And he's like, oh, you're looking at a part of a scissor lift that if you see, it is no longer functional. I'm looking at the bottom of a scissor lift? Exactly. Why the fuck am I looking at the bottom of something like that? And scissor lifts are really, really heavy duty deals. I mean, think about a forklift or whatnot. Oh my God. Oh. And so the scissor lift fell, threw those kids out, poor guys. And it was so big, so it was fully extended. And I'm like, well, how'd they get it out of there? And he's like, oh, that was the craziest part, dude. All these guys came in with like hammers and shit and started beating the fuck out of it. It was like a beached whale, and they were trying to like chunk up pieces and pull it away. Because he's like, they came in with scissor, like all these like cuts and I don't know, cutters or whatever to try to saw the thing in pieces. I was like, oh my God. I'm glad I missed that one. I'm glad I didn't show up for that gig. And here's the thing. If I fix consoles, none of that's ever going to happen to me. or I shouldn't say that, the likelihood of anything like that happening to me goes down drastically, which I'm down with. And plus two, I can, one of my best friends, that really gave me a shot in that business and whatever, I would love to be able to offer him a job down the road, or not even a job, like offer him work is a better way to put it, so that if he wants to quit the AV industry and just fix and build, build stuff like what we're doing here, I'd love to be in a position to go, yeah, mate, here. So, big 3D chess plans. They're just, COVID super exacerbated my plans in a annoying way. A not cool way. Dick way. Yeah. Calling you out, COVID. You're a jerk. VR18. Which one is that? Okay, so the middle one is our 100K, and the other ones are these weird 1 mega ohm linear pots. I'm getting too old for this shit. These are the 100Ks. These are 500Ks. There we go. B1 mega. That's weird. There's so many in here. Recap my Force Saver Game Gear console. So I need to look at the Goodwill again. I was shopping there for a little while. Online. There's one project I was really hyped. I learned about the Mr. FPGA project. It's a FPGA style emulator for various consoles, and the chip it uses is an Altair Cyclone, which we actually went over that not too long ago because we ran into that. What the fuck do we run that onto? We ran into that same Altair chip. I was kind of weirded out when I was learning about the Mister. But anyways, I was really interested in it, but it's, and there was like a DIY, and I was like, oh, cool. DIY in the sense of like, screws. I'm like, oh, nah, our game's up here. I'm not gonna, check it out, but I'm not saving any money. Don't copy that floppy. Ooh, dance party. I like your style, dude. But do you have to use so many curse words? The fuck are you talking about, man? Alright, dude. Have it your way. Have it your way. I like the cowboy hat thing. Thanks, dude. I like your style. Oh, wait, that's what I say after I do the mustache grooming. Oh, wow, we really popped up with some activities. Let's bump it up and oh, God. One thing I've learned from streaming, I still have like this inherent stuttering issue.
That's it, man.
I used to have when I was a kid. And then I capitalized on it with my new song. I capitalized on my stuttering and made it a hit song. To my chin up high. Come on, fucking by. Twerk. Like it's the last thing on this earth. Make $1, make 'em work.
All right. Dance party. Dance party. I like that. I don't know which one I want though. I kind of forgot which songs or what. I have this one in my head though. I'm gonna go. I think I got it. I'm pretty sure I got the right song. We'll find out with this one. Oh yeah! Let's get funky.
Oh, yeah. That was good. That was delicious. Good call. Good thinking. Oh, sorry. Oh my goodness. That was fun. $1.10. That was pretty good. Respectable. Oh my goodness. Let me catch my breath here. Hey nerdy, welcome in. You're an inspiring person. I would like to think hanging out with you would be dope. I literally smoke a joint over a beer. I'd watch some Aqua Teen. Yeah, smoke a beer. Have one of those, I don't know, the jazz cigarettes or something. I don't know. That's what my my friend who deals in illegal substances. That's what he calls them. He says they're $25. I think it's kind of high, but it does the job. Oh my goodness. Wiver. Out of control. What is this? Wait, the Forgotten Astronaut. Oh my God. Welcome in. Such an honor to have you in chat. I hope you caught our dance party. Just had one. It was nothing like the quality video content that you do, but you know, there's only one sun, Okay, not there. We can't have too many suns up in the sky. That would get too hot. Ooh, speaking of too hot, I was realizing I forgot to grab my thermometer. It's still slightly out of frame, so whatever. We'll put it here. Or, no, wait, look at that. It could live here. So, oh, nope, not go here. So it's 80 degrees Fahrenheit, or 20, almost 27 C. Some say that's warm. Others say that's just right. Welcome in. How are you doing, Forgotten Astronaut? If you guys aren't familiar, Forgotten Astronaut is oh, let me type this in. Is a streamer, content creator that has an entire lab. I would say, I would think a laboratory. An entire laboratory of, or laboratory, depending on where you're from, of video equipment, using like a lot of very tried and true conventional effects, like video feedback and delays and so forth, and then just a lot of the newer stuff, you know, shooting and shooting into a shot isn't new, but it's actually the old school ways. But there's overhead projectors. There's just it's just an incredible stream and presentation, and the whole time it's very mellow. I mean, you just relax to it, and the visuals are fantastic. There's stories. There's at one time I watched, there was like a puzzle, and chat was able to kind of help solve the puzzle, and it was really not a lot out there on Twitch that's anything like that, and I highly recommend you guys go give them a follow. I don't know if you have any vids up. Oh yeah, you do have the last stream. Okay, you do have a couple of streams. So yeah, go check out their videos, and check it out. I don't know. I found them through SenseFest, and it's been the best. I'm gonna open up this window here. Actually, I'm gonna do two things. Let me do this. Do this dab. And then I'm going to go for a quick bio break. Oh, I thought I was. We got skill swap over. Oh, wait. You know, it kind of sounds like that Led Zeppelin song, the Presbyterian or whatever it's called. You hear it now. Oh my goodness, guys. Stand by here. Oh, I gotta untangle myself. Detangle, untangle. Guys, skill swap. Obi coming in with the piping hot, delicious raid. Let's go. Welcome in. Let me hit the buttons with the stuff. Get the things working. There, the things are working. There it is. There it is. Whoop. There it is. SciTech. Am I following you already? I am not. Oh my goodness. So. Oh my goodness. So. Thought I ended all the voices. Awesome. You see, building. Oh, that's hilarious. We were just talking about retro console repairs. I'm not kidding. Like for the last 20 minutes or so, we've been talking about retro console repairs and why we don't do them on the stream. And it's simply a matter of like supply. And someone came up with a great idea. There's some local shops here, and I have a friend that actually knows one of the owners of a game store, used game store, and I was going to reach out to them and see if what the story is, if they have if they already have someone that repairs them, if that person has any things that are like not worth their time, then we would definitely be able to work with them here. So that's very cool. Well, I got you followed, and I'm definitely going to check out your stream. Very hyped. Welcome in, Raiders. We do electronics here too. We mostly focus on audio electronics. We're working on some Eurorack modules right now. Let me catch up a little bit on chat. I think I'm behind. You operate in a retro game? Oh, let's go. So we were just talking about that because I was like, well, there's a brick and mortar mom and pop store here that my friend, he was talking to me a long time ago about going to work with them. And, sorry, I hit this camera and I fucked it up. And he mentioned that, I'm good friends with the owner. And so I was like, well, yeah, very cool. Yeah, I bet. Well, that was the thing that it kind of started earlier. We got a raid from, oh my goodness, and Fabios. And they were working on a Switch, and we were kind of talking about, like, the name of the game is, or the trick is, do you pay money for a busted this or a busted that off of eBay or whatever used site that you can get it, or go to the the local places and pick them up, and if you fix it, then what's your turnaround, what kind of money do you get back versus what you've invested, your ROI. And I was like, yeah, it really sucks because right now the supply and demand is so high that the busted versions of things that would go for a really high amount of money are being sold for a really high amount, broken. And like video cards, for example, you just go and try to find a busted video card that's like the newer generation ones, and they're all ridiculously overpriced for broken video card, doesn't work kind of things. And that's just one example, but we were talking the retro market, not so much. It's saturated enough to where there's enough broken things that people just find in a garage sale or find in their attic, and they don't really have any value being broken, and there's not enough flipping going on. The turnaround time is slower to where it's not lucrative like a video card or some of these other, or a PlayStation or Xbox or whatever, where you can flip those really fast. It's a longer wait, but in the end, you still get your money back. And depending on your overhead costs, I think it's still a win-win-win-win. Well, that's cool. Well, I'm really happy you joined us. I was just about to run to the restroom, right when you guys raided. So I'm gonna pull that off still. But kids break shit all the time too. Yeah, that's true. And I don't know. I like those challenges. I'm sure that it'll get old for me one day, and I'll find something else to do in my 60s and 70s or whatever. But in the meantime, I just like fixing crap. It's just fun. It's a nice, or not even fixing stuff, building and fixing stuff. These are builds that we're working on right now. These are all SMD I just use a soldering iron. I didn't even change the tip that came with my Hacko. It's still like the big screwdriver tip, but it works. These are all 805, so it's not too impossible to work with. You gotta fail to succeed. Exactly. What's my favorite thing? What is it? Is it Socrates? Yeah. The only true wisdom is to know that you know nothing. Kind of a cool meme, but honestly, it's true. Oh my God, I really want to pee, but I gotta say this. So I'm an audio engineer by trade, and I'm freelance and so forth. And one of the things I came up with over time was I was like, the moment someone the moment you learn everything and you know everything there is to know about audio engineering, quit. Just quit. Don't quit. Just stop doing it. Because you are now officially useless to everyone. Because no one is going to work, no one enjoys and working with someone who knows everything. Someone that's unwilling to learn, someone that's unwilling to try a different way to do something and add that to their toolbox. And I refuse to work. I hate working with people and I usually refuse or I walk off. And I'm like, I'm not going to work with this guy. The stupid jackal. You're learning, right? Get some circuit boards. Yeah, that was something we were talking about earlier. People were talking about learning to solder, and I was like, both, surface mount soldering, and I was like, both Lewis Rossmann Group, and Northridge Fix sell donor boards, and they're cheap. So you can get a whole circuit board for like $10-20. They came out of an iPod or not an iPod. It's usually out of like MacBooks. And that's a shit ton of components. That's a shit ton of stuff. And you can solder it off, solder it on, drown it in flux. You can really test it out. And there's no, oh crap, there were components under here and they fell off because I got it too hot. Well, that's not a big deal. Now you learned that that's an issue that can come up. And you didn't have to do it while you were trying to fix something that was important. Instead, you were just goofing around, playing with your hot air station or your iron or whatever. Because their mindset is up to the point where they think technology won't advance anymore. Yeah, and that's not the case in audio at all. In the 10, 12 years that I've done audio engineering, the precedent of what people did and what people do has absolutely changed. I work with so many people that did not understand a lot of pretty advanced concepts, but now those advanced concepts are like things you do all the time. Like if you come in, you kind of learn it within your first year or whatever. Yeah, and that's another idea, Biznot. If we turn into a fully commercial business, I want to do that. All right, let me go to the restroom really quick. Be right back. Here, let me do this. I'm learning the beginning stages of the course, but it sounds like the theories for the way electricity behaves and can be manipulated is still evolving. Yeah, I wouldn't even... So, one of the things, personally, that I focus on here and whatnot is that, you know, some people really enjoy it and some people that's how they work, but personally, I never studied electrical engineering. I couldn't tell you the science behind a lot of these things. Usually I can give you a very moronic layman interpretation of how something works, and I irritate engineers all the time because I use words like, you know, balancing and filled, and, you know, and they're like, there's no filling, there's no balancing. What the hell are you talking about? The input impedance is the differential point of those two sides. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. You just gave me a haircut by flying over me like that. So I've managed to get really, really far by just assembling things and kind of studying the schematics, and not all the time. There's a good example of a scenario where I'm like, oh, there's a module. I built one. This other friend of mine built one. Friend A. And then friend B built one, and we built it on. We finished it up on stream because you just need a little bit of work done on it. And mine and friend A's never worked. It was just an absolute. I didn't even know where to start. Friend B's worked perfectly, and the only thing I could tell was there was a couple of capacitor differences. I compared that with friend A's, and they were like, "Well, these are the same ones as mine." I'm like, okay, then I think we have to change this and this cap. And it really, we just ended up using just, you know, process of elimination kind of troubleshooting steps to figure things out. It's possible that, like, knowing the science might have helped more, but I'm not 100% sure. Because I mean, we stared at that. We worked over a month on that particular module trying to figure out what was wrong with it. We went through and checked every point to confirm it with the schematic, and yeah, it was a real pain in the butt. And it looks like, as far as I can tell, my friend used silver mica caps, and that's why his works. So I don't know. I don't know. And that's where I'm like, man, I bet if I went to one of them schools or read one of them books, I'd probably run across the line in the book, in fact, and go, oh, because silver mica, that makes sense. But in the meantime, I just like building stuff. Building. So we've got these pots, these switches, these buttons. Really, we can put everything on, including the light. There's this capacitor that's missing back here. I'm pretty confident that it is important. But it's the only component that we don't have. So why not put everything on that we don't have, so we could just get that box empty and make the inventory check easier. It was a rhetorical question. That's exactly what we're doing. You want them back to freedom units? You bet. You bet. F for freedom units. C is short for every other country. And there's a lot of stuff you learn on this street knowledge, you know? You're not going to learn that in no fancy book school. Being such a dumbass. Oh, I'd hate for someone to come in and think I'm serious. I'm pretty sure there's like enough wink in my eye that when I say stupid shit like that, that people know. Is there another dance party? Wait a minute. Yes, oh. There is. Interesting. Nice. I can dig it. Sticks and stones units. A long time ago, someone said that when I first started streaming, and someone introduced me to freedom units, that term, and I fucking lost it. After that, I was like, that is hilarious. Freedom units? Hell yeah. I'm going to shoot my gun in the air to that. Actually, you can't in Arizona. There's literally a law named after the person who died as a direct result of someone shooting a gun up in the air. And it's a horrific fucking story. Because it was just some old couple driving in. They parked their car. Husband, wife, elderly couple, husband, wife got out. Husband just dropped to the floor. They didn't even hear the sound or anything. Hole in his head from a bullet falling from the sky because some piece of shit shot their gun in the air. Pop some caps. F-150s. I think you're talking about the F-250 model. That's the one that needs to get banned. Those are stupid trucks. My buddy, a good friend of mine, he has a 250, and it's, you know, double axled and all that fucking shit too. And I always laugh about, like, dude, what a tiny bed your truck has. Why does your truck have such a tiny bed? You can barely fit a go-kart in the back of your truck. No, but it's a towing capacity. Oh, so you paid all this money for this truck and you get to buy a trailer to attach to it. That's really cool. Good move, Ford. They couldn't just put a bigger bed in the back? For what did you pay, like 60 something? I think they're trolling you. All right. Dance party. It can't wait. Oh, shit, I hit the wrong button. It does have to wait because I hit this button. I gotta fix that button so that never does that again. Or move everything to another location. That was a little rough at the beginning. I feel a little bad, but not super bad. That was a good one. That was super bad. Oh, I can't see anything in these glasses. Oh, now I can. Oh, nice. Well, thank you. I think there was a dab in there somewhere too. I think I like stopped over it. Let me do that dab too. Let me make sure there's dab juice in the. Oh shit. All right. Look at that. We've already cooled it down. It's good stuff. Nice. My watch was really excited about something. Oh, it liked the dance. Very happy that I danced. Me too, watch. Thank you. All right. Let's put the rest of these components together. My watch keeps telling me stuff. Yeah, I know, watch. Man, a naggy watch. Not really into this. All right. What the hell is this for? I don't remember. I forgot everything, honestly. Oh, wait. So I need 3 of these 100 mags. Oh. I counted these backwards. Ugh. That's embarrassing. Oh, God. So I need 3 of these and only 1 of the hundreds. Not the other way around. Well, I'm glad I double checked stuff, you know? So I need 1, I need 2 of these, and then I have, oops, 1 and other, and then the rest of these are hundreds. So I need 4 of these B150s or whatever the hell they are. The heck? Alright. Thought I had a way more than this. Is there, oh, here's 1 more. So I have enough to do 1. It's fucking annoying. These are alphas or logarithmic, whatever. These are 25 and 50 and 50. These are 500s, 100s. Yeah. So I have enough to do. Fucking Jesus, mate. What the fuck? Alright. I guess I stole it? I don't know. Alright, so now we're just gonna do one of these modules. Well, I guess I could put a lot of the other. I guess I could avoid the switches. So this 100K is for VR18, which is this one right here. Oh, these are 1 meg linear. Wow. I always take these nuts. Washers off. And okay. Nice. Nice. Now we've got a couple of parts here that we got to apply. Got one of our buttons. I'm really happy. I've never seen these little buttons before. Oh, weird. They do not like clip in or anything. So we'll have to. Well, maybe we can hold it in with the panel. Let's see. I think these are jacks, and this is just a single switch. Trying to see what kind of switch this is. It doesn't say, but I don't think I had to get different types. I think they're all the same. What the fuck is this about? Let's see this deal that says long. And I was noticing it on the board, and I'm like, what is that? I don't remember running across this, and now I don't want to. No, it doesn't mention it here. Okay, here's all schematics, that's why. All right. Just trying to figure out where that long connector is and what that's about. Oh, you know what? That's probably what that capacitor is that we're missing. Let's see. Let's find C16 is going to be near where we're trying to find. There it is. And I think that's the switch we're looking for. All right, this is S2, which is, okay, which is the toggle switch that we were looking at earlier. There's got to be another. Yeah, I have no idea what this fucking long this part is. I don't understand what you're supposed to do. It's a mystery to me. I do not get it. Why? Yeah, I don't quite grasp what this or where this marking is. That's weird. Let me check one other spot here. It's the same thing I just looked at. $72 parts, and this one says, okay. So let me look at this 33 part one. It is not mentioned here.
Found anything yet? We ain't found shit.
That's accurate. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to skip past this and hope I can solder it in later if it turns out I need to put something there, but I have no idea what the fuck this is for. Oh well. What's weird is that it looks like a jumper set. Yeah, and there's another one over here. Are these trimmers? Did I like... miss the trimmers? Nope. 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 I don't know what is up. That's weird. Yeah, I cannot figure out what these are supposed to be for. And they have like a little positive marker too. But one that says short, one that says long, and there's like 5 pins to it. What the hell does that mean? Oh, I'm just gonna suck it up. Hopefully I can, it's not gonna be brutal to try to resolder it or something. We'll find out, won't we? What's it look like? Oh, no, you're good. So there's just a couple of markings on this ADSR board. There's a strip here that says long. And then there's another strip over, where is it? Here that says short. So there's long and short. The way that they're lined up, it doesn't make any sense. I've never seen that type of marking. Here's the long here by my finger. Underneath the cap that's empty. Those 4 lines check together, and then there's that. My only assumption is trimmers, but I don't see any on the parts list. So, bit confused. I couldn't even find them in the schematic. Oh, you know what? Actually, did I close that window? I think I did. So let me see something real quick here. Let me pull this back up. So there are some trimmers down. Now, VR 16 and 17 are accounted for. I know what this .1 shit is though. That's creeping me out. All right, let me account for all these. VR22, I found. VR16, I found. VR17, I found. VR18, I found. I don't see any other variable resistors on here. You really never have to dot us a gate number.
Found anything yet? We ain't found shit.
Yeah, I think this long and short is going to be in this part of the circuit, but the problem is I don't play it. Yeah, I don't see it. I'm not sure what it is. The holes are on, or the schematics, or just don't know which wires they're on. Did Tracer don't like the editor? It looks more like MS Word. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this schematic personally either. The visual. Yeah, let me probe it really fast just to figure it out. Oh, but I only have my alligator probes on. I'll change it. I need you. All right, just had to untangle. Detangle? Distangle? So, yeah. Let's do resistance. So these are all the same. I think these are supposed to be trimmers. But I don't see a trimmer on the damn list. And I don't see them on the schematics. They could be jumpers, you're right, but it's this doesn't make sense. Is it, let me see. Is the footprint looks like it's the right size. Yeah. But you know what? It gets in the way with the other components, so. Oh, wait a minute. I think there's a choice. You can either do a long or a short. Maybe? No, it still doesn't make sense. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. It's not 100% in the way, so I don't care anymore. My care levels went away. Oh, hey. You don't need that. Because I do need that switch that I don't know where it went now. Really? D6 is a bipolar LED? That doesn't seem right. Why would it need to be bipolar? Yeah, red, green. Alright. Last time I put it in backwards and that seemed to work, so I may have to do that again. Not the right one. Is that the one I want? Yeah. Oh shit, that looks sick. Look at that button. Oh my god, I had no idea. Holy crap. Wow. Alright. So with the button, though, I do need to solder it on separately. So let me just... Yeah. Well, how do I want to do the button? Yeah, let's just do it separately. I know, that button's sick. Yeah, I well, that's what I'm thinking. I could just go to Ray Wilson and go to Music from Outer Space's site and go try to figure out what the fuck this is. I mean, it's, you know, it's not a deal breaker or anything. It's just weird. I don't know why there's two LEDs though. I didn't know this envelope generator was going to do a positive and negative. That's pretty cool. Might have to get me one myself. Knowing that, I thought it would just go up from 0. Yeah, see, there's a long short switch. I do not understand any of this. Oh, I don't know where the little screws are for this thing. Yeah, I don't have it. I'm just gonna solder this thing into place by hand and then... Oops. Or maybe I'll do all the other guys first and then I'll do that one. Let's do that. It's probably smart. Smarter move. Move the smarter More smarter. Where's my drink? I like that button though. I didn't think I would at first, but once it nestled into that panel, and it does feel good. It does have a nice clicky click. All right, there we go. So yeah, there's that switch. All right, let me do the rest of this shit first. Let's get the scope. Let me switch out the Barlow for the big guy. The most smartest. Brilliant, really. Some would say. Many people say. In fact, everyone says it. Oh, Meatwad Freestyle. Let's go. Talk like Northridge as Meatwad. You have no idea how complicated that is. There's actually I watched a thing a while back that, like, for impressionists, the most difficult thing for them to do is an impression of a character doing an impression of another character. It's just like stacking things up so much. Oh. Because, yeah, I'd have to be like, well, what would Northridge think Meatwad says? You know, or I'd have to, like, you have to come from that standpoint. So I don't know. We could do all kinds of stuff, man. It's all good. Love the song about pork chops. Pork chops. Oh shit, take that, printer. There we go. Alright, it's a little better. All right. Pop. Oh, wait. Pop. Yeah, that was really hard. But I could do it if I read it. I can do that. You want to do that? I think that's fair. Let's do it. I had fun with it. And I feel like I could do a better take. I was looking at the take yesterday. I liked it, but, you know I can do better. I also like the singing, you know, it's like a country song. I want to do chicken and beans. Chicken and beans, best that I ever seen. I'll get you some chicken and beans. Chicken and beans. All right, let's do it. I could put that up. You know what I'm looking at. Let's do it that way. Let's get rid of this. This is dumb. Hold on. Hey, 1, 2, 1, 2. I'm the very master of a matter, Major General. I have information, vegetable, animal, and mineral. I know the kings of England, and I quote the facts historical from Marathon to Waterloo, and order and categorical. I'm very well acquainted, too, with matters mathematical. I understand the equations, both the simple and quadratical. About binomial theorem, I'm teeming with a lot of news, with many trivial facts about the square of a hypotenuse. I'm very good at integral and differential calculus. I know the scientific names of beings and animalculous. In short, in matters vegetable, animal, and mineral, I am the very model of a modern Major General. I know I'm into history. King Arthur too says paradox. I answer holographics. I have a petty taste for paradox. Accordingly, the jostics are the crimes of Heliogabus, and Conocock can perform peculiarities parabolibus. I can tell undoubted Raphaels from Geraldines and Sophones. I can tell the croaking chorus of the frogs of Aristophanes. Then I can hum a fugue of Richard's heard its music's dinner for. To whistle all the years without infernal nonsense pinafore. Then I can write a Washington script in Babylonic suited form and tell you every detail of Kirkadis' uniform, but still in matters vegetable, animal, and mineral, I am the very model of a modern Major General. In fact, when I know what is meant by Mavelin and Ravelin, when I can tell the side of a muzzle rifle from a javelin, when such affairs and shortages and surprises I'm a worry at, when I know precisely what is meant by a commissariat, when I have learned what progress that is made in modern gunnery, when I know more tactics than a novice in a nunnery, in short with a smattering of elemental strategy. You'll say about a Major General's never subtlety, for military knowledge, though unplucky and adventure, has only been brought down by the beginning of the century, but still, it matters, vegetable, animal, and mineral. Yeah, you guessed it. I am the very model of a modern Major General.
There you go. Hopefully that equals the power of a rap.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You're too kind. That was not rehearsed. We did not do that in dress, but we did it when we were not dressed, and we were depressed because of the dress that we were in jest.
You liked it, Marnex? Awesome. Very happy to hear that. Very, very happy. Wait, what am I doing? Bum, 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 bum. That doesn't look in focus, does it? Yeah. There we go. That's way better. That's way better, Fry Man. I'm telling you right now. It's good. Bring it on. Yeah, I know. It's not funny.
I understand. One weekend, you and me, Fry Man. Tear the roof off! Oh my god. 45 bits from the Mornax. From Mornax, not the. That's weird. Mornax, thank you so much, mate. I appreciate that. Let's go. You know what would be interesting? Here's a missed opportunity for Twitch. I guess they see it as the long term outweighs the short term. But why not? Oh my god. Hey, Nashido with the Prime sub. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Oh, I gotta get this out of my head. I'm not a big cryptocurrency freak or anything like that, but why not make bits like, you know, you buy into it and instead of like the bit cashing out to, you know, whatever your currency is and them controlling that, effectively creating this fucking quasi economy, instead, like, you know, like if a streamer they could basically just hoard all the bits that they made, and they could either cash out or they could transfer it to another, you know, what I'm not a really big cryptocurrency freak. I look at it from a very, very far away land because I'm like, I don't know if it's here yet. But I'm always curious. Technology fascinates me. That is a missed opportunity for Twitch right there. And it's insane that they wouldn't get into that. I guess it's just fear. But I mean, what would they have to lose? They would, well, yeah, what would, well, I guess the payouts is where they could potentially lose. Because if someone were to buy Twitch bit, you know, Twitch bits or whatever, Bitcoin bit Twitch, and the value was 4, whatever 4 means, and then like some, you know, it takes off and everything, and now it's at the value of 12, and someone's like, well, I'm gonna cash out my 12s. I'm not gonna wait around. I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna go for my quick buck. Then I guess that would be the issue they could run into. But if they were to back it against another cryptocurrency, I don't know. I don't really know how that works, but that, I was just thinking about that with the bits. I'm like, man, you know, it'd be, you know, I just bought some bits, and I'm like, wait, why not this be communal? I don't know. Dave and Buster's.
And if you ain't careful and hold yourself.
Oh my God, it's Pat, the cat, Patter. What's up, mate? Daddy, do you have some sausage? Daddy, would you like some sausage? Tom Green. I know, Mornax, so you'd think they'd have a little bit of room to, you know, I mean, I'm just seeing it, you know, well, I mean, everyone's seeing it. It's just kind of becoming more and more prevalent from being some little thing to being, another aspect of the internet, really. And it would make sense for Twitch to, or Amazon or whoever to capital. I'm sure someone's brought it up and they were like, pass. We like just making money the old-fashioned way. People give it to us until they don't have any more, then they go away. We like this format. Your format says that we have to pay them, and then they'll stick around longer. This is too long. We want to fleece them at the maximum amount of speed possible. Your method slows us down. God, I think that's how the meeting went down. A Deadly Fork, welcome in, mate. It's going good. We're working on these modules. I don't think we're gonna be able to finish any. It's not gonna be like yesterday where we got that LFO done. And it's still cooking. I kind of looked at the waveforms a little bit and everything looks all right. It's a little weird, but I think I just, you gotta let it sit on the, you gotta let it cook. It's just something I learned. Especially circuits like that. You know the kind. Don't make me say it. I mean, blockchain system change could bring a whole sort of legal issue if everything goes awry. And that's exactly what I think is probably why any bigwigs at Amazon or Twitch or whatever looked at it and went, sounds risky. We'll make money the old-fashioned way. Fork. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I hadn't even considered like that. You know, though, it's going to happen, right? In like 6 months, we're going to be talking about it. Or not 6, I don't know. Whatever time period. The next time period, we'll be talking about it. Weirdly cut thumbnail. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm in between cuts on that nail. That's my scratcher. Ah. Oh, it feels good, though. Gotta keep the scratcher. Hey! And P River, thank you so much for the follow. Man, today has been killer. We've had like several new subs and prime subs, and then we've got the new follows. Damn! That's what I'm talking about. That's how the love grows. Or something like that. Could be mistaken how I put that. Oh, yeah, I forgot to put this switch in. Coke nail, you know it. Except I'm more of a Dr. Pepper fan. I'm trying to quit the Dr. Pepper, really. Well, not quit it. I can never quit you, Dr. Pepper. Oh, shit. I didn't realize I wasn't here. It's trippy. All right, switch is on. Well, that's what, and that's my thing too. It's doable, but it's a hell of a lot of software development that would need to be implemented. Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm thinking. It's like, it just seems like it's something that would come about eventually, because I don't know, it's just an inevitable thing. If things like bits and other online currency. Everyone can do the math, and no one's fucking winning. When you buy bits, you know that you're losing. You're paying this ridiculous amount for that, and then when you get to the streamer, it's 1-to-1. But you still feel. I don't know. Personally, I just feel like this is kind of a jip. But it is what it is, and it's a common thing in video games and so forth, and how they do the microtransactions, and that's fine. But I feel like that's where cryptocurrency could really shine as something that could be, more mainstream. because you could invest, and you don't need to know shit. All you need to know is you spent $50 and you got, you know, X number of crypto bits, and you're good with it. And or if you're a streamer, I don't know. Yeah, I guess there is some. We did cross that too. If you were a streamer, it might. But I feel like the people that would just contribute that don't really want any back, it could feed that economy. But I don't know. It's an interesting idea. I mean, like I said, I'm not a big cryptocurrency freak or fan. I'm not even a fan, I should say. I just don't know a lot about it beyond what I think is kind of everybody knows. But what little I know tells me that would make bits really fucking fun. They would blow the hell up. I would buy them by the hundreds easily. Because that's the other thing too, their price breaks, you're like, the fuck? So $50 or whatever, $70 or $180? Fuck you. What are we making? So this is the Music from Outer Space, MFOS, ADSR. These are the boards we built. We finished one yesterday. We'll pull it out here at the end of the day, I think, just to take a gander. Maybe we could do some calibration on it. Oh, you know, I tried to calibrate it on a analog scope and it was absolute piss. So it told me that I don't know how to use an analog scope. But I used it on one of the Ornament and Crime scopes, and it was a champion. So I might just grab both of those guys and we could go. The only problem is the bias is kind of wonky. All right, our switch is on. It's nice and solid. We got our jacks. So all we need to do is put this button in and the bicolor LED. And again, I'm just going to put the LED backwards and hope that works. I don't know. Can they remain consistently inconsistent or consistently consistent with inconsistencies? I don't know. All right. Let's see. Da. What the fuck? So the switch was going on nice and easy earlier, and now it's being a bitch. There it goes. Okay. Yeah, I really, really, really love how that switch, look how flush that is. Just pops out perfectly. Moves in just a tiny, tiny amount. Oh my God, this is the coup de grace. This is the best part. I don't know if that's what that means.
This is a coup de grace. I think that's a band that opened up for Mudhoney.
Let me try tacking the other corner here. But you guys can't see. I can't even see any of this. All right. Pop this rude boy back on. Screw the parts back on. And oh my god, I really, really like this button. I think I'm gonna have to start doing stuff like that. I might have to find more of these. It's a really big footprint, but so what? It looks so beautiful against that black panel. I'm cool. I'm cool with it. So, I don't... Somewhere I might have a little nut for this switch. Actually, I guess I might find one now. I think there might be one in one of these. Oh, you know what? There is one. That's right. Oh, not this box. The other one. Which is missing. Oh. Is this literally the part I need? How did that fly out of the sky? That's cool. Thank you, weird things that happen. Damn. Damn, this looks really good. All right, let me put this in the holder. And oh, you know what I never did? Oh, shit. I forgot to put the power connector on. All right, let me do that. Fuck it, I'll be right. Let's do this first, and then we'll take it all apart and put the power connector on. This is literally gonna take 2 seconds to solder in. 1 1000, 2 1000. Okay. Okay, smart mouth. Since I have so many of these, I'm not gonna freak about if I have to replace it. Oh god, it looks so good though. Oh yeah, we do gotta solder the switch in better. Because it's not soldered in at all. 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000, 5 1000, 6 1000, 7 1000, 7 or 9, 12 1000, 11, 13,000, 14,000. All right. I really, really dig this. But now I gotta take this fucking panel off one more time. Ooh. Ooh. I just had that moment when you take a module out and it just suddenly has that girth and weight and everything and you're like, this is ready, baby. This is almost there. I just had one of those moments. It happens all the time when I'm making these modules and I still don't get tired of that moment when you pull it out and you're like, oh, fucker's ready. It's gonna be hard to test it if there's no juice. And I found my little guy. So happy. It was just sitting in a little bucket. I just threw it in there like a doofus. Like a goober doofus. Like a goofus. Can't wait to apologize to the Goofus Society. Right. This is, man, this is something we do a lot here. I actually had that piece out a minute ago, and then I think I put it away. Oh, shit. No, these are single rows. Damn it. Where's all my double rows? Single row. This kind. Double row. There we go. There we go for double row. Like you could do single, but it's like probably not gonna work. Nice. Yeah, we determined that C16 was hypercritical to the functionality of this, I believe. Yeah. All right. Well, whatever. Fine. I didn't want to have this work anyways. So I'm just tacking one corner in and making sure my finger's not touching that side. All right. Let's go. This is like, looks like the worst solder job ever. This is gonna be awesome. When we do the reveal. And magic will forever. Doesn't really matter that these link, but it does look shitty. There we go. Yep, those are all individual. Nice. There's a lot of flux. Q. All right. Well, like I said, this thing's not going to work without this capacitor in here, and I don't have it. So for the sake of awesome, I'm just going to put this thing together, because really all we have to do is solder that and then I guess link these. I still don't understand what these points are. I guess I'll have to look them up. But this will basically be ready to go once we solder that on. Sexy clean welds. Hey, thank you. It's the power of flux. It does the work. I am merely an instrument for its awesomeness. Yeah, I don't know if Bald Engineer is in the chat still. They were in earlier, but we were on Twitter. We were kind of talking a little bit about, you know, a lot of common mistakes or people, you know, things that people have problems with welding and, you know, solders and so, or soldering, I should say, not welding. And I said, you know, the thing I think was a mistake I still see because, and I know it's a mistake because I made it, and I keep, you know, I see other people do the same thing, and I'm like, oh, let me try to save you like years of headache. Is just being a little bit too timid with the materials, you know. If you run your iron at a lower temp, which is not a bad thing at all, you're gonna have to let it sit on that contact point for quite a while before it gets hot enough to start melting solder itself. And I think a lot of people get, you know, scared that they're gonna break something. And which I understand, you know, I've definitely damaged stuff from just hanging out there for too long, but I don't know. All in all, I don't think it's as big of a threat. Hey, Tommy! Good to see you, mate. I don't know what the fucking color codes I'm supposed to do here. I got green all of a sudden. Alright, whatever. They can change those. Let me get the little... Let me tighten these guys on. Honestly, I should just leave these two out because that's all I ever use. And then maybe even find a permanent hangout for those. That would be cute. Okay. There's one. So yeah, these knurled shafts. I'm not a huge fan, but I can't deny they sure are easy. They're way easier than their counterpart. There you go. Mr. Set Screw. Oh shit, I put this on wrong. Okay, now I can. So if you ever need to take knobs off, pro tip, get these IC pullers that are supposed to pull ICs. Oh my God. I don't know why they're not sold as knob pullers. Just get it on there. Pops right the hell off. You don't scratch anything. I think I just put it exactly back the way it was. Oh well. All right, well that's mostly done. It needs this component. Now we have another one of these, but we don't have all the pots for it. But we got everything else. We've got the switches. We've got one jack for it, or two pots, I think. No, that's right, just one. So I don't know if I want to hold off on this or not. I don't think it's... I think if I position the jack up, or the pot up here, or even here, it'll be okay, because the rest of it's going to stabilize around it. It's better safe than sorry. It's way smarter to do those all at once. I've regretted it before. And then on the envelope generator, or just the AR generator, what were we missing? I think like a lot of stuff. There's like all these pots that we don't have. Let's go over it and I'll rewrite this list, but I think that's all that we can get to today. I'll order some parts tonight for these modules because I want to get them out to the client. I'd love to get some money in. I need to get some money in. So I continue to live my rock and roll lifestyle that I have become accustomed to. All right. Peel this off. I'm gonna wipe this surface down fast just to keep the stickies off the top. I don't want this thing to become a fucking nightmare for me. Nightmare fuel. Starring Dustin Hoffman. All right. So this thing, we need two. We'll start with that. We'll just work our way down. I don't think we're gonna have to make a big list too. Oh yeah, I forgot this door hinges up, so gotta basically make it big enough for this. Oh, that's not gonna work. Ah, you son of a bitch. Let's make it straight. Nope. Drive me insane. What do you think about Sidstream? He uses the word son of a bitch quite often. I noticed. What's that about? I don't have a clue. No clue. Maybe like a big Led Zeppelin? I don't know. All right. So, we need a, let me look this up one more time. This is a 15 microfarad cap, yeah? Da? Microfarad? Нет, да. 15 Da. 15 microfarads. Alright. We need two. 15 microfarad. Electro caps. I guess that's all I got. And that will finish this and this module. The next little components needed, I think, are actually all the components we need are through hole after that. So let's find out what we're short on. So to finish this, we needed, what was it, 5? Or no, you need like 3. Three linear 1 meg pots. And I don't think we have any of that. And then the other one was 1 mega ohm. Or no, I'm sorry, a 100K. So actually I'll put that in. So these are 500K. So these won't work. I'm just gonna put them here for now. These won't work. These are B50s, B25, those won't work. Here's one single B100K. And then that's all I got. So I need 3 of these one mega ohm pot. And then that should be everybody here. That's the switches. Okay, so that completes that and that. I think I can fit this guy in. Ah, it's too bad. Too tall now. And then this guy, we needed it's the AR. I just need to find the pots, don't I? Oh yeah, so this one needs a 10K, which I don't have. An A1 and then 2 A1s, so we might have that. But I don't have a 1X B10K pot. The other one is, again,
A1 meg. I think I've got those. It was actually one of the first things. Yeah, yeah. Oh, but I only have 2. I need 3. That's so fucking stupid. Right? I need 3? Oh, no, I just need 2. Okay, so I have enough to complete this. So there's 1. There's the other. So now we've got... That's everything here. Let me make sure I got this switch. The switch will fit. Honestly, we could put on all these hardware here, because there's really no reason not to. There's no SMD. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put all the hardware on this, and then I think that'll finish off these guys for the day.
That'll be all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Spank you. That's not spanky, bro.
So A1 meg is R7 and R8. So R3, okay. And then we have the jacks. Let's do those real quick. Oops. What do we need? 1, 2 jacks? Nice. Nice. We could try putting these guys in, but usually the height is gonna work. Let me put this power connector in before I solder this. I just realized. Make sure that's flush, yeah. Alright.
just gonna do this again, or it's just a sludge fest. All right, maybe not. All right. Maybe I should put some more on there. Yeah, maybe a little bit more. Or maybe I have too much solder, I don't know. Now looking at it from the side, I'm like, that looks really tall. Yeah, I put a little bit too much on there. Tiny bit too much. What does that say? Hey, Splots. Amaranth laughed at my joke the other day. I may have a promising career as a footstool in the future. Oh, there you go. Don't always keep dreaming for the stars, you know. Don't set your light. Don't set the bar too low. At aiming. Was that the joke? There, no. I think there's a little tiny trick, yeah. All right. Nice. So to get that on. Chicanos, what's up? You bet. Wick it away. It's the way I roll. Huge advocate for a wick. What does the copper do? Does it soak it up? Yeah. It's basically because of the texture of it. Here, look at some. So here, we'll zoom in. So I gotta find it. Does it go up or do I go down? I think I'm going down. There we go. So you can see that it's just this fine braid. And the way solder is when you heat it up, it does the whole surface tension thing. So this is just loaded with surface tension, being that this is finely knit braid. And so it just leaps onto that surface because it's like, this is like way cooler. Not knowing that we've tricked it the whole time. Fuck you, solder. Never taught my man's back. I don't know. Poits, welds, potato, tomato, asparagus, capillary action, temporary dilation of the pupils. We call it void comp for short. Let me clean this up. I just realized I dumped a whole bunch of shit on here. No, no, the gravity. Love the situation. Almost like yeah, that's one way to look at it too. Sure, can't argue with that. It just loves surface tension, so it just runs over to that. I love the fact though that it moves. You know, it's something I don't think a lot of people really grasp, that this metal is moving. And granted, we're using temperatures to move it, but that's not all. That's pretty neat. When you start thinking about space, and you're like, man, I wonder if there's aliens out there that grew up in these temperatures and they're made of metal. They're probably really into like Pantera or Black Sabbath. I don't know. Like what genre of metal are these aliens into? That's the real question. Oh shit. That and where did that button went? Luckily I have another one. I dropped that. Guy got hacked and maybe Canadian was monitoring some very suspicious cookie activity, and suddenly some menu option to see cookies disappeared. Oh wow. That's insane. Let me push all these switches going the same way. It's works better. There we go. And the switch goes in here. All right, there we are, buddies. Shoot the streamer girl. A zing. That's what we call in the comedy world a callback. Very nice. And it's not too far back too, so it's like totally relevant. I love it. Kudos. It could be a jealous Ukrainian. Oh my god. That is a story as old as time, right? Jealous Ukrainian hacks your computer. Oh my god, we've all been down that road before. Some more than once. Oh, that's terrible what I just happened. That's really terrible. Oh, that I'm not coming back from that. No way in hell. No way on earth. Oh man. Maybe with these jacks, maybe I can maybe slide them in. I don't know. It feels like it's gonna make this 10 times harder to pull off. If I try to do it this way. Or damn it. I'll be damned if I'm gonna do it any other way. Well, I'm gonna try it this way first. There's no way this is gonna work. I'm looking at these jacks and I'm like, this isn't gonna work. Maybe the pots, maybe, but not these guys. Digital G dropped the ounce.
Well, you know it.
Oh my goodness. Try again. Try not to mess up. No promises. Still highly possible. Alright, I'm going to try this again and try not to fuck it up. No promises though. I'm pretty good at it. Okay, so far so good. Okay, we'll do these rows. All right, let's do it to it with the boo it. That looks ominous. Oh wow, that screw looks great though.
All right, now this one's the push button. I want to get this in nice and snug. Perfect. And then I'll get the other corners. Oh, I'm at 380. 380C is almost all the time the temperature that my iron's at for leaded solder. Some people like 320. I did 320 for a little while, but I went up to 380 and it just works a lot better for me. And this is on a Hacko. I haven't calibrated it. Actually, I have the right solder to do it. So it may need some calibration, but okay, so we just need to do these switches. Awesome. Yeah, 380 for unleaded solder. I like to do 420. It honestly works. It seems to be a good temperature to start at, and then you can always, you know, a lot of times you end up going up higher than 420. But usually, if you're dealing with solder like that and stuff like that, you usually want like an 80-watt iron or something really, really, really heavy duty, which most people never need. $450? No, I mean, you can get up to that hot. It's just, you know, if you're working with leaded solder, it's too hot. And so your time that you can dwell on a solder point gets lower. At 380, 320, like a lot of boards are pretty resilient to but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that recommend going with low temperatures out of the gate, like 320 or even I've heard 280. And those are safe temperatures, and you're not going to have any problems with them. It's not a bad idea. The trade-off is how long you have to hang out on that joint for the solder, for the point to heat up, all that. And sometimes that temperature on paper is a really good temperature, but when you're dealing with all the thermal, you know, like what is it? There's parasitic thermals or whatever. I've heard all these weird terms, but you know, the temperature, this takes a lot more heat, and it takes a lot longer to heat up than, you know, its counterpart. Man, speaking of counterparts, how's this set in here? Okay. I'm another something from you. Thanks. Seems you care more about getting the solder on the board and then make it pretty rather than being too dainty. Yeah, I mean, it like these jacks that we're doing, all this through-hole soldering, it's just really time-consuming because it just takes a long time for that metal to heat up. And if the metal isn't the proper temperature, the solder will never weld to it properly. And yeah, you can always, you can always go back too, you know, anytime, this needs a little love.
anytime I've spent too much time on a weld, or I'm like, God, I need to get out of here, I just walk away and go to some other spot and then come back, because a lot of times you can overheat an area, or you could just be, poking at the same spot. And if you come back with a little bit of a fresher perspective and let everything cool back down, sometimes that's all you needed to do. And then it's good to go. Use eutectic solder for a lower melting point. Eutectic, is that what low melt solder is called? I've been wanting to try to get some low melt for the shop. The fucking shop. But I don't know what I don't really know what to look for. Oh, hey, Han Sanitizer, let's go. 3 months. Melt me 3 months. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the 3 months. Tier 1. The welder thing is a tack stuff, yeah. Just tack it in. You just tack it. All right. So this one's kind of done. Oh yeah, wait. We gotta put the LED in. I forgot what the LED was for this. Is it a bicolor? For an AR too. That's gonna be a weird one again. Wow. Man, today has been incredible, guys. Lots of, just people coming out of the woodwork. So wonderful. There's a switch, there's a button, there's a cable. Through hole. Oh, there we go. Red, green. Oh, wow. Another. Okay. Whatever. All right. So this is the last thing, and then I think that's. Let me just. Yeah. All right. Go. Oh, there it goes. Chip Quick is good, low melt stuff. Euclitic alloys are like 67. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm already rolling 6337. I love it. Is that what 63 is? That's as low as you can get until it becomes a paste. Fascinating. Never mix low temp with high temp? Well, for permanent, yeah. But to get it out, to remove it, I highly recommend mixing leaded or low temp solder in with the regular unleaded solder, and that will lower the melting point, and then it'll make it a lot easier to take it out. Or just straight use low melt solder. Pop it out, and the only thing you need to be concerned about, it's the only thing I think you might be talking about, is you got to go in and clean it. You have to get rid of all that low melt solder out of there, so that so you have a nice clean one type. If you're going to use 63 or 6040 or I guess unleaded, whatever, you have to make sure that you clean out that area afterwards. But mixing it, it's my baby. That's my go-to. I love mixing solder. That's like when I discovered I was an alchemist. Paste face can separate off. Just use hotter temperatures or more powerful solder station. You click size across an alloy that melts and freezes at one single temperature. A good example of this is 6337. And melts and freezes at 183 C. This melting point is much lower than the melting point of 232 and 327. Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay, TMK. I'll be all right with it. I'll be all right. Because I will gladly take the ease of removing a multi-pin header and all these other connectors with low melt solder than like melt. Because I've tried multiple ways. There's a board. Oh man, I'll have to bring it out. There's a board where we used hot air to pull all the chips off because there was a fuck ton of chips. And we hot aired it. And it was before low melt. And the whole board is tacoed from that process. And granted, I was not even trying to be nice, but I could already see the board warping from the heat right out of the gate. Now, granted, this was a through-hole board. It was an old board, so it's not like the higher technology ones that we have now, where the tinning and everything is much better. But still, it like told me, like, man, sometimes heat isn't gonna fix your problem. And also, to TMK, I'm only taking cues with Northridge Fix, so really, I'm not good to argue the pros and cons and everything. You'd be better off probably going directly with them and being like, you know, you shouldn't do it for these reasons or whatever. And then he can fire back his reasons on why. I'm just following a person smarter than me is all. So I have low melt solder here. This stuff, it takes forever to solidify back. I use it to remove multi-pin headers, lots of stuff. It's my go-to to remove things these days because it's way less stress than the other ways, and I've had 100% success. The other methods that I've used, I have not had 100% success. And so that's where I go. And normally, I'm always soldering with 6337. Actually, that's all I use anymore. I have 6040 over there. I'm about to use the last of it. And then I'm going to buy another deal of it of 0.8 6337. Let's see. Low temp soldering have high risk to make cracks in the solder to make loose connections. I'll take my risks. Take my chances. I live on the edge. You got to remember that. You got to remember, I live on the edge. You see a static band on me? You think I even own a static band? I don't. This is gonzo soldering, guys. This is not, you're not gonna get hired doing this shit. No way, no way. They're gonna look at you and go, oh, you watch that Sid guy, don't you? No. I am looking for the LED pack. There it is. Yeah, with high, no, actually low humidity. That's 31% inside the house right now. And I realize it's actually off because I have this little fan here blowing And I'm like, oh, that's probably throwing that thing off. It's actually way worse. Yeah, I live on the edge, guys. Right on the edge. That's how I know I'm alive. Air tastes better. Hubris is more fulfilling. Yeah, we're at 31% humidity right now. I live in the desert. I live in Phoenix, Arizona. It's pretty dry here. It's actually moist right now because we had a little bit of rainfall, I think, today. Which means it just like the air got wet. It doesn't really mean anything. Doesn't mean that rain actually fell from the sky. All right, I'm gonna do this again, following the other module by putting it in backwards. If I'm wrong, I will have to fix it. A challenge I am willing to accept. Actually, it's not even a challenge, it's just a thing. Hubris is more fulfilling, right? It's delicious. I had a big bowl of hubris the other day. You know, it's not like the hubris mom used to make, though. Oh my gosh. Man, I'd give anything. I even asked my mom's recipe, and she was like, oh, I can't give you that. Only you can make your own hubris recipe. And I was like, damn, you crazy woman. And then we did the knife dance from Beat It. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie, the music video Beat It by Michael Jackson. There's a very, very cool knife fight. And then the camera like pans over really hard, and there's Eddie Van Halen like screaming up a solo on a stack of boxes. I'm telling you, what an incredible time to be alive. That pompous spring in my step makes me a bit of a twat. Yeah. I you know, honestly, getting back to the whole static thing, people ask me about that, or people bring that up, and I'm like, yeah, that's a good thing to do, and it's really what you're supposed to do. The only issue is, I don't do it, and I have never been able to link an issue that I had to the fact that I should have worn one. Now, when that day happens, I will. But, I mean, my God, it's been years, and it hasn't fucking happened yet. So my Hey, Barefoot. I'm actually wearing socks and house slippers. Because it's cold here in the desert. It's 78 degrees. It's freezing in this room. Brr. Brr. All right. So this one obviously won't work either. But it is done 100%. Well, okay, it's done everything that we can do for it. Apparently I have an extra switch or something. Oh. So I may be missing a switch. Yeah. I should have a switch for this guy, but I guess I ordered the wrong one because I have one of these, but I don't have that. So let me write that down before I totally forget that. Single pull, single stock of switch. We've got our pots. I think that's all she wrote. All right, cool. Man, I like how shallow these things are. That's one thing that's really attracted me to Eurorack, because like this, the other system that I've done, frac rack and modem and so forth, all the boards are mounted at 90-degree angles, like how my hand is, and it's cool. It's also a real fucking pain in the ass. All right, cool. So we just are missing like a few parts. I will order them tonight, Fryman. Okay. I think all we need on this actually. Yeah, 1 nanofarad cap, found some. Okay, so this is done. I just need to order those parts. So I think I'm going to order some parts tonight. And to fill in these gaps. But surprisingly, I thought there'd be more, but it's not that bad. Static is not an issue anymore. Now they just perpetuate the claim to sell us anti-static. And you're right, it's just Big Brother safety bands trying to just sell us useless hardware. Yeah. Wake up, sheeple. Come on. To be honest, so like the packaging is pretty tough. On the external packaging is pretty tough on these things. Yeah, you could send like a high voltage and it may be out of range and it may like make it all the way and it may just like totally zap it. But honestly, these things, I beat the shit out of these things all the time and they still work. So I don't know. I feel like they're a little tougher than that. I burnt the chicken. My apartment is full of chicken smoke. Oh no, Splots Loki, that's awful. There's totally a switch in your parts tray. Oh, there is. Was it in here? So these won't work though. If you're talking about these guys, I need the ones with the little pen headers. Let me grab the other parts thing you might be talking about. Oops. So I've got a switch here, but it's the wrong. I needed a single pole, and this is a dual. I don't know why it's even in here. And then this is a trimmer, and then this is all the stupid hardware for these guys. This is some extra resistors, or no, these are extra transistors, but we'll put those away later. And then in here, yeah, it's not in here. So I'm pretty sure I fubbed up. A $20 rubber band they sell for 10. Ooh, that's bad business. Oh, 10 cents. Yeah, you're right. Little MOSFETs, they can take a hit. But you know, most of the time when you're doing this type of builds, you're usually dealing with through hole, and I mean MOSFETs and transistors are usually pretty tough, you know, in the through hole department. But you're very right. you could totally mess one up if you weren't paying attention, and you know, you rub your feet on the floor and everything like that. It could happen. Blue in the silicone. Oh, I think you're. I think that's what you might be seeing. The black wire on the large blue tray. No. I see what you're talking about. Good call. All right, thank you. Thank you very, very much. Nailed it. Nailed it. All right, well, we'll cross that out. Thank you. I knew that something stupid like that was going to happen. Boom, boom, boom. All right, well, cool. Then I did order the right amount of switches. I thought I was stupid. And honestly, like, piece of me was like, it's probably around here somewhere, but I didn't have the eagle eye that you did. Good job. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of electronic equipment, because of, you know, EMP and all these other things, they're actually pretty heavily protected. You bet, you bet. All right. So cool. So I just need to, actually it looks like I just need to make a trip to, I don't know about this electrolytic cap. Let me check one more time that I don't have it. So I've got 22 and then 10 and nothing in between. And that's weird. I thought I would have ordered it, but That's fine. I actually have to make a parts order coming up. There's a client has sent me a project to build, and they're having it shipped here directly from the place they bought it from. But the but it's a lot of surface mount components, and most of the parts numbers from the BOM are for Mauser. So I may just order from Mauser. We'll see. I have no fear of him. Yeah, I know. I just want it to have that cool wave like in the movies. You know, you see the EMP move across. That's what I really wish would be true. I asked a friend of mine, he was, oh, hey, I missed this hydrate here from Indif. Asked my friend about that. Like, can you see electromagnetic pulse? Can it actually bend light so that you see it like a warp, or does it generate, like, does it actually create enough energy to create a light? And they were like, no. Nah, that's a lot of power. I mean, you could, but it's a lot of power. Oh, really? Mauser's behind? Oh, well, then I may hold up on them then. Oh, hey! Oh, my goodness. Harold Pulcher coming in with that raid! Piping hot, never disappointing. Guys, we got another fantastic sci-tech streamer. Kicking it. Rocking it. Let me, boom, there we go. I think we take the AppleNet to the, kind of, is it full? Greetings, programs! I'd love to watch some Tron again. God, that movie is a testament to rotoscoping. That and what was that? The Scanner Darkly movie? God damn. Some of the most gorgeous rotoscoping ever. I know that's not what you were getting at, but that's where I went. Guys, if you're not familiar with Hero Culture, you got to go check out their stream. Go give them a follow. They are a sci-tech maker-builder kind of stream, just making something out of nothing. Problem solving and building, it's absolutely fun, and they're a fantastic streamer, really great atmosphere. How are you doing, mate? How was your stream? What were you guys working on? I guess I could look. It's funner to ask sometimes, you know? You get their take. Let me click on the button here so I answer my own question a little bit. ROS2 back on the hunt. Back on the hunt to make a servo move with a joystick. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, right off the bat, my brain is like trying to figure out like how would you do that? Because you'd have it, you know, attenuated, so it would have to constantly look, and then it would. Oh, neat, neat, neat. How's that project going? Oh, please drop any links in the chat that you need to. Did I not already drop it? I'll do it again. Oh, you got it. 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 Cool. I watched Scanner Darkly once, and and it's a weird movie. Like it's definitely one of those things I need to watch like on several times to really ingest. But I remembered, I think the whole reason I barely remember anything in the movie, I was just like this. People animated this. This is like an animated movie at 60 frames a second. It's really hard to do. This is amazing. Oh my goodness, once. Wait, that's not it. Imanuko, is that right? Imanuko _24 with that follow. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my God, guys, today has been killer. Managed a little further down the RSO2 node to make the rover a bit smarter. Nice. At least once on acid. Well, you got it once. Yeah. I remember that. I don't know if we're talking about the same Final Fantasy movie, but I remembered. It was one of those. There's certain films out there. Tron, I watched as a kid, so I just enjoyed the story. But as an adult, as I got older and learned about technology and how it was made, that's when my nerd brain like took off, and I was like, oh my God. Some fucking asshole sat up all night drawing these lines. Oh, And another thing too with the rotoscoping process, I don't know about Scanner Dark. I think though Scanner Darkly they did the same thing. So and they did. It's really similar to Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and whenever they do films like that, so they take the cells and the cells are blown up. So they're animating, they're painting on these giant cells, and then they have one stack, and then they drop the next frame down, and they have to move it or manipulate it to that frame, and then you've seen the paper ones where they'll go through all the papers to show the movement of the frame. It's with those God, what's that material made of? Cellulose. Celluloid? Solenoid? Whatever. You guys are smarter than me. You know what word I say. So the Final Fantasy. A little RDD resume driven drive going as well. Docker, C++, Python, 3D printing, Raspberry Pi, servos. Oh, damn, that's a big bite. That's definitely beyond my scope of being able to chew on. Cellulite. Cellulite, yes. Nitrous oxide. I saw a new Matrix movie for the second time. I haven't seen that yet. Yeah, I think all those kind of movies are very cerebral. That's usually what they would always call shows like that. If the general public didn't get it right off, you know, the bat, or the story wasn't really heavy-handed, they would call it cerebral. And it was kind of a negative term, but I think nowadays it's kind of explains a lot of really good. It describes a good book or a good story or a good movie or series or whatever. You're like, oh no, you got to watch that thing again. There's a bunch of shit you didn't pick up the first time. And I enjoy that. John NS, good to see you, mate. I played Tron when it came out, and it was pretty popular, but the movie was new. I know, the movie was incredible. People thought it was well, there technically is some computer graphics in Tron, but it's not as cool as it sounds. You should market your stream as some sort of instructions of what you do, kind of like teaching. Maybe grow a larger audience that way. I like your idea. I like your idea a lot. So, not to get too heavily deep into it, because that's a big box. I don't want to put too many things behind a paywall. I'm a really big fan of free knowledge. And plus, I'm not an expert. I'm not a professional. So I kind of feel like an asshole charging people money for shit I'm figuring out as I go along. But that all being said, there are certain things that could be monetized that wouldn't necessarily put something behind a paywall. It would provide a different experience. You know, there's not like anyone's going to get, oh, I learned this thing because I paid $10 a month or anything. It would be more of, oh, I got this little extra thing that was monetarily worth my $10 that I put in, you know? Something like that, I think would be, it's something I'm trying to steer towards. My e-commerce site, it's down right now. I just got, right when the stream started, they fucking emailed me and said, we took your site down. Like, oh, thanks. Apparently you haven't been getting my emails. Great. Good timing. I'm totally available to mess with this. And the conversation, oh, well, thank you very much. No, not a paywall, but everybody has information, knowledge that can be shared. Sure. I've been working with that. I've been working with it. You know, like we have the Patreon account, and we only have one subscriber on our Patreon, but they're a happy person because they get, like for all the VCV rack stuff and the files and all those videos and so forth. Ooh, I didn't put that up on the page. I got to fix that tonight. You get the files automatically. You don't have to hunt or anything for them. They're still available in our Discord and so forth. But, you know, if you wanted a one spot kind of thing where you're like, what is this content creator doing? Which I kind of is how I approach Patreon. Then you can go and say, oh, cool. They just put a new video out, or they've just released a new thing. I'm going to go check it out and do it. And that makes sense to me. My jokes were slaying people in MS T3K stream, but now Twitch put it behind a paywall. They call it premium content. OnlyFans. I actually, I don't remember the name of the platform, but I do have an account on it. I've started an account up with this platform because it sounded one of these a content creator I follow. It was like, oh, join me on this, and I'm like, what is that? And so I looked it up, and I'm like, oh, this sounds really cool, and it reminded me a lot of Patreon. And then I signed up for the account, and I kind of like looking around, and then I start realizing I don't know if this is gonna work, because it was basically like a watered down OnlyFans type thing. Like they specifically in the FAQ state they are not that site, and you cannot put up, you know, that type of material, but everything else is fine. And I was like, oh, well, that's what a lot of people I know that have those accounts that don't do adult content, that's what they use it for. And so I set up this site, and I'm just like, I don't think anybody I need to be a girl. I hate to sound sexist. I don't mean to, but I'm pretty sure this isn't gonna work for what we're doing here. But maybe, I don't know. I putting content in there. I'll once there's enough shit on the site, I'll blast it and so forth if I still want to keep it. But yeah, it was basically like a watered down OnlyFans, and I'm like, oh yeah. Because it like some of the things were like, you know, have your fans or viewers or whatever, you know, here's some ideas for challenges or goals or whatever, and most of them I was like, take a picture of me in a particular outfit, hear my voice, say something specific. DM me with a special photo. Okay, I got it. All right, I get it. Okay, I'm not doing that. I'm not that kind of person. There's people out there that are. Hats off to them. Unfortunately, I cannot do that. OnlyFans audio electronics. Yeah, I don't even know what that would be. Hot. Geotag. Oh yeah, that could be too. Yeah. Well, it's John. It's literally it's OnlyFans, but there's no adult content. But everything else, I've never been on the site. Like I said, I've mentioned this many times. I'm very happily married. I don't even want that web address to show up in my autocomplete. You know, so I've never been to the site. I've never checked it out. I've only heard other people talk about it. And so that's where my information comes from. And everything that I've heard from that site sounds like this other site minus the nudie pics. You know, and I'm like, oh. Well, how the fuck does that work for me? Hey, oddball. So no mustache waxing stream? We can wax my stash. Are you talking about like putting wax in it or using hot wax to remove it? Because we will not be removing my stash via hot wax when razor blades are perfectly fine. Yes, both. If I had my fans only site post pics of cat balls and faces, it makes people pay to play. Yeah, there you go. That may not be. You might be onto something. I've always had problems with monetizing my cat because I feel like I'm exploiting my cat for money, and I don't feel cool about it. But maybe there. Actually, the only way I would do it is if I took all the money and donated to charity. Like all the money, if I were to do like some sort of social media thing with my cat, which I should mention, my cat is a Munchkin cat, and he looks fucking hilarious. He is an absolute moving joke. And he has personality. He has a fucking he just talks. I taught him how to talk. Oh man. So he would make incredible content, but oh man. Let me go to the restroom really fast, guys, and I'll be right back. And I'll tell you the story of when I tried to make my cat Chompers famous and realized that was too much. Too much. There we go. Oh, God damn. Go. All right. Sorry, that took a little longer than I anticipated. I blame the internet. No, I was actually talking. Oh, hey, good. You guys got a game of basketball. Here, let me give you a better backdrop there. Guys, get in this game of basketball. Exclamation point join is going to put you into the most incredible game of your life. You think I'm being hyperbolic? Fuck you. I'm not. I'm telling you the truth. No, this is an incredible game. If you've never played basketball before, this game of basketball, let me explain how this works. You see the spinning star here? That is the green star of degrees. There's 0, there's a 90, and there's 180. That's going to be your first number that you put in when you go to make your shot. There's a second number. That is your power. Now that's 0 to 100. So in an example like this, you'd probably do something like maybe 45 degrees, maybe a 5 or a 10. I don't know. That's the trick to the game. You're going to be figuring it out. You're going to be working through trying to figure out what that magic number is. And you got to be fast too. Now there's a lag that you're competing against as well. Now that's the other element to this mechanic. So here's my recommendation, spam. Don't even wait for the animation to finish. If you know that you need to put in another number, don't wait for your character to do the whole put in that other number. The way the system's set up, it'll grab it the moment it sees it. What we got looks like we're gonna have a 2v2 maybe. Oh, we got 2v3. 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 Let's go. Oh no, we got 3v3. Oh, ho, 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 ho. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, look at that. Right out of the gate, we got a crazy trick shot. Almost made it. Can you believe it? Let's see if let's see. We got oddball doing, right out of the gate. Biznot sinking one in. I thought you were being sardonic, not hyperbolic. Yeah. Can it be both? Hey, Polly, welcome in. Oh my God. The reason it took me so long is from when I went to the restaurant, I was talking to Mrs. Here. I was making sure dinner was taken care of and everything like that. And we were talking about food, and I was like, yeah, she was eating this dish, some leftovers, and she's like, I left you a little bit, and I was like, oh, if you want to eat it all, you can. I need to try to eat healthy, and so I was going to eat some fruits and some meats. Basically, like, I've just been eating antipasta dishes, like meats and cheeses and fruits and crackers, and I'm like, fills me up, feels really healthy. Probably not. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that trick shot there. Oh, blocked. Denied. No, that is all I'm eating, though, Polly. I'm like I said, I'm just trying to watch my. I don't know. I kind of think I've been getting by on eating garbage for long enough, and now I might need to step up and try to eat better. Processious engagement in direction. Polly, thank you. You're always appreciated. Appreciated. So, looking right here out of the back, guys, blue team is in trouble. Is blue team even moving? I haven't even seen them move. No. And then there's other environmental factors that trouble. Yeah, I know, Pauline. I just haven't been taking care of myself, to be honest with you. When I was a teenager and I was younger, I could just eat whatever I want. Nothing bad would happen to me. I knew that was going to run out, and I'm starting to sense that is approaching. If it's not already here. Oh my God, there we go. Blue team on there. Tankenheimer coming in with the second point for blue team. My apologies. I missed that. Yeah, but I just feel like that time's running. I'm in my 40s, so it's I don't even know why I'm on Twitch. I'm so old. Someone made a joke about that the other day. Once you're 30 on Twitch, you're too old. I'm like, uh-oh. Where does that put me? Because I'm way past that. Enjoy your lithium. Oh! Damn. All right, guys. 5 points for red team. 2 points for blue team. Blue team needs to make some big moves here. Now, I've seen this happen many times. You see the underdog, the Rocky ending, right? It's the Rocky ending. You know, you think, oh, don't, Rocky's down. He's never going to make it. And they, uh-oh. Okay, so it looks like the Italian stallion may not come through. We are 1 point away, ladies and gentlemen, from red team taking this championship home. 1 point away. Well, you're old and you have things with sharing, and oh yeah, I know. I'm just laugh at that whole notion. I'm like, wow, what a ridiculous notion that you're old. No, I what I was getting to with my age is, anyways, I'm just getting older, and I've seen it over and over and over through people as I've been growing up, that there's a certain point where you get a certain age, and your metabolism changes, whatever changes. You get into your old man, old lady body. And it is what it is. But I don't know. My father, my father's brother, my uncle, my grandfather, my maternal grandfather, all of them had enormous guts. Just the big gut. And I swore I would never do that, because I was like, man, I can't do that. And I didn't eat. And my father, every one of them, you could look at photos and you're like, oh, it's like a timeline. That's amazing. And so I'm like, GG's, by the way, guys. That was a killer game. So I'm always like, I don't want to do that. And if I can avoid it, sometimes you can. It is what it is, and I'll be happy with that. I'm not going to be miserable to try to do that. But it was in every one of those people that I mentioned, all the males, that was a contributing factor to them not living to their super ripe old age. So I always kind of, and of course it's my father. I lost him, and so I part of me is embedded, and I'm like, oh man, well I don't want to fall down that. I don't want to make the mistake that my dad made. So I've been trying to keep that, and the whole COVID thing just exacerbated everything. And now I'm like, I'm hyper aging, hyper fattening, and so I don't know. There's too many times where I'm like, man, there's something you can do and you don't do anything, and I don't want to do that. That was what I had. That's why I was late coming back from the bathroom. I had that conversation with Mrs. Heresy. I'm 43, and I'll be damned if the punk kids are going to tell me I'm too old. I didn't slave through 8-bit games, Tiger handhelds, and mentioned from spending my lunch money. Yeah, right? Well, no one's calling me old except me. Terminally online under 40. There's nothing wrong with a big gut. Fat is just stored power. There you go. Like all my loves is supposed to solidarity. I have a eating disorder, so oh mate, I wasn't trying to pull that. I'm just saying, like, I just didn't want that. If I can avoid it, I can. If it is what it is, it is what it is. But I'm absolutely positive all the garbage food I eat and the soda that I drink and the sedentary lifestyle I lead is probably less healthy. And any of those things, those physical attributes that come out, like, oh, gee, my muffin top's getting a little more muffiny. Any of those little signs are me going, okay, so I guess I can't. I don't think I can get away with this being lazy all the time and just eating garbage. I think I got it. All right, fair enough. So the antipasta sound like a good idea. Plus, it's delicious. After last night's stream, I had a couple of beers. I had a few beers because I hadn't taken a break all weekend. I hadn't had a night off, so I played some video games and just watched some Boston Legal, and I was. I forgot my point, actually. I read something and then I got distracted. Hey, still going? You bet, mate. Bit of rad. Oh, nice. If you had a gut right now, we wouldn't know. We see your face. Smile. Yeah, I know. Well, I do the dances. We got the dances. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. There's like an air drum and a dance party up in here from like a half hour ago. Oh, man, I'm so bad. There's a hydrate here, too. Let me do the hydrate. All right. My bad. All right, I think I accidentally skipped over the air drums. Messed that up. All right, well, then we can do that. We can fix that. finding all this shit on the floor. That was fucking awesome, actually. That was 2 ticks from Bad Ash, and it went straight to awesome. All right. There's another dance party. What the hell? All right. Another dance party. Let's do it. Let's not fuck around. Thank you. Thank you. Too kind. It's I don't know if we've done this one lately. Let's do this one. Oops. Stand by, stand by, stand by, stand by. Bystanders. Bye. Nice timing. Wait a minute. Is my... Oh, the heart thing wasn't working. It was like... that was fun. That was fun. Oh my goodness. I think we fixed the heart thing. Yeah, we absolutely did. Oh my goodness. And I found all this shit on the floor that I knocked off. It's like coming up roses everywhere. Oh. Alright. We got a dab. I gotta catch my breath even for the dab. That's insane. Dab breaths. Dab it good. Was it energetic? Well, good. I hope so. 10,000 switches. More like dance party, am I right? Oh my gosh. All right. Let's check on the levels of fish food. Oh, levels are fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Look how pink his ear blood is. Fantastic. Just fantastic. The Roger is enjoying some crystalline entity. Was it? A special performative enhancement drug not available to the masses, and it looked like it's taking effect. Look how pink that earblood is. Nice. At 10,000 switches? No, I just found this one. Just this one. You know, I never thought I could ever utilize my enormous lung capacity and my ability to have no sense of self-awareness to ever be something special. But you guys made it. Oh man, I got this. You guys made that a real thing. Appreciate that. Yeah. It's a little brush, a little mustache comb. Wilford Brimley. Yeah, hydration. We got that dab. Oh wait, I didn't do that. That's right. I just did the dab. I gotta do it again. God damn it. Another day I'm gonna figure this out. I'm gonna let you finish, but solder is the most important component of a dance party. I'm gonna let you finish. Oh my God, is that a Kanye reference? Was that a Kanye reference? I'm gonna let you finish, but hold up. That is the ultimate callback. We've had some killer callbacks today, but if that's what you intended, I'm just gonna, fuck it. That's what it is. I'm gonna let you finish, but I just gotta say, Beyonce is the best. Been dabbing the whole time, catch up. Well, I'm trying. Looking. I saved for 2 years, saved up a grand, bought some SSDs and new rig. Still a potato though, and stuck in the Panama Canal. Oh, God. So fast you went through customs and got stuck in the Panama Canal. I think I'm missing something. I don't know what this canal stuff is about. Oh, I got to stretch. Let me do the hydrate now before I have to stand up. Thanks for that hydration, yo. Oh, there's another one. And another one. I only have so much fucking water on the earth. Can't waste it all on this one stream. But there was a stretch from Polly here. Oh, yeah. Actually, that's a good stretch. Look at that. This is what I would look like if I was just a torso and a head. Pretty awesome. Not gonna lie. Except I wouldn't be able to scratch, and I think that would be the worst part. Just be constantly rubbing up against trees and stuff. Yeah, I'm not really overweight or anything like that, getting close to it, but it's a slippery slope, just like cocaine. One day it's an 8-ball, the next day it's 4 more 8-balls. Hey, my goodness! Oh my goodness! The free heathen. What's up? My glasses are all crooked. Free heathen, I am doing fantastic. Fan-fucking-tastic. We've got a. Here, let's pull out the guy that we got that day. Let's put that guy. Show him off. So we've been kind of just slowly working on these modules here, and we were able to get one done yesterday. That was kind of a surprise to me, but these other two, we're still missing a couple of teeny tiny components that I honestly think I took them, and that's why they're not there. I put them in something else. Sounds like something I would do. But here's the one that we finished yesterday. This is an LFO, low frequency oscillator from Ray Wilson, aka Music from Outer Space. So there is some weirdness on this thing. I don't know if we're going to calibrate it tonight. I wanted to get at least 24 hours of voltage through this, and we still got like 20 we still got like 4 or 5 hours to go, and I think the more the better, honestly. But the only thing I noticed with this is that the pulse width, I couldn't get it centered properly, so there may be a bad resistor not pulling it the pulse to the other side. And as such, because the pulse is a primary part of the waveforms on a lot of these, so the saw and the ramp are kind of wonky looking, and but the triangle and sine, of course, look fantastic, and they sound really nice, even for an LFO. You know, I mean, I put it up and I was like, man, that's a really nice tone. I don't hear any distortion, and then you throw it on the scope and you're like, oh, that looks gorgeous. Another boss battle. That's not a bad idea. So you're an electronics maker. Exactly. So what we do on here, if you're, since you're obviously new to the channel, and anybody new to the channel, we'll just briefly go over this. We focus on soldering. We want to get people into soldering. We want to get people into making electronics. I'm a hobbyist. I'm not a professional or anything, but I love this stuff, and I've been messing with it for years and years and years. And I think it's accessible to just about everybody out there. And we mostly focus on audio equipment. So we try to fix, you know, we build like Eurorack modules, little synths and stuff like that. We'll do repair works for things like that. Here's This is like kind of my first commercial repair. Well, not really. It's not actually. It's not my first commercial repair at all. Whatever. This is the first time I tried to fix a Eurorack module that another repair company said they didn't want to fix. And these are the same things, but we do a variety of different stuff. We even have a computer that we worked on a little bit, an all-in-one Dell, and like some little fucking home speakers and shit. It's all kinds of stuff. It's the goal of the channel is really just to get people into this, have a fun place to hang out, ask questions, get more familiar with it. So, you know, newcomers. And then at the same time, I think we really kind of created a nice environment for people that are like seasoned, you know, OGs, if you will. And they're able to hang out and go, you know, in my experience, that's a shit brand or something like that. It's usually what you get. Oh my goodness. To get the utility boss finished. Oh no, I downloaded a picture of Yuli that I found, but I'd like to get 2 or something. It's not a very good picture. It's weird. There's not a lot of photos of him on the internet. And then I need to figure out what body to put him on. I can't put him on, you know, I have this giant head and I want to put him on a little body, and easier said than done. LFOs are the heart. Yeah, I know. I that's why I love the sloths, and I just don't think you can have enough LFOs, period. I want to build an Android-like data from Star Trek. That'd be lit. Yeah, you got to start somewhere, right? I don't know if this is the place to start, but you do definitely want to start somewhere. So forget, can you or have you made a mixer with a custom controller? Can you elaborate a little bit? I mean, so I've never designed anything. Everything I've ever made is just hacked from other people's designs, and I shoehorn it into work. And that's about as much engineering. However, I've discovered over time that is literally 90% of what most people do, which is fascinating. I learned it from all the programmers that come into the channel. They're like, oh yeah, that's what programming is. You just like find some code and you're like, oh, that'll work. Oh, I gotta change those parameters. That doesn't work here because I'm this and this is that. Hey, it works. Cool. I'm a genius. Wait, did I lose my headphones? I did. I've tried to repair a mixer. Well, we fixed, which mixer? What have we fixed so far in the mixer realm? I have one mixer over here that's still not working. I've been trying to decide I need to put it back in its full case, or the owner doesn't even really need it back anymore. He's a friend, so it's not a big loss, but I still don't want to, I want to finish it. It's my fucking, it's my Moby Dick. There we go. I need buttons and pots to go to a controller and then to USB. So depending on the number of channels and your budget and things like that, a Tensi may work. You're gonna need something with a ton of analog ends to interpret your fader and your pot, and then it'll need several binary ends for mute on, mute off. 5 pots, 16 buttons. So the buttons are going to be easier to pull off Because the binaries, at the very least, you can create a mux, demux setup where you're like, you have combinations that represent different values. What is a pot? A potentiometer? So, but the pots, how many did you say again? I'm sorry. 5. So I don't know how many the Tensy has, but it may be an option. The thing is, though, there's no open, to my knowledge, there's no software that you can just install and it's just going to work. Everything that you're talking about is going to require a microprocessor, you know, like a Tensy or some type of like PIC type deal. And then, and you probably will need something complicated so to convert it to USB, which isn't that hard anymore, but still you'll want something like some sort of system on a chip. And then, yeah, it's depending on the ones that are out there, which there's so many and they're in limited availability in different ways. They would interpret the voltage of your knob, your potentiometer, so that way you could just do it a simple pot instead of using encoders, which is, well, you could use encoders if you wanted, but that gets even more complicated because now you've gotten rid of that whole voltage issue that we were just talking about. And then you could put input, whatever the fuck it's called. Drop by my live tomorrow, and I will do my best to explain. I'm on at 5 p.m. Pacific. That's when we start up. So we stream, by the way, we stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday. We start at 2 o'clock. Oh, wait, no, 2 o'clock Pacific time. You said 5 o'clock Pacific. So yeah, we start up at 2 o'clock. And then we usually go for the build streams, usually go about 6 hours. What are we at? We're at 7 already, I know that. But we're having a good time, so I figured we'd keep chatting. It's rare for us to have, I don't know, Wednesdays are kind of slow days. So whenever we have a good Wednesday, I'm vibing it, you know, I just want to chill. A Pi would be an option too, and that may be, depending on your programming knowledge, that may be the easier way to go. A Tensy might really work. I don't know how many analog channel. Well, fuck it. I have a damn sheet for it. So the Tensy has, oh yeah, it has quite a few. So we got analog pins. Yeah, there you go. So you'd be fine. So these are all input pins here. And that's all you're needing is to feed data into this. There may be something even simpler out there or cheaper. These are like 20 bucks. But it has a built-in USB. I'm pretty sure this can interface with it directly. You may have to look that up, or someone, if someone knows, that feel free to go, that's not true, man. But this thing is fucking super, super powerful. And it can, it may be almost too powerful for what you need, because like the specs on this are really high. Like in the system that we're using it in, it reads control voltage, but there is, it does read at audio rate. Not very well, but it can. I don't know what the speed is, but oh yeah, notes and volts. That, you know what? I would actually defer you to them. Oddball's 100% correct. Did we? Oh yeah, go got their link up. Go check out Notes and Volts. He streams a little less frequently, but he has a real rigid schedule. And I think today he was on. He may not have been on today. I didn't get a notification at least. But he has done exactly what you're talking about at least twice. At least twice. And and I'm kind of theorizing and kind of poking around with what little I know, but when I think about it, he would be a really good person to talk to on it. He's a really nice guy too. He was on our he did a Synthfest debut just recently. And for those of you that aren't familiar with Synthfest, hi. I'm Sid. Let me tell you about Synthfest. AB. Oh my God, that's what I'm talking about. I would be best to chat. I probably through Discord. But I am. We'll have to set up a time and everything, to be honest with you, because I don't hang out I was hanging out in the audio channel for a little while, but then I got kind of tired of the idea, and I kind of was like, I need me time. I just need time for me to be by myself, and it's kind of silly to stream so much, anyways, to an extent. So I was like, But I'm not against it. I still enjoy it. Whenever it has worked out, it's actually been a lot of fun where we've had a lot of just different people. There's been a couple of magic moments where our Discord's had a lot of goofy fucks hanging out and being all silly. And it's kind of neat too, just to see a lot of people from chat and see their actual faces. So it's kind of neat too. But man, it's been a while. I think it was like last summer. Last time I did it. So yeah, 5-pin MIDI port, you could go a lot cheaper. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking, Oddball. That's why I was like, well, you want that USB controller built on the chip automatically. But again, it's I think Notes and Volts is, I really think I know that guy's done this. And his stream's really awesome too. Everybody should go give him a follow. He does, he's got this really cool, he did Synthfest, so I think most people know about it, but he's got this really nice setup. He's got a nice little bench work table. He's always building and making different little projects. He mostly focuses on electronic builds. I think one day out of the week or a period out of his stream, something like that. He'll our streams go on at the same time, so I never get to watch him all the time. But he jams. He's a fantastic guitarist and musician and keyboardist and composer and jammer, and he just has like a really impressive little rig that he's obviously put together very carefully over the years, and he cranks them out. And it's really fun. It's got a really nice vibe. He's got like some nice little cameras that run on tracks that are fun too, and he had a head cam that was awesome. Said jammer twice. Did I mention he jams? I don't know if I did or not. Yeah, the Tinsy, the IOs on this thing are really cool. Let's look one more time, because this thing is neat, and we were talking about it now. So when I was troubleshooting that one, it was pretty cool the screen came out of, I think it was it here? Yeah, the screen came out of 2 of these pins, and then there was an output to a DAC, and that was where all the main outputs came out of it. It was an 8-channel DAC, and but then the rest of these were analog ins, and I was kind of impressed with that. They were stepped down through a, with the op amps and everything like that, but it was still, really obvious, simple design, really, feed straight into there. And I don't know, I was just kind of impressed with how simple and really heavy duty it is, and how much this was not being utilized. There was a ton of stuff that wasn't even being utilized on this board for that module, and I was like, oh man, what if? This is in the Ornament and Crime is what I'm talking about. You can, that project is open source and everything like that. There's alternate firmwares. I'm getting ready to check some. There's another one. There's the hemispheres, and then there's this new one, squares and circles, I think, or something like that. And I want to check that firmware out, but it's still in development. And I'm I don't really want to try to figure out if it's me or the unit that's wrong. Sid's organization skills are baffling to me. I would need to label everything. Wouldn't be able to find stuff. I don't know. It's fairly organized. I mean, you can't see it, but I've got a lot of organizational drawers. There's a lot of shit on this desk, but that's because I haven't cleaned it. Just gone through and said trash. Really, this usually just gets all thrown into here, and then I sort it out, and that's why there's 2. I have an explanation for all my wrongdoings. For all my stupidities. Yeah, I mean, have you read from the book of capacitance? I've got like 7 of those books, all with the SMD components. Or is it 7? Or is it 8? 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. But I need to get another one so I can get up to 8. Back to early folk. Oh, right. That's no worries, mate. I'll be around again later, but have to go find people to boost. Be safe and much love. Yeah. Take it easy. Here, let me see. All right. Nice. Good times. What are we going to do tomorrow? I don't even know. We do have a couple of things from one of our old clients. What do we have? I'm trying to look at that pile in my mind's eye. So we literally have a small table stacked with electronic equipment. Oh, you know what? I need to buy those MOSFETs for that mixer. However, yeah, I kind of need to get those first. We could power the mixer, but I was giving more questions than answers when I was trying to do that. I think I need a full I/O for it to work properly. So I'll work on that tonight too. What else is in that pile? Cell animation replica. I was thinking about it. I don't know. Would you guys at all be interested in I've never seen anybody do this, like editing videos. Would anyone want to watch a video editing stream? I don't think I'm going to do that tomorrow or ever, but it crossed my mind. I'm like, man, I have a lot of video editing to do. You know, I'm kind of getting good at this video editing. What if I were to stream it? Would anyone watch? I don't know. All my favorite video editors don't do this, so why would I? What would be the reason mine? Oh, really? Oh, interesting. Depends on the UI. Yeah, so for the system that we would be working with, it would be Final Cut Pro. I have DaVinci on the PC, but that's our streaming computer, and I don't like to run that stuff at the same time on the same machine. I like a two computer setup, and my Mac is independent and it runs really fast. It's on a RAID. The data drives anyways are on a RAID, and then the internal drive is stupid ass fast, so it's not too bad. It works good. All right, well, something I'll think about. It's good to know, though. I appreciate you guys throwing the input on there. I hate my editor software, always shopping for something better. Yeah, I've used Final Cut and DaVinci a lot over the last couple of years, you know, and I've basically just been learning with them, you know. So I didn't really come in with too much of an opinion. Like I didn't, you know, I haven't used Premiere or something like that where I'm like, oh, well, this isn't like, you know, Premiere or the software that I'm used to. And, it's really like, it reminds me a lot of like mixing consoles. It's like two ways to do the exact same job. Like DaVinci does it this way, Final Cut does it this way. It gives you the exact same results. You know, one might be more of a pain in the ass to do than the other. Absolutely. But, you know, like, I don't know, that's been my interpretation so far. And to be fair, I put more hours into Final Cut than I have DaVinci, but still, I put a lot of time at DaVinci anyways. And I watched a lot of content on, or videos on making content in it and editing and working with it, so I'm mostly forgotten. Is there software I can download before you do that stream? I need to learn how to highlight, crop. No, that would be DaVinci, because you can download a free version of it. But it's honestly, it's from DaVinci Resolve. It's from Blackmagic Designs. I am a huge Blackmagic Designs fan. Almost all my video hardware. This is all Blackmagic. I mean, I have a lot of other things. If I can afford some of their stuff, I'll buy it. And so I like what they do. That software is free, and then if you want a full version of it, it's $300. And same thing with Final Cut. It's $300 for that software. And yeah, like I said, it's two ways to do the same job. But they're very different UIs, so it's it wouldn't gel too good. Well, to you guys, maybe. I don't know. I don't mind. It's when I right-click and I don't get the menus I want that I go, motherfucker. I go, oh yeah, that's the other one. Or the key commands. That's the other thing too. I know the key commands in Final Cut. I have never bothered to memorize key commands in DaVinci yet. I haven't even tried to learn a single key command except the really, really obvious ones. But Final Cut, I got one of those little mats you put on the top. It's great. Color codes it. Cat's pajamas. Cat's pajamas. Oh. You know, we have we have that Alesis 3630 compressor. We were working on the mod. I have no idea. I don't remember where we landed at. I think I was missing like a couple of components. We may revisit that tomorrow. I don't know.
I don't know. Life is strange.
Black Magic sounds fun. Ah, yeah, it's Black Magic's all one word. Black Magic Design, yeah. They're an alright company. They make a lot of inexpensive video editing equipment, and like I was saying, this switcher here. So a lot of this is not. I don't access it through it. I actually set up my Stream Deck, which is not running Stream Deck software. It's running Companion, to do stuff like this and cut me in and out and change cameras, which you can't really see. Actually, I don't know why I didn't do it this way. Oh yeah, because we get a video feedback. But you can get like the different backgrounds, take me in, move me to the different points, put me in both, and of course, groove. And then you can cut, all that good stuff. I don't even know where I'm at. Oh, yeah. I don't even know where I'm at, man. What the hell? But that video switcher has 4 HDMI ins, 1 HDMI out, which is you can make it a multi-view or a program view or whatever you want. And then it has a USB-C out, or a USB-C out. You can either record to a hard disk, or you can connect it to a computer and it'll come up as a stream. You can also connect Ethernet to it and stream directly from the box without a computer whatsoever, which is pretty amazing. There's another version of this called the ISO that records all the feeds all at once. So instead of getting the program feed, which is the ending edit, just all 4 inputs just make a video file. I kind of wish I got that one, but whatever. Did you just do a Jar Jar Binks? I don't think I did. Not intentionally. What did I say? No, it's probably just being normal, idiot. I wasn't impersonating famous idiots. I was just being a normal idiot. It sucks that my idiotness could be interpreted as possibly derivative. I would like to be an original idiot. I want my stupidity and weirdness to be strictly Sid. You know, like Johnny Carson. Kidding. No one here knows who Johnny Carson is. Kidding. I've been watching a lot of Johnny Carson interviews lately. I don't know why. I think it's the YouTube algorithm, but I'm not mad. I'm like, this is cool. It was a me. Oh, yeah. Oh, Jack, that's probably what you're thinking of.
Yeah, sometimes I do a Meatwad voice. Sometimes I don't even do it so good. And then I do a lazy job. And then I take a nap. And that is my life. It's simple. Like jelly beans.
Yeah, it's probably Meatwad. I don't know. I do a lot of voices. I wasn't trying to do Jar Jar. But I do have a lot of voice. I don't even know it anymore. I didn't even realize it until one day I went over to my friend's house, and he has two kids, and they're like 5 and 6 or something like that. And they go, "Hey, it's Uncle Sid." And I was like, "Hey guys," and they're like, "Oh, Sid." He's like, "Yeah, the guy with 1,000 voices." And I was like, "Really? Is that my reputation? I have a bunch of voices?" Yeah, I guess that's kind of true. I never thought about it like as being a lot, but it's more than 4. That's good. It's a lot, and it's higher than these little buggers can. Oh, you guys can count into the hundreds. Okay, well, higher than when I could count when I was their age. I saw one of Bill Murray's breakout roles the other day. Oh yeah. 1980, it was called The Razor. Oh my God, The Razor's Edge. There's a really crazy story. I can't recite it. I can't remember the deal, but there's a really crazy story about The Razor's Edge and how it got made and why. Like Bill Murray was a real, has always been kind of this crazy guy that you know, just plays chicken with Hollywood a lot, I guess. I don't know. Did you like The Razor's Edge at all? Oh, you didn't like it? No. Oh. Tell the time about you getting pulled over. Oh, shit. Which one? It's late night having to. Yeah, I mean, we could throw it on there. I'm cool with that. I don't know, mate. This is. I mean, it's a light beer, and it has been over the course of 4 hours. But this is my second light beer. It's actually cashed. Well, it's not a light beer. It's a wheat beer, which is still pretty light. Where's the numbers on there? Give me the digits. It's so low they don't even print it. They don't want you to feel sorry. Yeah, they're actually, I don't see the ABV on here. Or any of that stuff. Any of those numbers. Oh, here it is. Oh, it's 5. Well, that's respectable. You liked Where the Buffalo Roam? Interesting. I remember watching it once, and of course that was around the same time after Fear and Loathing, so you know, drawing comparisons was right there, and it didn't work. But he was still funny. I still remember. My favorite, Nixon. Oh, you fucking bastard! He shoots the fucking fax machine. Oh, you're a big HST fan? Nice, nice. Here, let me grab one more beer here, and we'll work our way towards the end of the night. Cause I'm getting a little hungry, and I gotta live off my fruits and berries. But what was it? Oh yeah, there's a really cool. I think they showed it again on Conan O'Brien. So I don't know where exactly you can pick it up at, but I'm sure if you look for it hard enough, you can find it. There's a video of when Hunter S. Thompson appeared on Conan O'Brien. And for those of you who don't know, Conan O'Brien's a talk show personality. He's pretty famous on the internet, but just in case, it's just a talk show guy. And so, but it's a standard format, you know, big curtain and everything, and then they have chairs and so I can't remember exactly how the order was. I know, and I think he introduced Thompson. So Thompson comes out, and he's like holding a drink, and there's like a person like chasing him, and they're like, you can see them mouthing. And they like took the drink from him, and he was just like, he just kind of dismissive, and you could hear him mumbling, silently. And so he sits down, and I don't remember a lot of the interview so much as there was some highlighted points. And one was Conan's like, so Hunter, you like guns? Oh yeah, I love them. So we took an opportunity, went out to an area and shot some guns. Let's take a look at that footage. And so they do the cutaway to the video, and pretty much it's just like they went to the NBC store, or I think it was NBC at the time, the NBC store, and they bought all this dumb memorabilia from different television shows. Like I remember they had the "My Name Is Earl" poster up, and it was all this against a big dirt backstop, and they've got like crates and stuff to fire on, and like there's one part where he's like Hunter's like got this rifle propped up on this box, and he's firing, and he's laughing like, you took it, you bastard, and you see this hand come down into frame and move this like drink out of the way, like this like highball glass out of the way with some booze, and then Conan chimes in perfect, and he's like, so you're in a safe range when the gun instructor moves your drink out of the way so you don't accidentally spill it. And they just burned and trashed all this stuff. It was absolutely hilarious. I'm trying to remember more about that whole bit. Oh yeah. The other thing was, so they in the interview, and it's probably just better to watch it, but there was one part where he's talking about when Johnny Depp stayed with them, and Conan's like, so Johnny Depp stayed in your house to become you, to learn you, and like, of course Hunter's immediately really dismissive about Johnny Depp. Oh yeah, he's weird. I stuck him in the basement. You're like, what? You stuck Johnny Depp in the basement? Yeah, I couldn't have that man around. He's weird. Always talking in voices. Couldn't have him. And he's just like all mumbly, man. Oh my God, guys, we got a boss battle in here. Get in here. Exclamation point. Warrior, priest, mage. That's as easy as that. I named all three of the archetypes. You type an exclamation point and those not words, just a single one of those into chat. You are going to get into a killer game in which you shall battle a boss in the Underverse. Yes, welcome to the Underverse. It is dark. No, definitely, guys, get in here. Exclamation point, warrior, priest, mage. Getting in. It's a really simple game. Boss battle, turn-based. You can become... they all have their different moves that they can do. There's 3 moves. First one's usually... Well, first one's always offensive. The other 2 are strategic. It's a game of tactics. It's a game of skill, a game of magic. You can't... Exclamation point, Hunter. I don't think that one works. Exclamation point, priest, mage, warrior. Those are the only ones available, unfortunately. All right, Splot's coming in right, sliding just in at the, just. All right, so now you got, Oh. Good luck. Yeah, you totally stole second base there. All right, so what are we? You're a warrior. I would number 2 on him. You could just do number 2 or demoralize. Or you could do that 2 and hit enter and it'll put it in. Or you can write out exclamation point demoralize. It may not make it in time though. So I recommend the number 2. Went with the number 1. Interesting. So here's why I recommended number 2, because his attack. So what the demoralize does is it nerfs his attack powers. And it does it for like 12 turns. So it's pretty long lasting. It's pretty nice. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's nice. It's long lasting. It's nice. Everyone's loving it. There we go. Fire. There we go. Fire's in it. There we go. Now it's the bot parade. You get to just watch the dice roll, man. Yeah, anyways, the whole Hunter S. Thompson on Conan was really funny. Definitely, I'm sure it's out there. What else do we have to fix? We got the Alesis. I think I have the component around here somewhere that we need. And then, Toasty. Oh, wow. Guy's down like a third of his health. Good stuff. Oh, wait. Ooh, 29. That's raw. I just watched the. Okay, good. Yeah, he's incredible. And it you know, there's I mean, it's a bad thing to idolize these people, but there's people like Burroughs and Thompson and so forth that were just absolutely shit-faced, and they still, you know, made it through life. Sid heals. Oh, I don't got no heals. I don't have any powers. I should have jumped in. I didn't think about it. Actually, the time got away from me. I looked over at the screen and I was like, oh no, there is no way I'm gonna get that written in time. But, I mean, come on. Look at that. Oh, there you go. Like a third of his health. Of course, now he's enraged. Which, when they get enraged, they kind of do like some heavier attacks. Kind of suck. I gotta build those bots for There we go. There we go. Less than a quarter left. Oh no! No bueno. No bueno. Ah, that sucks. Well, if someone will attack this guy, he'll die. Come on, NPC bot, don't. Okay. Just dragging it out longer. Because see, yeah, every time the level. Jeez. Come on, it's like it's NPC bot's first day playing this game. Nice. GG's. GG's. That's a tough one. It's a tough one. Let's see here. Let me check something really fast here. What are you? Yeah, I know. I'm almost tempted to take that boss out, to be honest, because he's so. I mean, you almost are guaranteed. I've nerfed his stats. I don't know what it is. I haven't really delved into the game enough to understand the mechanics. To like try to figure out, like, man, what am I supposed to do to make this not so bad? There's a streamer I was hoping they were on, but it's not that late yet. They usually get on a couple of hours later, but they stream avatars is like their whole stream. I mean, they're a pixel artist, and they do artwork for game development and stuff like that, and teaching and et cetera, et cetera. But they use stream avatars to as a primary part of their stream, and like when you subscribe, you get a custom stream avatar that you can only use on their stream, unfortunately. I've been tempted to like offer the guy money and be like, hey, can I get the file so I can put it on my channel? But I don't know, I kind of feel like a dick. But I have been following him for like 2 years, so I may have a little bit of room to go, please. Oh yeah, let me get his channel up, because I never I never get it right. So let me. There it is. There it is. Oh, wait. Yeah. Go check out, guys, Meatwad. He is a pixel artist. It's an art stream, so he's usually in the art category. I've been following him for a very, very long time. I try to rate him when we go late, but it doesn't always work out that way. But it's a nice late night stream. He usually does it here in the United States. It's usually in around the midnight, 1 o'clock, usually 2 or 3 in the morning, and yeah, lots of stream avatars. There's a huge. He has a nice crowd too that hangs out, so you can definitely always get a game of basketball or boss battle and whatever. And they've got custom bosses too. Yeah, after a year, I need to bug him about that. After a year, you can become a boss. And I mentioned it to him, like, hey, isn't that the case? Are you still doing that? Because I already know what my boss attack would be. So on that stream, I'm a jam box. I'm just like a giant boom box walking around with 2 little arms. And like the speakers are the eyes, and then the tape deck part is the mouth. basically, and it just has like little arms, and he has like 2 little feet that stick out of the bottom. And I was like, oh, I want to be a boss, and I want to have like base waves be my attack, like little wiggly lines. And I was like, I think that'd be fun, you know, to see how he does it too, from an artistic standpoint, and like how do you animate, you know, rippled waves flying through the air? You know, how do you know, what do you do that with? So yeah, I love pixel art. Not to get off on a big tangent here, but I recently found out about the Mr. FPGA console emulator, and one thing that just took my breath away was how beautiful the pixel art looked. We got the itsy bitsy spider in the house. Let's go. Guys, don't talking about other streams. Yeah, go check out that Itsy Bitsy Spider doing game development.
Hey. What's up?
I thought I had that on mute. It's weird. Yeah, it's Nick Waz's site, but I thought I muted everybody. That'll wake him up. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. No, we were just talking about different other content creators, other streamers on Twitch, and we were talking about pixel art, and we were just talking about Nick Waz. Nick Waz, Nickwoz. He does pixel art, and he usually streams in the evening. I'm an long time lover of his channel. Yeah, no, the pixel art just looked. I think it really came through, just like the contrasts from the palette just kind of jumped out. You know, it's kind of like whenever, if you've ever gone from like a restored CRT, like one time this friend of mine, he's a repairman, and he restores video game, old video arcades. And I went up to play him, and I was like, dude, this is like a brand new Sony Trinitron. I mean, it just looks like the brand new, like day one. And he's like, oh yeah, I restored the tubes. And I've played a lot of emulators, of course, and they're great. But man, just for something like the contrast, the colors just popped. And it looked so good. I really wanted, Golden Axe. Oh yeah. Yeah, exactly. There's some of those other games, and some of them doing the old school video game effects, you know, stuttering and doing interrupts and so forth to create these little effects. Now that I know that, I can even appreciate it more. And I don't know, there's you know, it's kind of like art history a lot of the times. You know, you can look at, you know, a painting of some bunch of stupid apples and so forth, and you're like, it's boring. And when you find out, like, well, so this painting was painted during this such and such war, and that there was actually a famine. So this is actually an allegory for the fact, blah, 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 blah. And you had this complete other subtext that you never knew about. And I think that's a big thing I've started noticing lately with a lot of the retro gaming and so forth. It's just like some of that pixel art is just gorgeous. Like perfect example. Super Mario World. Or no, Super Mario Brothers 3. Not the one? Not Super Mario World? Yeah, I think so. It was on the Super Nintendo. Or Mario, yeah. And the game looks gorgeous to this day. It just looks wonderful. You can play it now on a big screen TV, pixels blown up and everything, and it just looks beautiful. Yeah, I have a RetroPie. I have one in like a little Sega Genesis case too. I found like a little case that looks like a Sega Genesis. I think it says Master System, but I don't really care. And it's a Raspberry Pi case, and it's really cool. And I like that one too, and I play it, and I got some controllers for it and everything. But man, that Mister looked really good. It looked better. I don't know. I couldn't. It's an expensive thing to get, so I probably won't get around to it anytime soon. But it interested me. I'm playing some Octopath Traveler right now, talking about pixel art. This is an homage to it. Oh, nice. I haven't heard of that game before. The game that blew them away and shoved the whole industry is Sonic. Oh, yeah, right? Right? Yeah, and Sonic's a great example when you do those really high-speed moves and you're just like, what? Yeah. And that was one of the games, too, that was on the Mister that they when I was watching a video on it, and I was like, holy crap, that looks really good. But I don't know. Hey, not Turtle. I can remember coding graphics and basics when it was like current technology. It's a lot more like glad things have evolved. I know. You know, when I was a kid, I had like a little Radio Shack. I think it was like a Tandy, or it was like I can't remember the model exactly. I was thinking about trying to go find one, but I think it's a waste of time and money. But I had a little computer. You plug it into your television set, and you got a little spiral bound book with here. Let's go back to the screen. You got like a little spiral bound book with all these different codes and all these little programs you could run. And I was like 5 or 6 or something, and I would code those, and we had like a little cassette deck that you would store all, your program to and whatever. And most of the programs were absolutely boring when in hindsight. And I even knew it then. I was like, this is cool. But it was kind of fun. I enjoyed, even as a child, at 5 and 6, I still enjoyed like the something out of nothing. Like I was putting in this secret code, and it was going to produce this thing that would do something like, do a kaleidoscope on the screen. But I always thought that was really neat. Even as a kid, there was some joke I heard one time where someone said like, if I rub my phone just right, pizza appears at my door. Like, it's kind of like coding, if I rub my hand and hit these buttons just right, Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, so it was the Tandy, yeah. I want to say it was like the Tandy TS10 or something. I remember trying to look it up a long time ago. It was a pretty simple little computer, but it was a lot of fun, It taught me BASIC. And then, like, when I was a teenager, I studied C, but oh man, it was awful. This was in Mac OS 9, or no, I'm sorry, not Mac OS 9, Mac OS 7. Sorry, I went too far ahead. And yeah, memory management was a real, I remember that was where I stopped. I was like, I'm out. I'm gonna go back to coding Hello World and having it just scale across the screen. I'm gonna go back to that. That's my roots. Or penis, I think that's what I wrote. One of my favorite parts of those days I didn't know that to do with games is Kung Fu. They didn't even have an end. Oh, really? Huh. 99 to make sure. Hey, DJ. Hello. And penis, right? It's a good time. Like, come right out of an ad or whatever, and you're like, penis. 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 Scrolling across the screen. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, do a marquee. That's what...
really, nowadays, programming is so much more accessible. I'd really like to give it another try. And we've talked about some ideas, like doing some stuff on VCV Rack even, because a lot of people told me that the developing for that is actually really conducive and well, not conducive, but it's just easier, and it's a good way for, you know, if you're going to start out. And I'm like, all right, well, you know, I give that advice out all the time. Start small. Up, down, left, right, left, right. Select start. BA select start. I think you're forgetting the BA. Oh my gosh. Well, let's see. Yeah. We have 2 players over here. First thing I ever hacked was cable using rabbit ears and tinfoil. I got to watch Robotech at 2 a.m. in Georgia by pirating a channel from Detroit. Wow. Ah, the select was for 2 players. Ah. Konami. Go. All right. Mates, I'm going to go eat. I'm starving. I'm very hungry. It's been 8 hours. I meant to go for 2. We finished up doing everything like a couple hours ago. And then Whitney 1998 comes in with that follow. Welcome in. Thank you so much. We'll kind of come back tomorrow. I don't know what we're going to do because we kind of...
And if you ain't careful and hold yourself just so...
I don't know what we're going to do, but I'm sure we'll do it. Actually, I'm staring at a bucket of stuff we could do, so we'll figure it out. I'm never worried. At the very least, we can start... we could go back to troubleshooting this. I almost feel like I need a logic analyzer. I'm kidding, but I mean, it's not. There's nothing on here, but it's still. Man, what a beast. But we've made a few upgrades since the last time we tried to mess with this, which was a couple of weeks back. So I'll try again. And I also meant to contact Wayman, the company, and see if they were interested in, or if they would help me in any way. Yo, Whitney. Hey, dude. What is up? What is up? We're about to head out here. I don't know if you just came in, Whitney, or you've been lurking all along. But welcome in. We're an electronics stream. We've been doing a bunch of electronics, so we're going to be back tomorrow. We stream Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, although I will be honest, this upcoming month is going to be a little weird. So that may not be etched in stone. But we've got Twitter, we've got Discord. Discord, there's a section on there you can follow. That's the only time is when we go live that there's posted, so that way you don't get, unnecessary notifications. We also post on Twitter and Facebook whenever we go live. So outside of the regular times. And I'm trying to think of other cool things. Way to go, yeah. No, I need to contact them. Someone brought up that I could try messaging them, and I thought, it wouldn't hurt to email them and say, hey, I got this sent to me. They said they sent it to you, and you declined to repair it because it was not economically feasible, which I completely understand. However, I have a lot of time due to the nature of what I'm working with. So, that being said, what the hell's wrong with this thing? Or can I have a schematic, please? Otherwise, I'm thinking about just getting. I have some what do you call it? Graphing paper, and just
reverse engineering it one trace at a time until I can get it all written out. Beowulf Music. Yo, mate. Yeah, we are. I'm dragging it out a little bit longer. There's a little bit of beer left over here. I didn't expect more people to come in. We'll chat for a little longer. Tiny bit longer. I'll work a little bit more on this beer, but I am very hungry. But I don't have to make any noise to cook, because all I'm going to do is cut some cheese. Here, I'll tell you what I'm going to eat for dinner, because I'm trying to eat a little healthier. I got some Starbursts and some oranges. They already were cut at the grocery store. Weirdly enough, they're the same price, sometimes cheaper than buying them uncut. So that was that scenario. So I bought some of that, and then I got some salami and prosciutto, and some meats, and then I got some cheeses, and there's something else I'm forgetting. Oh yeah, maybe some crackers, and just eat that for dinner tonight, so I can, I don't know, try to work on being healthier. We were talking about it earlier today. I'm really, really trying to stop drinking so much Dr. Pepper. Of course, I'm drinking beer. I don't know if that's any better. Technically. You're gonna cut some cheese. Oh yeah, I love to cut cheese. I'm a huge cheese cutter. Like any chance I get. Like sometimes when I see someone else about to cut cheese, I cut cheese just for them. Yeah. I mean, really, I feel like that's what we should all be doing. We should be cutting cheese for each other as one. A global cheese cutting. God, it sounds beautiful when you say it out loud. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna cry. I promised I'd never cry on stream. Not gonna do it today. All right, hit myself really hard. Dr. Pepper really bad for your kidneys. Hey, probably true. I actually had some medical issues a few years back, but after about 3 years, I've had clean bill of health, and I just recently saw the kidney doctor, and I was really worried what he was going to tell me, because I know I'd been drinking a lot of Dr. Pepper, and he's like, "Perfect, you're in great shape, buddy. Get the hell out of my office." He doesn't have a good bedside manner. It's a little mean, but I was glad for him to tell me to get out of there, and he said everything was good. But still, I just need to quit drinking that stuff. It's not doing me any favors. It just tastes good. I need to go back to what it was, where it was a little dessert. I usually would drink it I'd literally have Dr. Pepper maybe once a day, but usually more like 4 or 5 times a week. And I drink a lot of water instead. But now I can't stand drinking water anymore. And I don't know. I think COVID, I haven't gotten sick from COVID yet. I don't know, maybe. Knock on wood. But you lose your sense of taste. So mine is just like hyper extended out, and now I must taste everything for fear I might lose it. So stupid. I'm sorry. Yeah, soda is really sugar water. Really, I just call it sugar water. I went to my doctor, my general practitioner, and he brought up, are you drinking a lot of, you drink coffee or something? I was like, yeah, I started drinking coffee every now and then. And he's like, oh, do you drink it regularly? I was like, no, because caffeine doesn't really affect me. But, I've just been drinking coffee just to drink other things, because I've been trying to get off of sugar water. I'm sick of drinking soda pop. It's one of those just like foods that, you know what it's like? It's like eating a whole bag of potato chips or a whole bag of chips or snack. Like the whole time you're eating it, you're like, oh, this is glorious. I will regret nothing. Nom, nom, nom. And then retribution happens. In one form or another. You could have an upset tummy or or something bigger. But either way, I feel like that's what what it's like when I'm trying to drink soda pop. I'm like, oh my god, I should just dump a bag of Lay's into my mouth. I drink Zevia for soda. Interesting. I haven't heard of that brand. Yeah, I need to get back to that tolerance, to be honest with you. They have one of called Dr. Zevia. Tastes like Dr. Oh, huh. I wonder if they have that at the grocery store. I've never seen that before. I'll check it out. Ugh. Yeah, I can't. I'd be really sad. Honestly, if I lost any of my senses, I'm going to have I'm not going to deal with it well. It's going to be a lot of work. It's going to be a lot of inner, come on, Sid. You're more than that. It's going to be a lot of those conversations. Orange and ginger. Oh, yeah, that's a good point, too. Tom Hanks movie, Joe. Oh, I love Joe vs. Volcano. Brain cloud, right? I can feel the light sucking. Suck, suck, suck. When I was younger, I had an issue with drinking pop because I was taught to keep my mouth closed when eating, so I ended up burping through my nose. Oh, nah, that's rough. Stevia, not coloring. Stevia, interesting. I don't know that word. Artificial sweetener equals instant headache. Yeah, so yeah, I accidentally bought some Gatorade Zero and I couldn't take the aftertaste. I don't like that artificial sweetener flavor. But I was talking to Mrs. Heresy earlier because she's like, well, I'll take some. And she was like, I actually didn't mind it. And I'm like, oh, cool. Well, if you can at least drink this 8-pack, that'd be great, baby. You'd be doing us a big favor. Do you like kombucha? Kombucha. Can you remind me what that is? I don't think I've had it. Or if I had, it's obviously didn't stick in my brain very well. When you are deaf, you tend to follow rules. I'm sorry, what was that? Oh, Russ, I didn't realize that. Or if I but it tastes like science. My mom used to give diet jelly beans the worst. Oh, gross. Those are the worst. Yeah, it's also stuck in your... Yeah, I know. And then you got to taste it forever. Yeah. My body hates high fructose corn syrup, which all of the sodas, but in Mexico, they still use real sugar. Yeah. Yeah, those are still popular here in Arizona a lot of the times. You can get, here, I'm going to shut this door just so I don't inadvertently upset my better half. And they're still really popular here in Arizona. I kind of saw them first here. I don't know if they popped up everywhere, but Mexican soda like Coke and Pepsi, they'll import it in. You don't hear other people burping, so you didn't know. Oh, I didn't even think about it from that perspective, Ruskler. Thank you for putting that into context. Oh, right, burp. You don't hear it. It would just be like kind of a sensation. Okay, got it. fermented drink that tastes sweet because of the unique taste. It has an apple cider vinegar that helps stomach. Ooh. Oh, it's not sugar? It's people. It's made of people. Is not, is too. Oh, great. Mexican Coke is a lie. Don't believe the hype. Flavor Flav warned of this. Listen to his words, Chuck D. Flavor Flav, they said don't believe the hype. Honestly, I'm not fucking around. Like, I take all that shit like with a grain of salt. I've drinking those the Cokes or the Mexican Cokes and whatever, and they taste terrible, just like regular Coke tastes terrible to me. And Pepsi, I won't even try it. I don't really like Pepsi. Yeah, yeah, you don't want to burp through your nose. Unless, I guess, you know, you're on a date or something. You're on like a first date. Then, yeah, you're probably going to have to burp through your nose and then, you know, try to juxtapose that with a significant event. You know, you're at the movies or something like. Yes! I don't believe they found happiness either. Oh, yeah, that's sad. That's real sad. So, you know, it's all smart. Well, you know, it's just, I was thinking a movie or, you know, wherever you need to, you know, I'm just thinking, you know, burping is generally considered rude to do. So, you know, when you try to burp, you try to kind of muffle it when you can. With the whole burp into your nose, into your sinuses effectively, which will irritate your eyes. You know, the instance I would think of to use that is if you were on like a date and you didn't want to, you know, you don't want to look like some loud, goofy idiot on your date. So you're like, you know. But in reality, you are an idiot now. Before I got banned from Twitter, I had Chuck D as a follower and Chong's wife. Oh, nice. Cannabis. Yeah, you know, you just, well, I'm just, you know, I'm just coming from my perspective. You know, if I was a guy, I think I am a guy. So I'm a guy on a date, and, you know, I'm trying not to, you know, oh, I've just been downing beers because I'm very nervous. So, you know, I'm just chugging them as hard as I can. Very nervous. So, and not to embarrass myself in front of my date after downing 4 pints in a row and wanting to burp in front of them, I would just burp into my eyes. And so they would be like, oh, okay, at least this guy's not a burping machine. Man. It'll totally play out. Like, oh, this cat's a winner. He just keeps drinking. I asked him like 5 minutes ago what his name was. And he kind of said it, and then he just started drinking and crying a little bit. I see some tears. Okay, well, I don't know if that's a good thing or not. He's just drinking and crying. How do I get out of this date? He was my ride. Shit. What? What was that, Polly? Triangle test, but I can't find talking on the Mexican code. Yeah, I don't have a clue. I'm a 7. I'm 7. Oh my gosh. So basically get 4 cups, pour 2 Mexicokes, 2 normal Cokes, label them, have your partner swap the numbers, see if you get the numbers to identify the differences. Oh, I think I didn't. I think I was being an idiot. I didn't realize. Triangle testing is a 2v1 protocol where you have to find the odd taste out. Yeah, that makes sense. Instead of the Pepsi challenge, you got the Pepsi and Brand X challenge. I like that. I usually live in a Pepsi challenge life, but I'm willing to accept other realities, other lives. Yeah, it does sound like a lot of work. Yeah, or just I thought we were talking about trying to get away from soda pop. Anyways, that was the whole point. Now you guys are trying to talk me into drinking it, and that I shouldn't drink something that's labeled a different thing. Error, does not compute. Error, non sequitur. Dab closer. There you go, Splots. Brilliant. Let me check the levels on this. Non sequitur. Error. Does not compute. Man, I'm seriously like, how did I find a way to really showcase my lung capacity? Who knew? Thank you so much for that dab. It has opened my mind and my pants, but not in a weird, creepy way, but in a happy way that happens to be creepy. Is that a non sequitur? Ooh, ba-dum-bump. I actually need the Velociraptor. What move is that called? The 2 a.m., the 2-arm up. Oh, that's called a dab. It's called a dab dance. It's the move. When I was sick with a strep throat about a month back. Ooh, nasty. Ooh. Rib, ouch. Yeah, it's super popular. So here's the story. Russ, so the it's in the synth points. It's part of the little synth point things on the on the bottom left of chat. There's the little synth points that you collect, and it has a lot of different things that it recommends putting in there, and one of them is make me dab, and immediately I was like, okay, because that has. Well, it used to only have one meaning for me, and it had nothing to do with a dance move. And I thought that was funny. And then I've discovered, and I'd like see these videos or posts, and it'd be like, daughter and grandma, or daughter and, grandmother dab together. And I'm like, well, I gotta watch this video. And they just dance, and I'm like, what the hell is this? And then I slowly put two and two together to realize that the dab they are talking about is a dance move. The dab I'm talking about is marijuana related, where you take a dab of concentrate, heat it up to a specific temperature to where it turns into vapor, and then you inhale it. Until the pink ear blood comes out. There's a crow reading a Foucault book. Is that a velociraptor? Corvids. There you go. Hey, Jeff. Let's go. The hydrate. I like that.
Brand new!
What the hey? Jeffy. Oh, wow. Thank you so much for the hydrate and that follow. I misread your name. I thought you were someone else that hangs out all the time. Welcome in. That's good to see you. Well, you know what I mean. Trying to be nice. I can't talk no good. Brain hurt. Stupid times. It's all the rage. It wasn't in the 90s. It came out in the last 10 years, though. Pretty much ignored the 90s. Man, I came of age in the 90s. I had... Gun on Salisbury Hill. And it's like that's the music to the montage of young Sid. I had really bad acne. Oh, and I had long fucking hair and dreadlocks. And acne. But yeah, that's when I came. I was, what was the year? 96, I think is my graduating year from high school. So, You skipped the 90s. Smart move. Smart move. Soundgarden. I'm gonna get I'm gonna bring my rusty cage. That's a terrible Chris impression, wasn't it? I tried to have long hair, but ended up in a fro. Yeah, my hair's really thin, so it just naturally dreadlocked. Well, semi-naturally. I don't know if I have a good picture of it. But I still have this pic. I have not gotten off my butt to contact the other person to make sure they're cool. But, see if I can find one. Or maybe not, huh? Oh, there we go. That's why. Oh, yeah. Let me do it. Wish I had another picture, but whatever. So this is kind of funny. So that's I think I'm 18 there. Yeah. As a 13-year-old child's tuxedo I'm wearing. I'm off my way to prom. I keep meaning to contact the woman in this photo. I'm still friends with her, but to make sure she's cool. But yeah, I mean, there's my dreads there. Look at that. That's just insane. And acne. Buzz with a clown. I lived and died on the internet. I can believe that. I don't think that's an exaggeration. Mullet's nice. Thank you. You said the correct reference. People go other ways, and I get so annoyed. I'm like, oh my God, you know nothing about fucking like industrial music or Gary Oldman and Emmanuel Jean-Baptiste Zorg. It's like really a comfy haircut. It's fun to do. Hairstylists or hairdressers love to cut it because it's they, you know, there's a bunch of fades going on. They love to do fades. It's technically a real challenge, and I love to give people something fun to do in life. It's 24% why I'm here. You're looking young in the picture. I was young. Yeah, I know, right? It was a long time ago. Would have been 97, I think, 98. A V for Vendetta mask? I know, right? Well, now it's just associated with Anonymous. The Guy Fawkes. That's what you're talking about? The Guy Fawkes masks? According to Wikipedia, nothing existed before 2007. Hear that. You had a pocket watch or chain to the billfold. Yeah, I did a chain wallet for a very, very long period of my life. In hindsight, probably too long. I eventually stopped doing it, and I don't have it right now. I switched. I went to a money clip, and that's what I do now. I went a completely 180 and stopped doing the big giant billfold, and now I just carry a money clip with like cash and my cards and my ID. I learned it all. What the hell are you guys talking about? Now I'm lost on this chat. I gotta wrangle shit in here. This is getting ridiculous. Hold on. No. Let's not go to the moon, all right? We can't go to the moon because it's fun. We have to go to the moon because I'm hard. I mean, it's hard. I mean, they're hard. They're all hard. Every one of those things is hard. Go to the moon. What the fuck does that even mean? Sorry. Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. No apologies needed. I know we're all goofing around. '80s, I'm link everything there this time. And you know, I never was a big fan of the '80s. And the older I get, the more I kind of have an appreciation for it. Like I've really gotten into synthwave music and just old '80s synthy kind of shit. And even a lot of music from that period, or more so music inspired from that period, I tend to like, which is kind of weird, but whatever. They got better equipment now, so it sounds better. Most definitely not charge of Malaysia. I'm a Trumpanzee. We don't. All right. Well, whatever. We don't really. We gotta leave those trigger words out of here. Them political words out of here. Because it's, I don't know. It's boring to me. Literally, it's boring to me. I've decided, like over the last year or so, I'm just fucking fed up with. It's like people's interest on this reminds me so much of whether or not, Brad and Jennifer were, I don't know, just people just seem to have the same attitude towards these things, and I've gotten tired of it. To each his own. I mean, I'm not trying to criticize people that do, but just personally, I'm just like, I'm so sick of it. Don't care. You know what I care about? Now. You know what I enjoy? This moment that we're having. What's going on over there? What's going on over here? I mean, those are important things, but I'd rather enjoy this now instead of talking about that over there. There's a place I work where almost everyone knew the lines of the movie playing. Oh my God. Yeah, that's called the audiovisual industry. I'm an audio engineer by trade. I've been that way for about 12 years as a freelancer. And anytime people, I used to do it with this one guy because he would he'd start talking about politics, in fact. And I just didn't want to hear about it. So I would just immediately start referencing Airplane. And he'd stop talking about whatever the hell this and that's going on. And it worked like and I kind of started thinking he might know what I was doing. But either way, he always obliged. So it wasn't bad. Depeche Mode, I never could care for Depeche Mode. I need to give them a better try now that I'm older. And I think I can kind of enjoy them better. But growing up, I never did really like Depeche Mode. The problem of going to the Wikipedia-diocracy to find something is immediately getting nerd sniped. Will Ferrell did a great mockery of how concerned he was over Kristen Stewart's love life. Yeah, right. Give them a shot. Shit. I think I forgot the context of that. I remember we were talking about something now. I'm sorry. Sorry, Soup. What was that in reference? That's probably a clue. Oh, give Depeche Mode a shot. No, I have. Given them plenty of shots growing up as a kid, as a teenager, and up. And I never really cared for them. There's a couple songs I like. There's a few artists like that out there that they're very, very popular. Everyone really likes them. And I get why people like them, but I don't like them. I don't like them. There's a million reasons, and it's different for each one. But there's still songs I like from those artists. So sometimes I think it's a matter of repetition. Like maybe popping in that album that has 2 or 3 of the songs that I like, you know, from them, or whatever. And maybe just popping that in my playlist so it comes up every couple of days and I'm like, there's that fucking song. You know, I kind of like how this opens, though. It's kind of cool. You know, it's kind of grown on me. And I think that's where we're at with maybe Depeche Mode. I think that's the next stage, because I have definitely given them a chance. I think I just need to either let them see if they can grow on me, and if they can't take root, it is what it is. But there's a million reasons why I should like Depeche Mode, and I absolutely recognize that. I've had it told to me for decades. Intermix, I'm not sure, what is that? I saw that mentioned earlier, but I didn't understand. I may or may not know. I don't know names of songs or artists, but hear what everyone else hears through movies. Oh, right. I would imagine, too, it would be mostly just referrals. You wouldn't really have much of a strong of opinion, except how it's referenced to something else. Interesting. I don't know. I do just find, I think holistically more so, is that the older I get, the more open-minded I'm getting these days. The more open-minded I'm getting to a lot of things that I was usually like, nah. Although at the other side of that coin, the older I'm getting, the more I'm like, you know, fuck that. I was so nice to whatever that was, or, you know, or I was so patient with so much. I only have so many years left on this planet. I'm tired of bending over backwards for that. You know what? So I guess a little bit of intolerance. The good kind of intolerance, though. Not the bad kind. The kind where I'm like, I ain't doing this. Since I've been on Twitch, I've been learning who plays what songs and looking up lyrics. Oh, cool. We're on who sampled for mini lyrics explorations. Oh yeah. I've used some of those sites. Huh. Oh, so Bayou, Rider TV. Are you still in the chat? I don't even remember you saying I. Okay. Well, they got a sing mode that they put in. So the way that we do sing modes here is we take a synth pop tune, or synth pop. Yeah, actually that's right, synth pop. And, or synth wave, that's what I meant to say. And we sing to it. I absolutely must go to the restroom now. I'm sorry. I gotta go to the restroom really quick. I really, I'm trying to get out of here. Let me go to the restroom really quick. We'll come back. We'll do the sing mode. And we'll go from there, I guess. I don't know. I don't really want to eat. I remember Bayou. I remember. All right. BRB. Let me see it. Can I have something cool to look at? Oh, yeah. Oh, look at this. This is cool. Here. Look at that. That's slick. I got all out of focus, like it's all artsy. I like it. There we go. All right. Hello. All right, sing mode. I got this. Let's see. What do we want to sing about, though? We're talking about a bunch of stuff. Discount store. Man. All right. Gotta at least change the music. Here, let's change this. I waited until I knew you were toasty to use this. Oh yeah, good, smart. Very 3D chess right there. 3D chess. Hey Siri, set a timer for 5 minutes.
What the hell is behind me?
Oh, I need to bump it up.
Oh, my nose is itching. Am I gonna sneeze? Not sure, but it burns inside my nostrils. But now it doesn't. I've won that war. This is a sick arpeggiator. Oh yeah, this is such a sick arpeggiator.
Oh, it doesn't work. Chair. Ah.
I forgot what I was singing about earlier. Probably wasn't interesting enough to remember. Anyways,
Man.
oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah, this is gonna fade away. But there's still a few minutes left on the timer.
All right, I don't know what this is.
This one's called Chicken and Beans. Chicken and beans. Chicken and beans. Best that I ever seen. Chicken and beans. One time. Chicken and beans, chicken and beans, chicken and beans, chicken and beans. Best that I ever seen. Chicken and beans, chicken and beans, chicken and beans, chicken and beans. Best that I ever seen. I'll get you some chicken and beans. Chicken and beans. I'll get you some chicken and beans. Chicken and beans. Chicken and beans. I will look at the words in a minute. Chicken and beans, but I must look in my mind. Chicken and beans, I cannot read and say chicken and beans at the same time. Oh wow. Chicken and beans. I love that song a lot. We're gonna do it one more time. We're gonna do a rewind. That's right. We're gonna rewind it. Oh my gosh.
Panzerwolf83, thank you so much for that follow. Bayou. Gifting. Oh, wow, yo, gifting the sub to Polly. Thank you so much.
Chicken.
Oh.
Chicken and beans. We can do this. Chicken. Alright, wait. Hold up. Chicken and beans. Chicken and beans. Chicken and beans. Chicken and beans. Let's go. Chicken and beans, 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 chicken and beans. Chicken and beans, chicken and beans, best that I ever seen. Chicken and beans, chicken and beans. Chicken and beans, chicken and beans, best that I ever seen. I'm gonna get you some chicken and beans. Chicken and beans. Yeah, chicken and beans. That chicken and beans. The best that I ever seen. Yeah, get you some. Yeah, it's alright. Just get you some of that chicken and beans. Ooh, chicken and beans. They're the best that I ever done see. Chicken and beans. Alright,
Alright, that does very nicely. That's perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a lovely song, and I felt quite inspired by it. I felt like an inspired tire. A tire of inspire. Hey, what modules you building? Hey, Panzerwolf, that's an excellent question. Excellent question. And it's probably more on topic with what the hell's going on these days. So, we finished up yesterday. We finished up the Music from Outer Space LFO works. I've been putting it through the voltage to heat it up. We'll turn this down a little bit. We'll calibrate it tomorrow. And, but as far as I can tell, I think it works, except the pulse width is a little wonky. And then we have these two modules that are not quite done. We're actually missing two 15 microfarad. Well, there's another one over here too. I don't even know where it is. Oh yeah, it's a full board because I didn't put any other one.
We're missing two 15 microfarad electrolytic caps that sit on here. There's another one that's just like this. And then we're missing some potentiometers, but I'm going to probably order that tonight to get that done. Let me see. Yeah, here's the other board. This is the same as this. It's just I only have one of the potentiometers needed, so. Gonna go to the old potentiometer store. Pots. They're great. They got all the pots. Have you been to Pots? Oh my God. I was there during their double gang sale. Oh my God, so much double gang. I went insane. So much stereo action, different size gangs, 2 gangs, 4 gangs. I was just like, whoa. I might have bit off more than I could chew. I love Pots. I just wish they existed instead of in my mind. I have like 1 tree left. Well, and I'm not going to make it to the store tomorrow. There's no way I'm going to get up in time. You know what? I could get up in time. Man, you guys are like a after-school special. Terrible. Working on a Synthicon SV. Oh, nice! You know, so I'm curious, which build of yours? So I did the Ray Wilson Synthicon, and mine, I built it like, I think I built 2 boards. I even breadboarded it, and I never quite worked. I didn't spend a lot of time, so I don't know what it was, but I never figured out what it was that I was doing wrong that prevented it. But I'm curious how your experience has been so far. The modded U-Synth that 3P4T is annoying. Oh yeah. Yeah, we have a bunch of stuff. If you look at the VODs, we just got done. So we're an electronics channel. We mostly just do electronic builds, repairs. We mostly focus on audio equipment, so synths and mixers and stuff like that. But we do other stuff as well. The last week of the month, we go to Jamtown, and that's where we just came back from last week. And that's where we just put all the stuff to the test it out, play with it, have a good time, and it's the good stuff, the enjoy stuff. Hey! Manhachio. No, wait, I may have reversed those letters. That's what I do for a living, build guitar pedals. Oh, cool. Oh, fantastic. Well, I'm so happy you found us. Yeah. Well, yeah, a big thing that we do here is we just try to get people into soldering. I started doing this, I'm a hobbyist. I started, when COVID happened, like a lot of people. And a lot of people came in with these really crazy misconceptions. A lot of them were things that I used to think of as well. And I kept saying like, oh no, you don't have to. Oh no, you can do that. Oh no, that's not so bad. And so I really enjoyed just kind of like trying to get rid of those rumors, breaking down those barriers for people so that they can get into electronics and soldering and everything like that. So awesome! So glad you found us, Lashido. Well, hey, it's been a pleasure. I'll be seeing you. You bet. Yeah, we need to head out, guys. To be honest with you, I'm really hungry. We've got a nice crowd Wednesday night too, which is insane. Thursday for some of you, but I really should go eat food or something. Although, my raid choice is left, so I may have to stall a little longer until I find someone for us to raid. Let's see. See if I can find something. Man, all the SciTech people went away. I can't believe it. Well, all the ones I follow, anyways. We might have to raid a music stream or something, which is fine. I did see some channel points redemptions. What do we got here? Ooh, an air drums. All right. Ooh, let's do it to this jam. That makes more sense. Wait, which one is this? Xenon. Oh yeah. I should know this by now. All right, let's do that. I like this idea. Oh wait, let me do this because I remember it was loud earlier. There we go. Perfect. Hey, bye. Thank you. We got the sing mode there, and then we had no, that was Ashido with the air drums and the hydrate. Tacking that on the end. Smart. With water, with Wasser. Danke. All right. Let's see. What we were gonna do. Ooh, look at my heart rate. Only 94. I felt like it feels higher. I should have picked a more intense tune. All right, oh yeah, we could do this. This will work. This will work. All right. Let's do it, guys. Hey. Thank you so much, guys, for a fantastic day today. I mean, the week's been incredible coming back here. The month is starting out incredible, but I really appreciate it. It's been a really fun day today. We went a lot longer. I mean, we finished working on stuff hours ago, so I've had a lot of fun hanging out with you guys, just chatting and having a couple of beers and you know, dance songs and stuff. It's a good time. It's a good time. I had a good time. We are gonna go raid TC Pool. They are a music streamer. They're pretty much like a one-person band, you know. They just do it all in one spot. They're really, really cool. They mostly use like a guitar, but I don't know. Look. Yeah, never mind. I saw a guitar. I think he had a guitar on there. But highlight of burping. Great graphic. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I'm trying to think if there's anything. Yeah, guys, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll come back at 2 o'clock Pacific, barring anything crazy happening, and we'll do this again. I don't know what we're gonna do tomorrow, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. I have like 15 hours to figure that out. That's like that's forever. I'll figure it out when I'm asleep. It'll be easier. But it's actually a guitar, and I play the guitar to the digital side. Ooh, well, there you go. I like that. Well, cool. Well, again, guys, thanks so much. Oh yeah, let me give a shout out to. Well, can't physically give a shout out, but yeah, we had a bunch of subs today. We had some raids. We had some gift subs from Bayou, and we got some raids from Itsy Bitsy and Harold Pulcher and Skill Swap Obi, but that's a new one. I'm gonna go check out their stream. They were doing hopefully I'm remembering this right, but they were doing a retro game, and we were talking about that too, which that's something I'm gonna put in there. And Fabios rated as well. Yeah, what a killer day. Hans Sanitizer coming in with the resub, and Nishido as well. Man, thank you so much, guys. Fucking killer day. Hopefully you guys will enjoy TC or the next stream, whatever. We're gonna, of course, I have to give you those terrible ads. The Twitch keeps popping up. Luckily, I found a way to make the ads a little bit more tolerable. Check this one out. Hello. Welcome. My name is Sid, and I would like to welcome you to Sid's House of Scents. We have a large variety of scents for you to choose from the Eurorack line. Try out a new one today, and you won't be sorry. Yes, your eyes do not deceive you. Those words are correct. No sorrow guaranteed. And this is our new ad spot that's playing over in Poughkeepsie. Hello, and welcome to Sid's House of Scents. I'm Sid, and boy, oh boy, do we have some great stuff this year. First, we've got t-shirts like this one that I'm wearing, as well as synthesizers. Do you hear that? That is the sound of science. All right, guys. Thanks so much again. Oh yeah, the store is down apparently, but I'll get it back in the next day. Well, it'll be up by the weekend, but anyways. Take care. Let's go chill over at TC Pool.